A man with a baby in his arms was running through the demon forest. The child began to cry loudly. The child cried louder and louder, so the man hid behind a tree, hugging the child to himself. He looked tenderly at the bundle in his hands. The child had not eaten or slept properly for several days. It was hard for him. The little boy was the son of Mr. Kaju, and the man looked at him as if he were a miracle. The baby called the man Dad and smiled sweetly, which caused a smile to appear on the stern warrior's face. The man tore off a piece of his clothing. He crumpled it up and brought it to the baby's mouth. The man picked up the bundle containing the child and tied it to a tree branch. The warrior left him there so that he could live and ran away. The next day, the old man was walking through the forest with his parrot by his side. The parrot kept repeating sounds similar to a baby's cry, and the man couldn't understand where he knew them from. Finally, everything became clear when the parrot sat on a tree branch from which a bundle with a child was dangling. The man took it off. The boy cried and screamed loudly. He didn't understand how the child ended up in the demon forest. Suddenly, a man in a blue robe appeared behind the old man. He took him by the shoulder and they walked side by side. The old man showed the man a sign to be quiet because the baby had fallen asleep. The boy slept soundly after everything that had happened to him. A portal opened before the men, and it was time to introduce everyone else to the new family member. They found themselves in a settlement. 3 more men gathered around them, all looking at the child. The gray-haired man became angry at the question of one of them when he asked if it was his child. The short man who asked this awkwardly justified himself. Now the baby was their common concern. They would all have to raise him together. The youngest man asked whether the baby would be raised or educated and brought up. He had no intention of taking care of someone else's child. The short man looked at him with disappointment. He considered it a very heartless act. His name was Zhengan. The elder reprimanded him for his rude words. Zhengan asked if the old man had accidentally decided to reveal his identity, as this was prohibited by the rules. He continued to ask if the elder by any chance knew Punryu Jesa, who was famous for his healing skills. The old man said that he had made an interesting observation, but his name was Ok Lihu. He was nicknamed the Judge of Life and Death. Everyone stared at him in amazement. Lihu asked how long they would hide, especially since 4 of the 5 here already knew each other. The man who accompanied him into the forest introduced himself as Hyun Sowan. Zhanggan said that he was a thief with the nickname Chongmyeon Yodo. The man with a long beard standing next to him introduced himself as Peng Guo. Everyone looked at the youngest of them, but the man remained silent. Lihu said he hoped they understood why he revealed his identity. Sovan asked him if he was trying to make the baby their disciple. It was true that even though they were all criminals, the baby was not guilty of anything. He sucked his finger sweetly and lay quietly in the bundle. Zhanggan leaned towards him. He believed that it was necessary to first check whether the boy had the power of the gods. Lihu looked closely at the child and said that if he had strength, he would definitely achieve great success. He turned to his companions and said enthusiastically that they should all train him together. He extended his hand to them and showed them the ring that was next to the child. Zhanggan stretched out his hand to examine the ring more closely. He brought it close to his face. The ring was clearly unusual. Sovan saw an inscription on its inside. It mentioned some kind of altar and a flame on it. Everyone was confused. No one understood what it meant. They realized that it was useless to look for meaning in something they did not understand. Lihu said that we need to choose a name for the child. Zhanggan said that he should decide for himself, as the eldest. Lihu said that he once had a son who died due to illness. He was unable to save the child and no longer saw the point of being the judge of life and death. Sovan lowered his head sympathetically. He said that Lihu was wonderful because he saved many lives with his gift of healing. Lihu disagreed, saying that others had healed far more than he had. He picked up the bundle containing the child and said that from now on his name would be Un Sowol. Zhanggan and Gogu did not argue. Sovan said it was a good name, and the man, who never introduced himself, said he didn't care. Lihu looked at the boy's face again. He happily announced that from now on the child was their student, to whom he would pass on the Konchon Qigong. Zhanggan was indignant because Qigong was rare and could only be mastered by Qi masters. Sovol said that he would pass on to him the knowledge and methods of identifying and taming Yeosu. He noted that he would convey everything. Gogu said that he would teach the child how to make jewelry. Zhanggan was amazed. He didn't know that Gogu could make jewelry. He himself promised to teach the boy physical skills and cunning. Lihu said that these are excellent skills. All 4 looked at the child again. Zhanggan turned around and looked at the silent man. He brought the child to him and said that he could look too. Even if he was not his teacher, he was destined to live with them until his death. The silent man brought his face close to the child's face and closed his eyes blissfully. He didn't have to hate him. 10 years passed, Lihu shouted, trying to hammer the names of medicinal herbs into the boy's head. At some point he got tired of all this and left the house. Zhanggan looked through the open door. The boy sighed loudly. And when he saw Zhanggan, he was very happy. and a smile blossomed on his sweet face. The boy sat sadly on the porch next to Jangan. He thought he was stupid because he couldn't remember the names of the herbs. Jangan reassured him, since he had done well with the other teacher's lessons. He said that Mr. Lihu had a lot of experience. It was natural for him to get upset, and the little one shouldn't be offended by him. Soval asked how long Lihu would live. Jangan replied that Lihu had been an alchemist for 800 years and would definitely stop someday. He asked Soval to seriously study Lihu's techniques in order to please the old master. Soval remembered all the main lessons that the masters gave him. He memorized them. Jangan smiled and handed him 3 nectarines. Soval was very happy with the fruits that Jangan brought for him from the outside world. The boy said that he also wanted to go to the outside world, to which he received a stern no. He didn't argue, because he understood that the answer wouldn't change. Jangan said that Soval had studied Qigong and would soon be able to receive divine rebirth, and he promised more nectarines if Soval studied well. The baby sat on the floor near the candle and read the scroll. Suddenly he was frightened by the prolonged bleating of a goat. He looked out the window and saw a man who was not his master feeding a goat grass, holding it under his foot. The boy left the house, approached the man and asked permission to help him, but the man told him to leave, because someone like him was capable of doing at least that much. If Soval wanted to help, he could pet the goat. The man sat down on a stump nearby, and Soval began to stroke the animal's head. Soval said that this goat was brought from the outside world. It fascinated the boy because there were so many interesting things there. Soval asked the man if the outside world was really that dangerous. The man replied that Soval would be wiped out right there, which is why the masters were so eager to train him well. Now is the time to discuss everything in a suitable environment. Little Soval is smart beyond his years, but his memory is failing him. And we need to fight this illness, because there is something that we must never forget. This little guy is not only smart, but also extremely inquisitive. I'll have to repeat the same thing to him for weeks, although this time all my efforts will be worth it. The situation is extremely serious. This information cannot be allowed to leak. To create a powerful fire pill, you will need a lot of rare ingredients. The magical properties of the juice of these plants, when combined correctly, produced an incredible potion. All other stages of preparation can be easily handled with the help of magic. Seowol is not just a gifted child, he is a child from prophecy, destined for a very difficult fate. But all his skills in theory are not yet enough. He still has to learn to manage them in practice. Seowol must now gain experience from other powerful masters. In the meantime, he must inherit his mentor's final secret. There is still a way out of the demonic forest, but it is not so simple. Until this moment, he was unknown to any living mortal except the master. There was already a man in the world who managed to escape from this damned place. Li Dongjin was able to defeat the water dragon himself. The habitat of this monster was the only way out. Mere mortals might not even have hope of salvation, but this boy is anything but that. For the sake of all damned mortals and masters, Seowol must get out. This boy is incredible. For his age, he is well-mannered and trained. But don't forget about your main skill. Qigong Konchun requires superhuman efforts. This technique is very dangerous for children. An ordinary child cannot cope with it. The more you receive, the more you invest and lose. If you fail, you will be consumed by sheer pain and suffering. In the distant past, Master Qi came to the elder with this affliction, but the fool brazenly stole the skill. To his great regret, he was unable to cope with such monstrous power, for which he paid with his freedom. Seowol must get out of here and learn the full power of Konchon Qigong. The boy is just right for this. A great future awaits him. In exchange for the information, Seowol must visit the elder's lost family. This kid is an amazing student, but all the skills here have already been learned. He needs to move on. There is still so much that could have been done with this gifted child, but the old man's time is already coming to an end. The fire will take away all his sins and regrets. Now only the tongues of flame know where the old man is. The second master was also able to teach the boy a few things, and after him came the third, all of them teaching Seowol what they knew best. They didn't forget about theory either. Day and night the old men hammered various information into the boy's head. By the age of 18, Seowol had had at least 4 masters, all of whom gave him invaluable skills. Even such diligent study could not break the inquisitive boy in him. Although there are still some things that burden his carefree youthful life, the gates of heaven became even closer to him. This is a very good sign. Not everyone manages to reach this stage. However, Seowol himself does not seem to fully understand the scale of his progress. Most alchemists spend their entire lives on this, but this fool managed it in 18 years. The goal is already very close. You just need to look more closely. It's time to go hunting. There are never too many ingredients for alchemy. This place is full of useful and such beautiful-looking plants. Time flies when you're doing a good deed. You need to hurry and not fall into the clutches of demons. The efforts of the fourth master began to bear fruit. The long-awaited freedom seemed to return the young man to a wonderful real life. But controlling new skills is not as easy as we would like. It wouldn't hurt to repay the craftsmen for their back-breaking work. These people deserve the best awards and praise. It is best to stalk prey from above, as this makes it easier to spot the target. And it wouldn't hurt to hurry. The sun is already very low. Soon demons will be crawling out from everywhere. As this goat decided to have dinner at the right time, it will become a gift dinner for the masters. It won't be difficult to catch her, she's too easy a prey. What an unpleasant feeling. It penetrates every cell of the body and makes you freeze in place. Something is clearly wrong here, such sensations do not appear without a reason. This sound, it doesn't bode well. The hunter becomes Cerberus's prey in an instant. But this monster does not frighten the gifted young man at all, it is just a lower demon. It's not just demons who have power, humans have learned a thing or two too. This brute won't be able to handle Sumbo, he clearly doesn't have enough speed. It would be nice to tame this creature and make it your toy. This should be just enough. It's time to take advantage of the first master's gift and destroy the Cerberus with one blow. Unsowol's strength is incredible. This boy has truly learned a lot. One attack was enough to put down this vile monster. There is no chance here. Cerberus is defeated. And these old people did a good job. We must give them credit. But the mentors aren't particularly happy with this victory. Apologizing for winning is extremely strange. They still see Unsowol as a small and very stupid boy. The first release and immediate failure. What made the young man act so thoughtlessly? Sooner or later, everyone wants to escape from the tight shackles, but not everyone is allowed to do so. Now Unsowol is going through a difficult stage in his life. His young heart will demand freedom. Whatever one may say, he is not only an alchemist, but also an ordinary person. But it will be very easy to find a use for Cerberus. From now on, all the walls will press on the young man with special force. Showing human feelings in such a situation is not at all bad. But we must not forget that the masters do not wish the guy any harm. The mentors will do everything in their power to help Unsowol become a born alchemist. If the young man copes with the task, he will be able to go out whenever he wants. Even the most talented alchemists are children at heart. Forging a dagger from fire will be extremely difficult, but it will be worth it. Only with complete control of fire is it possible to create a worthy weapon. Now it becomes even more difficult. It is necessary to combine two natural elements into one. It seems something came of it. But this tiny dagger would be shameful to even call a weapon. But not all at once. You need to remember to rest, otherwise the boy won't last long. Although this stubborn young man does not know how to wait at all, he strives to get everything at once. In alchemy, everything is not simple. One pill requires a lot of effort. One mistake can easily ruin the effect and destroy all the time spent. Will it be possible to break through the heavenly gates and escape from the demonic forest? The fourth master is so annoying, he doesn't give me any peace. The old man played his trump cards, he knew how to win the young man's attention. Did he really do this for Unsowol? His sly smile makes me suspicious. This old man is a brazen deceiver, he will come up with anything to show off his best side. All the flags have been ready for a long time now. It's time to evaluate the result. The master suggests going outside and checking everything. Sovol emerges from the portal. He is glad that he succeeded, but just in case he asks if he did everything right. Peng Hyun's flags played their role, but the master says his technique is in no way inferior to them. The guy boasts about his weapon with a smile. Going out to explore, he is surprised that there are not even lower demons around. He was ordered to find the soul stones, because it is worth acquiring the Dharma weapon. Sovol recalls that such stones can be found in places where there is a lot of spiritual energy, and now he stands at the foot of the mountain, where he hopes to find soul stones or medicinal plants. The guy decides to climb on her with his bare hands. He is grateful for the pill he took, because he hardly gets tired, and now his efforts are justified, and he finds the flower of the broken heart. But a little higher up he sees a rarer flower. With joy on his face, he begins to climb towards him. But then he hears a roar and remembers the demons, which makes him nervous. And a moment later, he sees the one who was roaring. It is the demon Sutra. Using his knives, he pushes him back a little, giving him time to escape. But after a moment the bird comes to its senses. However, for some reason she doesn't even try to attack, but simply hovers next to him. The guy guesses that she is afraid of harming the flower of light, which gives him an advantage. He tears off what he came for. This enrages the monster, causing it to scream hysterically. Sovol has no choice but to distract him with a flower. The guy reproaches himself for not listening to the masters and going into this forest. He throws the knife with the flower tied to it down, distracting the demon from himself. And after that, he tries his best to climb to the top. And now he's right on top of her. He immediately uses flags and becomes invisible. He makes it just before the monster flies over his head. And then another demon, similar to a boar, appears from underground. Suddenly he starts fighting with the bird. Sovol is amazed by this, because he clearly did not expect this. And at that moment the bird begins to fly downwards rapidly. The boar is preparing to take the blow. They collide, and the guy is blown away by the explosive force of the blow. Waking up, he thanks the heavens for the flower of light, because if it weren't for it, the hero would have been dead long ago. The boar saved his life, but now he and the bird are dead. Sovol descends to their corpses to look for something valuable, and he finds Naden, a rather valuable stone. The guy is also thinking about taking sutra feathers. They might be suitable for weapons. And then he sees the very flower with which he distracted the bird, which makes the guy incredibly happy. He also finds a bunch of soul stones, which is also very good. Upon returning, Sovol, together with Pungwogu, began to make a bag of abundance. No matter how many things you put in it, it will not change in size, which makes it extremely convenient. The guy collected a lot of soul stones, which allowed him to make Dharma tools. 3 months later, Jagan asks if the pill Dan, which the hero worked so hard on, is ready. Worried about the guy, the master tells him that it could turn out to be a strong poison if he screws up somewhere. With smiles, they say that they will be nearby just in case something goes wrong. Sovol says that he put all his efforts into this pill, which means there should be no mistakes. Jagan teases him a little, but in doing so, he encourages him. And Sovol looks at her friends with a smile, holding a pill in her hand. After eating it, he begins to meditate. However, it is not so simple, because he begins to feel insane pain. The master shouts at him that he will have to be patient, because if he opens his mouth, it will only get worse. And then a light appears above the guy's head. It begins to shine brighter and brighter. And then the guy gets to his feet, while powerful energy flows from him. And now he stands before the treasured gates. Using his power, he opens them without much effort. And a moment later, he sees all his friends crowded over him. Jagan happily says that the guy succeeded and underwent a heavenly birth. And the master notices that now it is time for him to cast off his human form and take the form of the sky. He says that the hero will need to strengthen his Niden. At this stage, he will have to take the form of heaven, which is called heavenly birth. Also, Sovol will now be able to use a spiritual energy barrier. He also now has access to fire abilities, and the life force of yin and yang, from which everything originates. The master says that they are ordinary people because of the breakdown of the Naden. Sovol, with a confident face, thanks them for their support, and promises that he will reach the heavenly throne. A whole month has passed since the beginning of his transformation. And so, after another month, he gets to where he wanted to go after receiving heavenly birth. He is pleased with himself, because he has achieved the goal he set for himself. He really enjoys the feeling of victory. And then he notices that this place is right next to the mountain on which 2 demons fought. He decides to check if there are soul stones or medicinal herbs there, but then he finds the demon's nest. He decides not to take risks and strike first, as it wouldn't hurt him to test out the new weapon. Jumping straight into the nest, he sees many remains of medicinal herbs. But suddenly he hears a sound behind him and uses the shield of supplication. But as it turned out, it was just a little demon. This is the baby of that boar, and Sovol doesn't understand how it ended up here. Perhaps the bird kidnapped the baby, and the guy decides to take him in while he's still little. Returning, he joyfully shows his find to the masters. They are amazed by this and immediately ask where he found it. Sovol tells everything as it was and asks if he can tame him. The master says that even adult individuals can be tamed, not to mention their cubs. While the little pig is asleep, the boy decides to ask him in more detail about when he will grow up. And then he gets a disappointing answer. It will take him 5 years. Jagan encourages him, saying that for him, 5 years will pass in the blink of an eye. 5 years later, the guy is upset to notice that he sees virtually no progress from his training. It wouldn't hurt for him to sense the gate of spiritual energy to become stronger. Suddenly, Jagan falls right on his shoulders, scaring the guy a little. He says that it is too early for him to receive the law of spiritual energy, because too little time has passed. But Sovol says sadly that the future is uncertain, and that is why he thinks about it. The master suggests that he try himself in another field. He reminds the guy about the pill of eternal youth, but he doesn't quite understand what good it does. Jagan says that the ability to change his appearance will be very useful for him in the future. Even if someone catches him changing his appearance, he will be confused by his youthful appearance. To confuse, this is a huge advantage. The most important thing in a fight is to be able to confuse your victim in time. Eternal youth requires a lot of effort and valuable natural resources. Their inaccessibility makes permanent residence in the village impossible. After such a stressful life, it wouldn't hurt to have a good rest. How wonderful it would be to create eternal youth and share it with all the masters. Something is wrong. The situation around has changed dramatically. What a brazen attempt at an attack. Someone was seriously trying to get rid of Unsowol. The attacker was clearly a human. What was he doing in the demonic forest? Is this really an exiled alchemist? If so, he will be able to do something. Where did these two impudent girls come from? They are completely different from other masters. They look like ordinary girls, and they behave exactly like other human women. Their beauty can knock any man off his feet. The enemy's appearance should not confuse an experienced alchemist. Under no circumstances should you trust or communicate with these ladies. Their clothes have painfully familiar elements. The easiest way to get weapons is to steal, but you shouldn't steal from ordinary people. Where did this creepy guy come from, and what does he want from girls? But what interested him was not the beautiful ladies, but their valuable property. And it seems that he has not been left without female attention. At that very moment, the scoundrel received what he deserved for his greedy deeds. The poor guy clearly won't have time to escape from the scene of the crime. Girls can be incredibly strong and ruthless at times. It was not for nothing that the fourth master asked not to approach them. It seems this isn't the first time that shameless Joe Jagan has ruined the lives of beautiful creatures. What did they do that they were able to put this big guy down in an instant without even touching him? Fragile girls cannot cope with a monster of such rank without tricks. Everything was initially set up against Joe Jagan. The bags were fake, and a surprise was waiting for the villain inside. Lust was the ruin of the scoundrel. These are very unusual women. They are powerful alchemists. But the scoundrel had no intention of giving up and kept hiding his weapon the whole time. The girls clearly did not expect such a brazen attack. Joe Jagan has completely lost his human form. He is driven by monstrous hatred and power. Couldn't the special surprise deal with this idiot? Yoon Solji accidentally revealed her future plans to the villain. Poison of this level is not capable of dealing with strong alchemists. It can only slow down the enemy for a short time. The inhabitants of the demonic forest will never be able to cope with those who have known all the bitterness of life outside. This scoundrel is much stronger than fragile ladies. The best decision would be to obey. But not everything is so smooth. The old man literally feels Unsoul's presence in his gut. Who do these weak girls call their savior, and so diligently ask for help? Couldn't they think of anything better than entrusting their miserable lives to a random passerby? This impudent fellow has completely lost all fear. How can he offer such an abomination to an outstanding alchemist? He is ready to do anything to emerge victorious. This is low. How could this kind of scum reach the 7th stage of heavenly birth? Much to Joe Jagan's surprise, Unsoul was able to get indecently close to him. Could an ordinary boy really undermine the self-esteem of such a powerful alchemist? It seems that Joe Jagan has already realized that Unsoul is a very powerful alchemist. Not all of your skills can be shown to the enemy. You should always have a couple of aces up your sleeve. Such skill is extremely rare among people with Dan development. And this young man is extremely smart, which completely compensates for the low level of spiritual strength. And this bastard apparently isn't going to just let those girls go. The old man quickly notices the value of Unsoul's equipment and wants to take it for himself. Under the guise of helping in the fight, Joe Jagan hides his insidious intentions. Unsoul, in turn, remained a naive child who would happily fall for such a stupid trick. The girls, too, are not going to simply accept their sad fate. But it is not as simple as it seems for such a level of heavenly birth. This is a very powerful technique. But for the Shield of Dharma, this is just a weak gust of wind. Joe Jagan never made a single attack. It's time for him to show his power and end this whole spectacle. It looks like the old man will attack with full force. The poor thing didn't stand a chance against such a technique. The black aura knocked the unfortunate woman off her feet in an instant. It looks like the old man is seriously planning to kill them. Merciless attacks rain down on the heads of weakened ladies. But they are not going to give up so easily. Despair makes them confidently hold the sword in their hands. This is not an easy fight. It is a bloody battle to the death. This means that it's time for beautiful girls to start giving it their all. This technique should slow down this bastard a little. Joe Jagan clearly didn't expect to get any resistance from such weak creatures. His miserable life was saved at the last moment by Unsoul's special shield. The face of this pompous goose is frozen with terrible hatred. No one dares to oppose his sacred will. Now this old man will clearly leave no one alive. Unsoul never realized that he had become a full-fledged tool in the hands of the villain. Solji is too weak to handle such opponents, which means her sister will go on the attack. But even she will find it very difficult to resist these barbarians. The Vandal intends to wipe the sisters off the face of the earth at any cost. To survive, the girls will have to give it their all. The girls are holding up well, but Joe Jagan still has a good ace up his sleeve. It's time for Unsoul to wake up and see his true enemy. The weapon suddenly went against its owner. Who would have thought? How dare this impudent boy attack from behind? It's time to show the old man his rightful place. He's unlikely to be able to do anything against such technology. The prey became the hunter, and drove the former hunter into a corner. It's time to destroy this self-absorbed scum. After such attacks, he will not be able to continue the fight and will not come out alive. The sisters froze in horror at such events. It seems they were mistaken about this guy. It's surprising that this scoundrel still has enough strength to make empty threats. All the skeletons in his closet have been discovered, and now Joe Jagan will have to answer for each of them. It's time to put an end to the miserable old man's boundless greed. This place will become his eternal grave. Unsowol was able to become a real savior for beautiful ladies. The opinion about our hero was extremely wrong, but the plan turned out to be brilliant. All this was planned in advance. The boy did not even think of harming such beautiful creatures. Yak Buyong and Yun Solji don't seem to be angry at all. They just want to know the name of their hero. Before them stands an outstanding alchemist, Unsowol. All of Joe Jagan's treasures were divided equally among the winners. As a token of gratitude, the sisters shared a huge amount of medicinal herbs with Unsowol. They grow many plants, but serene bamboo is not so easy to grow at home. I wonder why this young man needed so many medicinal herbs. All these ingredients will go towards creating Dan's rather unusual pills. These are extremely rare pills of eternal youth. Ordinary alchemists will never be able to create something like this. Unsowol clearly has a lot of useful information in alchemy. He will be able to achieve a lot. Solji wants to create a pill for eternal youth in order to remain as attractive as possible. Does the hero want to make a deal with the girls? It hardly bodes well. Who knows what they're really thinking? Location and assistance in obtaining tranquil bamboo in exchange for a pill. The guy still agreed to the conditions, but a large shell spider guards that territory. Hyun Soan was surprised to hear about the monster. Did the student really meet him? It is not surprising that the creature lives there. There is a concentration of spiritual energy around that tree. The good news is that the opponent will not be a monster or a higher level creature. You need to be careful. The demon is of an advanced level. The hero was overcome with shame, because he did not dare to tell about his acquaintance with people. Apparently he trusts the fourth master more, since he told him about the man's murder. The teacher wants to make sure that it was Sovol who took the life of another alchemist. The young man bowed his head and quietly said that he was a bad man. Then it's okay, evil people deserve to die. One must not lose courage at such moments, because the man could have killed the hero. But there is someone else the guy definitely wants to tell Jagan about. At first the elder was alarmed, but he had never heard anything about the sisters or about Jagan before. Apparently Sovol took a liking to the girls, since he agreed to collaborate with them. There is no point in risking your life. It is possible that they will abandon Sovol. However, let's not rush to conclusions. There have been no grounds for this yet. The main threat is greed, which pushes alchemists to the most vile deeds. Somewhere among the bamboo thickets there lurks a large shell spider. You need to get as close to the enemy as possible and apply the product to the weapon. The ointment will prevent the web from sticking to the blade. Sovol will set a trap near the tree, and the sisters will have to distract it. Yak Buyon isn't sure that the alchemist will be able to create a spell in such a short time. The guy has an ointment and he is able to create a trap. How skilled he is. The group found a place to hide. The spiders should be nearby. What a find. The tranquil bamboo right under their noses. The enemy is not visible, although the girls remember that the creature was here last time. And then Sovol became wary. He needed to be on guard. There is no guard on either the left or the right, so which side should I check? Of course, at the top, the hero managed to shout to his partners to dodge. There is no point in running. The web has already flown in their direction. The first attack is repelled. Sovol better hurry while the spider is focused on them. The young man relies on the girls, asking his sisters to take care of themselves. Any mistake costs lives. Even if there are two of them, the demon is strong. Solji uses her fan's magic to counterattack. The creature finds itself at the epicenter of the explosion. However, there is no certainty that the giant was unable to defend itself. The arthropod is furious. Now it's his turn to respond. The Phoenix Flash Rainbow hit the demon right in the forehead, but he didn't care. The creature is not only intact, but also collects energy from its mouth. A powerful beam erupts from the glowing clot. If this frost key hits, death will come instantly. Sovol just in time. Just a little more and the help would no longer be needed. Having attacked the arthropod, the hero uses Sunbow, and it tries to shoot Frost Key. I had to quickly dodge the beam. The Sword of Prayer couldn't pierce the monster's covers. Well, then we'll have to resort to a different tactic. The guy was right in his guess. The monster obeys the instinct to protect the tree. It is necessary to use bamboo as bait so that the spider is trapped. Yes, right now, the activation of Mohokanokjin. This is not the time to admire. We need to act. The sisters use their magic on the enemy, but the monster's covers were not damaged at all. So was it all in vain? Then Sovol gets a chance to try the finishing blow. The demon desperately defends itself, firing out Frost Chi again. Moreover, it secretes poison into its jaws and attacks the ram. The young man was captured. The poisonous chelicerae were about to pierce the victim's body. The hero did not forget the lessons of the masters and gathered his courage into a fist. The enemy fell. But what about Sovol? What happened to his shoulder? The girls saw how the creature aimed there. He turned around, said that everything was fine, he would live, and then lost consciousness. The poison has entered the bloodstream. The pulse is barely palpable. The heartbeat is becoming weaker and weaker. However, all of this is just a staged performance, directed by Jagan. Only by finding oneself in trouble, even if it is false, can one test the heroine's true intentions. If they try to kill or abandon the young man, the response will be the same. First, you need to take the wounded animal home and take the fangs to study the poison. We must not forget about the serene bamboo, what Soval will say when she wakes up and doesn't see him. Bayan will collect the wood and jaws, and Solji will carry the hero home. She promises that she will do everything possible to save him. Meanwhile, the alchemist felt awkward. He had been wrong to suspect his partners. Bayan broke into the house to find herbs that would neutralize the poison. What is Solji doing? What other paralysis and blood circulation? The sister rushed out of the room. She was going to extract the poison from the chelicerae. I wonder how they would react if they found out that the hero heard everything. The girls trust him, but he wasn't sure of their honesty. They are very worried about his condition. They need to show that everything is okay. The guy noticed a book, a guide to making Dan pills. The pages are worn and burnt, making the text difficult to read. Hearing footsteps, Soval threw himself onto the bed. It was Solji. She came closer and said that it was okay to open my eyes. She knows that the young man has already woken up. The alchemist is surprised, but how did they understand this? It was all about the blanket. It wasn't lying the same way it had been before she left. Paralysis would not have allowed him to change his position. The girl has excellent vision. The hero said that he had indeed been immobilized, but had quickly recovered, having increased his immunity to poisons. Solji is glad that her partner is okay. And here is the promised bamboo. Now the alchemist will be able to make the coveted pills. Where did my sister go? Is she secretly groping the guy again? Yak Buyon breathed a sigh of relief. Their assistant was safe and sound. Solji and Soval discussed what to do with the spider's body. Imagine his surprise when he heard that he could take the body for himself. This may sound cheeky, but Yak Buyon wants to ask for a favor. Can the hero make Dan extract from the plants the girls collected? Bayan doesn't have complete trust in the guy, but there's no one else to rely on. She whispers to her sister that they know practically nothing about Soval. She has a few questions for the alchemist. How old is he? Yes, this cannot be. At 24 years old, one is already at the 4th stage of heavenly birth. Is it really that shocking? What's wrong with that? It took the heroines a whole 100 years to reach this level. Who trained this powerful alchemist? This girl is going too far. Soval's past has nothing to do with the legendary pills. The identities of the great masters are not allowed to be revealed. The girls do not try to harm the alchemist under any circumstances. All inhabitants of the demonic forest are doomed to eternal suffering, one fate far worse than the other. The history of special medicinal herbs is quite dark and confusing. It was the Yin-Yak faction that initiated the extraction of this natural wonder. But one day, the people calling themselves the Dark Demon Mountain Clan decided to put an end to all of this. Only a few managed to escape and take refuge in the forest darkness. All that remains from those herbs are ancient books and the heirs of that sad story. The legacy of Zen masters must not disappear without a trace. Is Soval willing to work hard for the benefit of future generations? It's time to get acquainted with all the resources available. Who would have thought that by room these fragile girls meant a huge mine? Didn't anyone try to kill the talented alchemist? These people never wished anything bad on the young man. On the contrary, they fought with all their might for his life. The shell spider has been defeated, meaning everything is ready to create the pill of eternal youth. Those guys have plenty of valuable ingredients, enough for an ordinary person to last a lifetime. But don't forget to be careful. The creation of the pill must be in full swing. The fire must burn forever, so I'll have to use a friend's help. A good deed requires a lot of time and effort. Soval will have to hurry a little to get out before the masters die. The young man will definitely cope with this difficult task and do everything on time. The door turned out to be too strong. We will have to open it at any cost. Although all these bombs were created precisely for this purpose. It's time to punish those insolent women for the murder of Joe Jagan. With a weapon like this, it will be easy as pie. The dirty trick has been carried out. All that remains is to wait for a positive result. A fire of such force would immediately set off the bomb and blow everything here to pieces. And it exploded quite well. This pathetic door is definitely finished now. Soval was so busy with alchemy that he completely forgot about his assistants, whether everything was okay with them. How nice it would be to prolong the youth of masters with the help of a special pill. What a terrible sound. It clearly does not bode well. Could this explosion have something to do with the girls? What the hell is going on here? The flames are like a demon, destroying everything around. No matter how strong this door may seem, it clearly cannot withstand a weapon of such power. These barbarians won't stop until they break into the women's monastery. It's time to intervene. The sisters don't seem to be at all happy to see such persistent guests. Joe Jagan was a complete scumbag in life, and he fully deserved to die like that. But his dogs are thirsty for revenge. and are unlikely to retreat on their own. The scoundrels seem to have no idea who actually wiped their precious leader off the face of the earth. They look monstrously strong, and engaging in a fight with them is quite risky. But it is absolutely impossible to leave defenseless ladies alone in this difficult situation. The situation will definitely not be resolved peacefully. Using brute force against ladies is normal for them. Even beautiful flowers sometimes have to use sharp thorns. These bastards are ready to do any abomination for the sake of victory. With nowhere to run, these girls manage to defeat the priest. Only another girlish trick can save them. The scoundrels began to rejoice in victory too early. A surprise for them is already on the way. Who dared to use the legendary weapon of Priest Joe Jagan? It won't be easy to fight against the equipment of these vandals. You'll have to try really hard. This boy is clearly stupid to decide to get into a fight with the strongest. It's time to get rid of this bug and get back to the girls. This insolent fellow will never survive an attack of such force. It's all over for him. But with his stupid attack, the bastard only brought his own death closer. It's time to bring this little brat home, straight to hell. How pleasant it is sometimes to burn stinking garbage. There's no way this bastard can survive after being divided in two. It's time to proceed with the execution of the next criminal and protect the ladies from constant attacks. Only the most powerful weapons should be used against this brute. The three of us will definitely be able to defeat him, but we can't relax. He's a pretty strong opponent. Finally, it dawned on this idiot that it was Sowol who tore the pathetic Joe Jagan to shreds. And now he will definitely try to take cruel revenge on him. He has more than enough strength, and without a plan, it will be impossible to deal with him. What a disgusting guy he is, if he wants to achieve victory with the hands of a woman. It's time to show the scum what the legendary trio of powerful alchemists is capable of. But he is not so simple. He stands confidently even against such serious magical combinations. Rage enveloped this monster from head to toe. Normal attacks are useless against this barrier. It seems that this is its main trump card. So it's time for a special weapon. Using a flame barrier against a bomb would be an extremely stupid decision. This boy can't even hit his target. What a weakling. But rejoicing prematurely is the biggest mistake in the life of a scoundrel. Without the flame barrier, this coward is nothing. This is too harsh an ending for such a piece of trash, and he doesn't deserve it at all. Without good equipment, even such a weakling will not be easy to deal with. This charming boy has already saved the lives of girls twice. Their debt to Sowol has once again skyrocketed, so how can they repay him? How timely this young man is at reminding people of himself. The sly one is always on time. It's time to fulfill an important promise and present the virgins with cherished gifts. The girls had already forgotten about it, but Sowol never throws words to the wind. One precious pill for every beautiful girl. A very unusual gift, but something tells me that it is the best of all that exist in the world. Now the girls can live peacefully and enjoy the gifts of alchemy. But I'll have to share a little with Sowol too. A favor for a favor. The girls are in his debt, which means they are always ready to help. Such an important matter will take a lot of time and effort. You will have to try hard. The master can be proud of his student in such a short time. Sowol was able to achieve extraordinary heights. Unfortunately, the teacher's time is coming to an end. The eternal pursuit of power has taken up all his youth. Sowol needs to learn this harsh lesson and not repeat the mistakes of his teachers. The second master will spend his last minutes in the company of his precious protege. Unlike the old man, Sowol has all of eternity ahead of him, and he must spend every moment wisely. The Shadow Orchid will be the second master's final gift. The old man left this world and freed his soul from the shackles. The second had an extremely difficult but dignified life. Even in his last moment, he held himself with dignity. Soon another master will have to leave this cruel world. Fortunately, he is not at all worried about this. It's time for him to tell about his difficult life path and convey a valuable lesson to his student. The old man brazenly stole all his talents, and for this the heavens punished him by sending him to this dark place. Even the fourth master was able to gain his power only through alchemy. It was only through his greed that he became what he is today. The help of this wonderful old man is invaluable, but all the masters are not trying for the sake of the young man. They are pursuing their own personal goals and achieving them skillfully. As offensive as it may be, alchemists are calculating and purposeful people. Are all masters really so callous and soulless? But since then, a lot has changed. All the mentors got used to the boy. He became a full-fledged part of this strange family. Sowol was able to bring humanity and joy back to this place, and now the world around has become a little more colorful. Therefore, the masters have something to thank this guy for. But even in the most colorful world, there will always be sinister secrets and difficult tasks. Even at the end of his miserable life, the old man manages to ask useless questions. Let this pale guy consider this conversation a dying wish and simply give his answer. The last wish is a sin not to fulfill. His name is Pun Si-hyun. Does the fourth master really know something about this pale face? Before them stands the monarch of the evil sword himself, the warlike gatekeeper. But his face has frozen and no longer shows its former strength. How could such a genius end up among the scum? It's hard for the old man to even think about such power. Curiosity is bursting at the poor fellow. The monarch himself doesn't particularly want to talk about the past. Something is clearly troubling him. But the old man is not so simple. Sooner or later he will unravel the mystery. Blatant manipulation. He'll say anything for the sake of information. But Poon Si-hyun is not very concerned about these pathetic provocations. The fourth master is already resorting to indecently desperate measures. He is almost getting into the monarch's very soul. His persistence is making me sick. This old geezer is going beyond all bounds. Jagan doesn't know what he's saying at all. He should be ashamed to say such a thing out loud. Such stupid words should be ignored. In order to save himself, the fourth master had to reveal the secret location of almost all existing treasures. Only one thing remains to rest in a hidden place. The key to 1,000 choices. Unsowol must find its purpose and use it for good. A great future awaits this young man. He will be able to learn what none of the masters of this world have learned. And old man Jagan will have to help his student achieve all this. Sadness and anger filled Unsowol's face. The fourth master left this harsh world and went to a well-deserved rest. The further training of the young alchemist now fell on the shoulders of Poon Si-hyun. Does Unsowol remember that precious secret spoken around the fire many years ago? A vivid picture appeared in the young man's head. He remembered that very moment well. By learning from the evil sword monarch, he will finally be able to gain a clear memory and perfect control over it. Does Unsowol want to repay such invaluable skills and serve as her mentor's successor? If so, then that's a completely different story. The young man is completely ready to pay off all his debts to the masters. To do this, several important conditions must be met. Poon Si-hyun's heart yearns for revenge, and only Unsowol can carry out this revenge. On that fateful day, the warlike gatekeeper was brutally attacked. The robbers cut off both of the unfortunate man's hands and left him to die in complete solitude. Unsowol must find and punish the infidels. Another condition is that all attack techniques must be studied at the highest level and used for a specific purpose. The guy must kill his mentor with his own technique. This condition made Unsowol's blood run cold. Mentor Poon Si-hyun seems to have no idea what the problem is. The time has come to start paying the bills. Now everything falls on the shoulders of the receiver. He must not let us down. He is obliged to take on this burden with dignity and not break under its weight. Unsowol must live up to all the expectations placed on him. Now a good boy, he is now preparing to take the life of his dear mentor. Life is just waiting for the moment to trample the weak. So you can't leave any vulnerable spots in yourself. One day, a good soul will be able to reach the most powerful force. Unsowol must fulfill the master's last will. For their sake, he has to do this. Unsowol is a wonderful guy. Each of the masters has something to thank him for. All of them, like stars in the sky, were able to give meaning to Poon Si-hyun's life. We need to put an end to all this and go to eternal rest. This blow should free the mentor from all the disappointments and hardships of the life of an exile. Finally, death will set him free too. All of Unsowol's mentors have left this world forever and irrevocably. It's time for the young man to leave Gimonshon. A new life has long been waiting for him. All the principles of the mentor's lives will become the main goals in Unsowol's life. All the teacher's enemies will suffer the most terrible punishment. Their sins will be cleansed by the blade. It's time to get acquainted with this distant outside world. It's time to visit old friends. Almost 10 years passed waiting for this scoundrel. But he also had a lot of work to do, so it can be considered that such a period was completely justified. After so many years, Unsowol seems to be setting out on a new journey. Where is he heading now? There is nothing more to do in the demon forest. It's time to leave this cursed place. But why did this guy think he could do it? While there is even the slightest chance, you need to try all possible options. Unsowol is still too young and naive, wasting his precious time on all sorts of stupid dreams. No one can spoil his determination now. Conclusions should be drawn only based on the results, and it is extremely stupid to make up conclusions in advance. A strange note of disappointment appeared on the beautiful girl's face. She had long since given up hope for anything. Something still holds the young hero back and prevents his soul from moving forward. No matter what terrible path he chooses, the talented Unsowol will always be welcome here. He does not renounce his home, but simply seeks the meaning of his life. As we move forward, we must always remember those who are waiting at home. After a long time of active searching, still nothing. Even the greatest confidence is easily destroyed by the lack of any results. How strange that could have happened here during this time. Will a magical beast be able to cope with a wall of such large dimensions? And what a strange crack has formed here. It is unlikely that this is the work of an ordinary person. There is some kind of wind blowing from there. Most likely there is a passage inside. It's so huge, it's clearly not a natural cave. Apparently, it should have collapsed long ago. Where did this man come from? Most likely he was a prisoner who was forcibly hidden. The fragile girl was bound with massive chains. Who needed to lock her here and leave her to die such a terrible death? Those who do not obey are most often brutally killed. But this lady's face has taken on an inhuman appearance. This monster is going to get out of here through deception. It seems she is ready to tell any lie for the sake of liberation. This is too powerful a chain for an ordinary fragile woman. She's apparently not telling the whole story in her sad story. The woman doesn't know why the reinforced shackles were used. She wants to be freed as soon as possible. Does the lady even know where she is? She was dragged here by force. The demon forest is home to many strange, dangerous creatures, where devils appear in human form. The captive pretends not to understand anything, and asks to be freed from the chains and locks. Does she know about the shadow orchid plant, whose scent the devils cannot stand? The hero holds in his hands the concentrated essence of this flower. He had never seen with his own eyes how this product worked. Is it true that dark creatures avoid him? Suddenly, the captive's appearance changed and she began to scream, demanding that the essence be removed. Soon she began to beg for the test tube to be closed. Soval was about to leave, but the creature promised that it would not touch him. He just needed to free it from its bonds. Isn't she cheating? She will definitely do whatever the guy wants. Being in chains for 200 years was too hard to miss the opportunity to be free. Maybe your interlocutor isn't lying, but you need to make sure that you can find a common language with her. The hero is interested in information about the location of the ancient dragon. If he manages to find it, Soval will rescue the creature. It is strange that a man is looking for an ancient creature. He understands that he will not survive the fight, but he still wants to know where the dragon lives. The captive claims that she knows about the demon's abode. If you tell the young man, he will run away without deigning to return. However, no one can guarantee that she will not attack Soval. If so, then she won't say anything. There's no point in talking. Well, I definitely don't want to expose myself to danger out of the blue. Good luck staying here for another 100 years, at best. But the guy is going to return the wall to its original state. Wait, how does his conscience allow him to do this? Then let him tell us where to look for the dragon. The stranger is not in a position to dictate terms. If the guy enters the cave with the monster, he will definitely die, but she will remain here. The young ancient dragon is the same level as her, but now the demoness has lost some of her strength. What is the name of the presumptuous fool who is going to risk his life in a campaign against the monster? The guy doesn't intend to trust the first creature he comes across, so he introduces himself as Jo Jagan. She belongs to the Kitsune class, like all of her kind. If a man dares to deceive her, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Soval assures that he remembered this. Okay, the deal is in effect. She'll tell you where to look for the monster. The hero met the devil for the first time, and was lucky that she was in chains. You need to be even more careful. These places remain unexplored and dangerous. The villagers came to honor the dragon god. They brought 3 innocent maidens who want to serve the monster. They ask that you continue to take care of the settlement. The 2 girls are trembling with terror. They are forbidden to leave the altar until the monster descends here. It is Volyun's responsibility to keep an eye on the others. Mistakes must not be made, otherwise the dragon god will be angry with the village. The alchemist watches the scene from the sidelines, wondering if people will really be sacrificed. Most likely he found the right place. And the dragon god is that creature. Soval was here at the right time. Since the girls were brought to their death, the lizard should appear from the cave in front of them. But these are just guesses to be sure. We need to go on reconnaissance. Probably the victims themselves know who they are waiting for on the altar. The girl woke up, thinking that the dragon god had already grabbed her. It's very strange. It's different from what she's heard before. And he is extremely polite and treats her carefully. If this is the dragon god, then we can breathe a sigh of relief. Soval refutes her assumption he is not at all the one the maidens are waiting for. He introduced himself as an alchemist passing by and needed information. Does the young man realize that he is being rude by stealing the lady? There are a few things a guy would want to make sure of before he gets the lady back. The girl noticed the alchemist's companion. It was a boar from the Jade Gorge, and a transitional level 1 at that. It's likely that the stranger's skills are good enough, so it's best not to be rude. Let the hero ask what interests him. Is it true that the god they are waiting for the ritual is the ancient dragon? The interlocutor had never heard such a name before. This is a devil whose body is covered with scales like a snake and has 2 horns on his head. With a red chest, blue back, and white patterns on its neck, it is easy to recognize. She doubts it. She has never seen that creature in human form. So, the 3 maidens were not the only ones who were offered service. Of the living, only the chieftain observed him, and he said that the dragon god had saved the village. Sacrificing one's own people is not called protection, but the interlocutor is convinced that a few lives for the sake of the rest is a small price to pay. Soval managed to find out that the leader performs the ritual every 5 years. The masters said that the ancient creature was killed in a similar place. To be 100% sure, you need to see everything in person. First, he will have to accumulate energy. Otherwise, as the devil said, he will simply be crushed. From the moment the alchemist reached the 11th stage of spiritual rebirth, he began to sense the gate of spiritual energy. It's raining around them. The mentors explained that to overcome this, one will have to use not only mental strength, but also one's own character. Someone is coming. It is a long-haired man in dark clothes. Girls greet the dragon god. He knows that the alchemist must show up too. Sovol understood that his presence here was no secret, so strong that he was able to spot the Guigogan from a great distance. Damn, this is very dangerous. We need to get out of here. The further the better. As the captive warned, he is not good enough for the fight. The dragon told me to go out, but not to run away like a coward. Now there is no escape from the battle. No amount of agility will be enough. How dare this non-entity oppose him, but what is it? What a disgusting smell. Where does it come from? A nasty trail. You cocky bastard, come on, attack, stop dodging. There is no way to escape. Even the Shadow Orchid extract did not distract the enemy. The boar rises to the defense of his master, who only cowers in horror. What's happening to the pet? He took the full brunt of it. Damn, the animal's body is smoking, it's dead. The dragon instantly struck the man, and Sovol was unable to resist. The hero lost consciousness and fell like a stone straight to the ground. The bad smell has disappeared, and here is its source. What an interesting boy. Although weak and impudent, he has a couple of aces up his sleeve. Amazing magic. It's hard to believe that that boy filled the test tube with the scent of a shadow orchid. At first it was strange that a man was brought here, but now everything falls into place. The hero doesn't understand where he ended up. He was unconscious. Oh, you woke up, and you are a smart young man, since you are capable of making such things. The alchemist doesn't attach much importance to this. It's just a minor skill. There is no need to be nervous, because he was not killed. Therefore, he will be left alive. If the dragon is so interested in the method of obtaining the extract, then Sovol is ready to explain. The demonic creature is confident that the boy has many interesting skills. Perhaps he knows how to handle poisonous herbs. The prisoner admits that he has mastered the art of creating Dan pills, as well as poisonous substances. Great, then he will be given the job and his skills will be tested. If a slave deceives, his fate will be disastrous. The hero bowed and said that he understood everything. Should we trust the creation of poisons to a person, especially a stranger? He will have to work not on a simple solution, but on the poison of a lesser devil. The dragon himself will pour over the Dan pill, synthesized with the help of his uncle's Needon. What, did he really kill his own uncle? No, he died, and his skills were on a different level to challenge. So the ancient dragon died 50 years ago, that's news. In the cave mentioned by the first master, the mystical alchemist dealt with the dragon. The successor has an implacable rival for his uncle's inheritance, oh Chuck. It's a life or death struggle, and today is a day of shocking stories. That's why the red-haired devil came to ask for help. The herbs for the Dan pills take about 300 years to grow, so it needs Bitto. But if you use it, the life force of this plant will disappear, and it was very difficult to obtain. Taking such a pill means guaranteed defeat of the other heir. In exchange, he offers to take Chuka's Naden if he can be defeated. The interlocutor immediately agreed what a great gift could fall into his hands. It is necessary to survive until the battle with Ochuk. There is no other way. Now the dragon has everything he needed. He throws a bag to the man and demands that he drink its contents. This is a forbidden remedy. If the antidote is not taken within half a month, Sovol will die. After 3 days, itching will begin. A week later, hair will fall out. And after 10 days, muscles will atrophy. Thus, the dragon protected himself from the escape of the youth. He then gives him the instructions to create the lesser devil's poison. Suyeon will take the alchemist to the medicine room and keep a close eye on him. The hero is alarmed based on the description of the symptoms. He was given the insidious 5th poison. He feverishly tries to come up with solutions to the problem, hoping to synthesize an antidote in parallel with the poison. Sovol asks where the girl is from, by any chance from the village by the river. But she has one answer to all questions. What's the point of communicating with him if the slave is doomed to death anyway? This means that even if the guy does everything he is told, there is no freedom in sight. If he is not stupid, then he himself understands what outcome awaits him. Wow, what a huge warehouse of plants. There's enough here for everything poison, serum, and Dan pills. The security guard reminds that every action will be under close scrutiny. Don't do anything stupid. Sovol has already understood this, so he is not going to resort to tricks. It takes about 2 months to make the lesser devil's venom, and 1.5 months have already passed. The master must soon call the alchemist, and so it happened. The guy managed to finish the job last night. That is, ahead of schedule. Yes, it's already ready, how interesting. No matter how carefully you follow the instructions, production must last at least 2 months. Sovol mentioned his talent for preparing various medicines and poisons. Even if so, It will be necessary to check whether this was made possible by the prisoner's abilities. And then the hero realized that there was nothing good to expect. The poison whistled past Sovol's ear. The target was one of the maids. The hero is terrified by the dragon's cruelty and doesn't care about anyone but himself. This poison is not lethal, but the process of synthesis is tedious. His gaze is full of absolute malice. He mercilessly attacks his victim. One should reward the man with what he wants, but he replies that he has no right to demand payment. The demon continues to brutally beat the girl until death overtakes her. Sovol barely restrains himself from attacking the fiend of hell. He asks to return the bag of abundance to him. With familiar tools, the work will go faster. Soon the Dan pill will be completed, and then a whole year of accumulating energy will remain. The alchemist is tasked with continuing to prepare the poison. Along with him, a newcomer, Tang Wo Rong, will take over production and must learn everything. Sovol could not imagine that he would have a whole year of relative freedom. This is definitely the last chance to escape. We need to find a way out of this situation. Fortunately, the contents of the bag of plenty were untouched. Damn, if the guy's artifacts aren't of any interest to the water dragon, then what can you expect? Voron noticed how nervous the young man was acting and decided to approach him. So he's going to run, isn't he? She is familiar with Suyeon, who was assigned to the prisoner earlier, back in the village of Chugok. From her, Vorion learned that the alchemist was secretly hiding some of the plants while he was making another drug. The hero is only trying to resist the fate that has been imposed upon him. Everyone knows what the water dragon does to those who are no longer useful. For now, he is only alive because he is training one of the concubines. Sovol managed to create a Dan extract that would allow him to break through the heavenly gates. Moreover, he simultaneously prepared the perfect poison neutralizer. Vorion's face changed. She had heard correctly. He was able to cure the poisoning. The maids bowed respectfully before Suyeon. Then she heard a compliment behind her, appreciating her talent. It turned out that one of them was not Suyeon, but Sowol in her guise. The girl herself asked to meet secretly, so I had to resort to this skill. Voron told him everything. The guy couldn't meekly wait for his inevitable death. He would never have received the healing serum. The alchemist wonders why nothing was reported to the master. The reason is not important. It is better to remember the powerful dragon whirlwind at the exit from the cave, whether you have the strength to overcome it. Okay, there won't be any more unnecessary questions about how to bypass protection. Information will have to be extracted from one of the 8 faithful maids. The chances of luring any of them away are slim, but the antidote could tip the scales. Suyeon will try to arrange a meeting. You should be prepared for it. She doesn't need anything in payment for her help, but she must save Vorion from the fate of the servants. The day has come to meet one of the alchemists of the law of spiritual energy. Un Sowol, the very person Suyeon was talking about, came. Im Sojong was intrigued by the news of the prisoner's incarnation of the healing serum. Yes, he knows how to make a neutralizer for the 5th insidious poison. The lady immediately puts pressure on the hero, asking how one can trust a stranger. The risk is enormous. The lives of the concubines will be at stake. Sovol insists on the depth of his knowledge. He knows the formulas for these extracts and the production methods. The demon was pleased with the acceleration of poison production. This fact is in the hero's favor. But the current conversation is about something completely different. With nowhere to go, the situation is getting worse. The hero decided to go on the offensive. He approached the lady in order to be more convincing. Are all the subordinates confident of their master's victory over So Chuk? If you fail, there will be no one to get the antidote from. There was a silence, after which Sochon laughed loudly. He's no slouch. He understands perfectly well that they're all screwed. What he wants then, probably, is help to escape. It would be too reckless to take the direct path. The servants will end up in trouble. Sovol came up with the exact opposite option. He smiled slyly. He wouldn't be able to get out of the cave alive. The servant must kill him. The doors sparkled with energy from within, a powerful impulse opening them. A year passed. The dragon accumulated strength. It overflowed his body. So many months have passed. What is the situation now? That alchemist died. Why did they forget to give him medicine or something else? The slave was afraid that he would be considered useless when Vorion was learning how to prepare poison. He decided to run away, was sucked into a dragon's whirlwind, and died. Before that, he managed to prepare 10 pots of the remedy. The gentleman wants to know when the hero died. The fugitive's body was discovered yesterday. It was less of a problem. The demon was going to deal with him after training, and let them throw his body into the forest. Suyeon will humbly carry out the master's order. The beast caught the scent and crept closer, when the body suddenly came to life. And so, after a long time, Sovol escaped from captivity. The breathing arrest technique came in handy. The battle between the heirs is scheduled for a couple of weeks. There is no time to rest. First, we need to go in search of the cave that Ochuk has chosen. Hills covered with a layer of ash and solidified magma are a suitable place for the devil. Sojung spoke of something similar, the occupied residence of Gyohyun. There should also be a dragon whirlwind in front of the entrance. Having information about a trap, you should not hesitate in front of it. The runes have become active and vortices should appear among them. Fiery craters blocked further progress. It is possible to overcome the barrier by passing 7 active points, but this seems like a crazy idea. There is nothing left to do but rely on intuition and your vision, namely, to rush straight through the middle, where there is a narrow corridor. Sovol seized the moment and broke through the whirlwind. Although we managed to move forward, returning will be much more difficult. Chuka has practically no chance of winning, because his opponent has absorbed his uncle's Naden. Finding the moving circle is the current task before the demon arrives here. Sovol looked here and there, feeling the corners and sculptures. 2 days were wasted, no sign of a circle. The first master could have been fooled by lying about the portal's location. Life was hanging by a thread, but in the end, nothing happened. In anger, the hero threw the stone he came across as far away as possible. The stone plopped into the lava, but wait, there was a strange sound. The mass is emitting heat, but it still needs to be checked. It feels like a lake, not lava. The depth is unknown. The dagger has not yet reached the bottom. The weapon didn't melt, it just got wet, which means it wasn't lava in front of it. I'll have to check it out for myself. My hands are shaking with fear, but nothing terrible happened. The illusion of lava. But why would someone want to hide the reservoir? There's some kind of secret there. Nothing can be seen from the outside. The guy is forced to dive into the water. A deep lake with a rocky bottom. It was obvious that something valuable was being hidden. The teacher was right. The moving circle is real. The teleport will send him as far as the number of soul stones he has, but the hero doesn't know how far he needs to move. The most important thing now is to get out of the demon forest, even if it means taking more items than necessary. The stones are quickly losing their magic. They are gone. It is unclear how far the connection has been established. You still need to activate the circle, even at the cost of your own spiritual energy. He didn't expect such a large expenditure. His strength was leaving him. The alchemist is at his limit. He can't stand the exhaustion. The guy loses consciousness right in the water. The ring, touching the circle, became enveloped in magic. The teleport started working, but it is unknown whether it was late or on time. Sovol remembers losing consciousness after leaving the circle. He checked the heavenly gates. They slammed shut. Perhaps there weren't enough main forces, which is why covert forces were also used. His level dropped to the 5th stage of Dan. The first mentor warned that sometimes it could get worse. He doesn't remember at all how he ended up here. His attention was drawn to the man in the doorway. The bearded man came inside. The guy finally came to his senses. And what the stranger says is unclear. The bearded man also did not understand the young man's speech. He did not know the poor fellow's language. Both do not know what to do, since they do not know what the other person is talking about. Consequently, Sovol was transported to another country. 5 months passed. The hero had to collect equipment. He got ready immediately after being informed of the imminent departure. The alchemist mastered the Jining language in a couple of months. Changbo is amazed by his abilities. Why is there such a big escort? Where are they all going? The bearded man admonishingly informs that the elder is unwell, and his daughter intends to go to the market for herbs. Why go so far? It takes several days to get to Mount Wenshu. Why not look for a place closer? Here, Changbo begins to whisper that the Celestials themselves have taken a fancy to her. Although the man told the young man not to be surprised, the news sounds strange. Jagarian was tired. How much time was left until her destination? 2 more days of travel. The path is not short. I really don't want to be disappointed. Are there really celestial beings there? The guide assures that the merchants are low-level celestials, and even ordinary people can cooperate with them. He had been there a couple of times, even if only to look around, but he was sure that medicinal plants would be found. The elder's daughter asks Changbo if he has forgotten anything. Among them, the bearded man is the most knowledgeable about herbs. He needs to be careful. Something here seems unfamiliar. Sovol understands that these goods are unknown to Chan. They are at a loss as to what to do. Returning empty-handed is not encouraging. The girl pointed to one of the goods and asked the old man what it was for. The bearded man approached the alchemist and whispered that the matter was serious, since the lady herself was trying to establish contact. The seller determined from their appearance that the people in front of him were laymen. These are people who are not allowed to set foot on the path to immortality. Garen was tense, wondering if this could cause problems with the purchase. So, if the lady is here for the first time, then the elder will patiently answer all questions. People who want to get something come here, and traders also need some items. Virgo is looking for healing plants for an illness that is draining her vital energy. In this case, bitter ginseng will come in handy. It won't add energy, but it will support health. The medicines of laymen cannot compare with it in effectiveness. The elder liked Garian's sincerity and decided to give the root for 1 lower-level spiritual stone. She had never heard of anything like this. I hope the lady doesn't decide to make a scandal. How about gold bars? The girl is ready to pay more. No, I need a spiritual stone. I'm not interested in gold. The deal consists of exchanging items of value to each of the participants. If the item is of no use to the merchant, no amount of persuasion will help. The maiden's hopes were instantly dashed. She is annoyed. Changbo is worried that something bad might happen now. Several days are wasted. The girl is crying because nothing worked out. For 3 days, the retinue and the lady herself tried to somehow come to an agreement, but all to no avail. The hero was able to find out the prices and purchase several types of herbs. The master feels worse every day, and his condition worries his subjects. The guy tries to encourage his comrade. Their lord has done a lot of good. He will be able to get back on his feet. Yes, everything will be fine. It can't be otherwise. Meanwhile, a pair of alchemists were watching them from the bushes. If they had been attacked near the market, other celestials could have intervened. But here, no one would help them. There was some noise, and Changbo and Soval turned around. The cart is under attack. The guards are surrounded by a ring of fire, but no one is visible. They are attacked by celestials. They hover above the cart. One of the robbers urges not to worry. There is no need at all. People will be killed anyway, every single one of them. So what's the point of worrying if everything has already been decided? What does this mean? Why and for what purpose do they commit crimes? Zhu Garyong came outside and asked the villains not to cross the line. She will give up the gold and treasures. Oh, what an understanding girl and such a pretty face. However, the wealth is intended for the treatment of the father. If the alchemists help, they will be gifted with even more money. The bandits laughed, but she knows how to find the right words. But they have no interest in other people's problems if the treasures are practically in their hands. At first, they planned to kill everyone, but since this was the case, they would keep the lady as a concubine. Garyon is shocked and confused by the alchemist's absolute heartlessness. The guards are already looking death in the eye. There is nothing else left for them to do. Now the cards are in the hero's hands. He blocks the attack with one swing of his sword. Literally a moment later, he finds himself opposite the robber. The next second, the bandit was sent to the next world. The other criminal can't move, either from horror or from Soval's skill. The enemy falls on his face and admits defeat, asking for mercy. This will not happen. His mentors taught him to be ruthless towards villains. A few days after returning home, the young man was warmly welcomed at the palace. No need to be modest. The guy saved the servants and the girl herself. The hero is also very grateful that they picked him up unconscious and nursed him back to health. He is ready to repay in full the kindness shown to him. Soval will make every effort. Then the girl has one request. The father has trouble breathing and suffers at night. Local doctors don't even understand the cause. Before Garyon could finish speaking, the alchemist had already touched the elder's hand. Soval discovered a parasite in the patient's stomach, which usually lives in demons. The daughter is alarmed at how bad things are. The hero, while he was performing the manipulations, thought that some alchemist was to blame for the infection. Garen asked the guy not to overwork himself, but he had already finished. What, so quickly? Just touch the sufferer and that's it? Yes, now the patient will need 2 weeks for a full recovery. There was a demonic beetle in the master's body that sucked out nutrients. The girl no longer heard her father's nutritional advice. Tears began to flow from her eyes. All she can do at this moment is bow low before her savior, her gratitude sincere. No, it's not worth such honors. Any alchemist would easily cure the master. Fate brought her face to face with her savior, and she doesn't know how to put into words everything she feels now. Soval repaid the debt in full, but an alchemist should not refuse if he is offered help. When the young man agreed, Garyon felt relieved and happy. Phew, when Soval gets out of the room, a whole year has passed. He warned that he would remain locked up for a while, but that so many months of not going outside was already too much. Then the door opened, and a familiar voice was heard. He finally showed up, because the lady and her father were getting on my nerves with their questions. The alchemist hopes that nothing serious has happened over the past year. Changbo was tormented with requests to bring Soval to the New Year celebration. The festival is on a grand scale, and the host has come to his senses, as if he were planning something grand. Large-scale events, a feast for the whole world, a lot of people, how can you miss that? The eve of the holiday arrived, and a large fireworks display was arranged in the city. The hero was invited directly to Garyon and her father. He noticed a servant who exuded an air of entry-level Dan. The suspicious guy clearly didn't come to see the fireworks. What is his purpose? Why did he come to the estate? We must be on our guard. The elder turned towards the hero, thanking him for the cure. But he disappeared into thin air, and in the meantime a guest arrived. He brought ginseng, which should help the leader recover from his illness. This is Master Go. The gentleman is glad that his condition is being taken care of, and that they are trying to help. With him arrived a student of Qin Daban, who proved himself to be a skilled healer. The young man was very surprised when he did not find the parasite in the elder's body, but he did not show it. Now everything is fine. There is no trace of illness. The alchemist will go to admire the festivities. Sovol used his stealth skill, observing everything from the side. The father wants to rest. It's better not to overwork himself for now. He asks his daughter to look after everything. The past seems hazy, as if that time was a dream. Mr. Changwon's reaction is instantaneous. Who dared to enter here? Disappointment awaited him. This was the same student of Daebon. It's strange. The leader isn't surprised to see an alchemist in front of him. Did he really have to meet another celestial being? Yes, fate was kind enough to meet one of them. The old man was simply lucky that they had a rather skilled alchemist. By the way, he stayed in the estate, so he will get even with whoever commits the crime. It doesn't matter. This is no reason to stop. The murder will be quiet and without a trace. Imagine Changwon's surprise when he saw a blade appear out of nowhere. The hero knocked the flute out of the bandit's hands and put his sword to his throat. So, in front of him is the alchemist who rid the elder of the parasite. Sovol apologizes for setting up an ambush in the room without permission. If the enemy answers the question of why the leader should be eliminated, he will not touch the killer. This is the order of the late master, who decided to take the Wang clan under his wing. An interesting story, the deceased man did not lose touch with the mortal world. Wang Guan wants to lead Liji County, which requires eliminating the current ruler. If the master is so great, then it is necessary to know his name. Isn't it the hero's duty to introduce himself first, as the code of honor dictates? The enemy's mentor is named Wang Tail. He belongs to the blacksmith clan. Sowol will only put away the sword if the alchemist promises not to kill Changwon. He wants to stop him, even knowing that this is the order of the mentor. Is it worth it to strain himself because of a layman? Jubyong agreed to this deal. It was useless to resist a rather powerful alchemist. It was a vile act. He was just waiting for the weapon to be taken away from him. The fire talisman couldn't penetrate the defense. The suspicious guy can't be trusted. Reflect such magic, and the shield deserves to be called an excellent thing. Things are getting hot. The consequences for the one who broke the promise will be irreparable. Jubyong bombards the hero with every magic he has in his arsenal. The shield holds back the onslaught, and the sword of prayer is ready to aim at the target. The blade of desire is also in the right position. The enemy is surrounded. The technique directs swords from both sides simultaneously. Jubyong takes out his trump card, the Spirit Bear, which is obliged to repel the attack. Oh, a bag of plenty. That's exactly what the hero really needed. The swords instantly pierce the beast without encountering a shred of resistance. The enemy frantically takes out another talisman, and Sovol is already behind him. How dare this scoundrel, he thinks so highly of himself. The fight is over. We need to make sure the boss isn't hit. It's better to call a servant you can trust. Let him clean everything up. Unnecessary rumors will harm your reputation. The one who accompanied Ding does not belong to the Wang clan. You can just talk to him. Now all Changwon can do is trust the young man. Sowol is planning to leave. Let Lady Ju convey her greetings. He arrived at Mount Wenshu. How many alchemists there are here? His acquaintances, So Vi and his sister So Jizeon, approached him. The young man remembers them, and now fate has brought them together again in the same place. A year ago, he came here for the first time as part of the mistress's retinue. At that time, he was interested in information, as well as materials for improving the Sword of Prayer. I should have taken advantage of the moment and sold a couple of things to get soul stones. Interesting artifacts, and the seller has reached a high level in his years. There is someone who wants to buy both items, but first they need to be examined. He won't cheat you with money, that's what he promises. Sovol came again to sell unnecessary equipment. Why not show them the artifacts? Maybe this time the guy brought something interesting. In the past, everything went well. The hero agrees to demonstrate the product. Flower flute made of jasper. Wow, it looks like there's a lot of energy concentrated inside. My brother has no ear for music, so why does he need a musical instrument? Can Geisen release a demonic creature to test? It is tamed until it follows an order. It does not attack. Everything is under control. Sovol nodded his head affirmatively, curious to know who she had trained. A transitional beast, a slaying black panther. The melody interested the animal, and it approached the girl. The flower flute tames demonic beasts, and Maiden So's talent enhances the effect. The sister is happy. Well, does the hero agree to sell the flute? The artifact is worth about 5 transition-level stones. They are willing to pay 7 if the deal goes through right now. There is no need to bargain. Once everything is settled, the item goes to them. Could they please tell us about the clans of Jining Country? There are 3 official communities and 3 occult ones. The hero had only heard of a clan of blacksmiths, whose leader had a significant reputation. Wang Tail took advantage of the war between the unions to kill weak alchemists for the pouches. Sovol thinks that the news of the death of one of his henchmen will provoke the blacksmiths to retaliate. If the guy decides to join them, his current acquaintances will become enemies. The wandering alchemist is only interested. He does not plan to join anyone. So Vi is happy to hear this. but his sister wants to ask him a favor. They were going to catch the demonic beast. Could the hero help? The Lord Cat has a high level and follows scents. It is very difficult to catch the specimen, but it has a very keen sense of smell, which will help in finding herbs. The hero had never heard of such a creature before. The plan has already been thought out, but what role is prepared for Sovol? If the creature dares to attack, the assistant will have to draw attention to himself. They are there, and then the search for the cat in the middle of the snowy lands begins. The cat prefers to climb to the tops of trees, so Vi throws out flags. They act as a trap. Geisen also took the necessary equipment. She chose an item of the highest quality, some kind of fruit. The brother fears that the aromas from the three alchemists will scare off the target. Sovol managed to warn that the cat was already here. Geisen summoned a magical net from the talisman, into which the beast that had rushed at the people ended up. The demonic creature found itself inside a spherical cage. Catch it quickly, otherwise it will slip away before you can blink. The hero felt like a spectator at someone else's hunt. A bunch of talismans didn't work. The beast is much stronger than it seemed in theory. So Vi is shocked. How could they have spent so much money on magical items? Didn't they consider this possibility when they were developing their hunting tactics? The barrier cracks, the hole gets bigger and bigger, the cat has already stuck its muzzle out. How great is the internal energy of the creature? Now it's Sovol's turn. Part of the dome is destroyed, the next target is people. The hero's shield proved to be a reliable defense against the flow of magic. It's time to counterattack. The delicate jade staff comes into play. The flash above the beast made him close his eyes, which the brother and sister immediately took advantage of. The cat is immobilized and then pulled into the bag of plenty. The girl is in a hurry and will thank you at our next meeting. There are only a few days to tame the strange creature. If it fails, it will commit suicide. Seo V and Seogi Seong thought for a long time about how to deal with him, but only with the appearance of the flower flute did they gain confidence. Sovol's help came in handy, and here's the reward. Brother also needs to hurry. Training will not be easy. He invites the hero to their estate if he has free time. Sovol is surprised by how much the So family is busy with, and whether his presence was really necessary. The guy is not bothered by the fact that everything around is covered in snow. He decided to look for medicinal plants. He was tired. 2 days of searching had gone nowhere. Nothing had caught his eye. The alchemist began to envy the couple who had an animal that could smell. Ahead, he saw a cave where the fog was gathering. From the outside, it seemed quite spacious inside. After crawling a few meters, the young man heard someone's drawn-out meow. So the cat has a cub, and I remembered the boar that was killed by the dragon. The kitten hisses, frightened by the man, but he has a fruit in reserve, which was a reward. It has a pleasant aroma. I need to check what it is. The hero is touched by the sight of a small, defenseless creature trying to bite through the thick skin. He took and divided the fruit in half. The little animal rushed to eat. Who knows how long he had been without food. Sovol remembers the instructions of the second teacher when taming wild animals. One must feed them with the energy of the same attribute. As soon as the fruit was finished, the creature jumped up and began hissing again. Well, it won't be easy. We'll have to resort to another path. Cover yourself in kitten excrement to get closer, at least in terms of smell. The guy is ready to wait until the creature's patience runs out, and it will have to come to terms with its new fate. He realized that the beast would not jump into the bag of plenty. You'll have to get in there later, but for now you can stay in the bosom. Ms. Ju is sincerely glad that Sovol has finally shown up after a long absence. Nothing serious happened during this period. Even Master Guo did not react in any way when he saw the dead alchemist. Her peace was disturbed while he was gone. He had a good reason to stay late. The girl ran inside to prepare a change of clothes for him. Inside the building, a guy was trying to give a treat to a cat. It turned out that he was not so easy to tame. The cat tried to attack him, but he blocked the blow. What's more important is that now, with low-ranking grass, it will be much more difficult for him to increase his strength. The boy noticed the cat's paw reaching for the herbs. He said that he would get a slap on the wrist, and for his playfulness, the cat finally received the name Wan Wan. He was very happy after the main character suggested that they take a walk to another city. The guy jumped off the roof right in front of the guards. But he didn't forget to introduce himself and said that he had come to see the master. Young master. So Vi was really looking forward to his arrival. The boys walked on, talking among themselves. The main character wonders what happened to the beast. A sad, So Vi thought that it would be better if they just gave up and let him go. He suggested continuing their conversation inside the house. And yet, Wan Wan's mother died, and the protagonist must hide his existence to avoid causing envy. Sitting at the table, So Vi expressed his desire to propose something. The boy asked if he had heard about the great land of the fertile spirit. After such a question, the main character thought that even the demon forest is dangerous. He never wanted to look for this land. The young master's family owns the land of the lonely spirit. They own it together with several large families. And now they are looking for a capable alchemist, because it opens once every 10 years, and that moment will come soon. We need someone who has moving artifacts, and someone who is superior in level to ordinary alchemists. In his opinion, the main character is perfect. Once there, the protagonist noticed many alchemists in the stage of heavenly birth. After a month, the entrance will be sealed, and those remaining inside will remain there until the entrance is reopened. If they come out later than 10 years, then all the herbs will be confiscated. The main character decided to hurry. His friends warned him about some things, and they wished each other luck. And now the seal is removed and the entrance is open. Many alchemists rushed to their feet. The guy thought that the others had dispersed to other places, and therefore everything was fine. He called Wanwan by name and he peeked out from under his clothes. If he could find the medicinal herbs, he would get his favorite fruits. The little animal suddenly concentrated, and from its reaction it became clear that there were medicinal herbs nearby. Perhaps there is a denser spiritual energy there, and herbs are visible everywhere. The protagonist decided to collect this herb, because later he could exchange it with other alchemists for soul stones. Afterwards, he went for the main thing, for the enticing and trembling grass in the marshy area. Suddenly the guys felt something. A whole swarm of bees flew towards them. It turns out that another alchemist used them, and now he is trying to burn them. The guy, hiding in the bushes, noted that due to the denser spiritual energy, there were many rare demonic beasts there. Apparently the animals attacked when he was trying to pick the enticing grass. He decided to take the grass while the man was fighting, because this grass did not yet belong to anyone. Someone jumped out from behind the bushes and apologized. This man turned out to be another alchemist who was trying to steal the herb. A monster emerges from the mud with the intention of devouring the thief. And then the guy flies back from the shockwave, and his hand remains in the monster's mouth. It was a high-level demonic beast called the swamp crocodile. Perhaps the alchemist who arrived first managed to sense it. The monster is getting closer and closer to its victim. The man didn't expect to run into a high-level beast. He's not that capable, so he ran away as soon as things got tough. But the main character knows the weakness of the swamp crocodile. Noticing him, the monster, with a predatory look, ran to meet him. He quickly jumped back, because a marsh crocodile slows down significantly outside the swamp. The monster's movements were varied, and the guy went on the attack. And now the main character's first attack is ready. Using one of his techniques, he pierced his throat. This victory turned out to be too easy for him. Monster skin is pretty good material, but butchering it takes a long time, and staying in one place is too dangerous. Wanwan wasted no time attacking the grass while the protagonist was chatting to himself. The cat was caught before it could reach its goal. The main character began to scold the cat for his misdeed. The guy said that it was definitely time for him to get into the bag of plenty, which scared the little animal. He sighed heavily and began to miss the jade boar. He noticed a fruit tree right in front of him. Jumping off the sword, he thought that Wanwan was probably already hungry. The demonic beast will become much stronger if it eats the healing herb. He just felt someone's spiritual energy. First of all, he needs to leave this area as soon as possible. The old alchemist pursuing him ordered him to stop. It was the alchemist at the stage of the law of spiritual energy whom he met at the entrance. In any case, there is no trace of good intentions there. Unsowol introduced himself and asked if he had any business with him. The man asked if he was by any chance a wandering alchemist. The protagonist confirmed what was said. According to the man, there are a lot of problems. Because of it, he will harvest less for the first time in 10 years. Having released his energy, he shouted that he had decided to reduce the number of participants. Since his opponent was strong, there was no point in saving his strength. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance, and the man called it amazing. But even so, his skills don't measure up to him. The guy managed to block the blow with one of his artifacts. Unsowol immediately decided to attack, but the man managed to dodge. The man activated the shield and blocked many powerful blows. He turned out to be more skilled than his opponent expected. And then the smoke bomb came into play. No one could have known that the barrier at this level was so strong. No smoke can interfere with a man's sense of chi. If someone like the main character harbors a grudge for today's incident, it could reflect poorly on the enemy in the future. For his own peace of mind, he will have to kill him. He punched the smoke, trying to find the guy. He just waited for the man to lose his guard and come closer. His tricks didn't work because of his opponent's shield. The guy managed to react and decided to hit with the sword fragments. It was the best solution he could have come up with. The blow confused the enemy, but this only made him angry. A fair-haired man stood between them. It turned out to be Taoist Quen-O. He smiled because he managed to stop Bom Chuk, who loudly asked what he was doing there. His ears were already hurting from the man's loud voice. Quen-O asked if he didn't have the right to be here. The interlocutor asked a counter-question had he really been here since he set foot on this land 40 years ago. He said that he didn't think that anyone cared about his well-being, and that it was time for him to stop bullying the younger one and disappear. If he doesn't leave, the man will interpret this as a desire to measure strength. If he were on the same level as Bombchak, he would definitely give him hell. But he had to run away like a coward. Exhaling with a smile on his face, Queno said that he would like to warm up once in a fight. The protagonist thanked him and said that he would repay him for this service later. The man refused, as it was not such a big deal, but he offered him to fulfill his promise right now. The protagonist asked if there was anything he would like from him. The savior said that, to be more precise, it was not from him. He needs help from the cat hidden under his clothes. The logical chain was complete, which meant he needed the guy's pet. He noticed that the main character's collar was completely covered in wool, and it was hard not to notice. He was happy to help him and even found out what family he was from. The main character asked if he came from the same family. His judgment proved correct. He stayed there to catch a giant ancient turtle. There's a lot of spiritual energy here, so getting materials is easy as pie. It turns out that the words about those who did not leave the land on time having all their herbs taken away turned out to be a lie. There was no problem with this, because you could just make a pill there, swallow it, and go out. The guys have already arrived at the right place. From there, the giant turtle's domain begins. The man decided to start from the top of one of the mountains. The guy suggested looking for a cave near the groundwater, since that's where they nest. The boy's new mentor didn't know about this. He became very upset and started hitting the ground with his fist. The little animal pointed to a place directly below them. It looks like the giant tortoise's habitat has been found. The main character activated one of his skills. There was no need for excessive modesty. The man clearly understood that he had been taught by a capable master. Besides, his cat didn't lead them thoughtlessly, and they came to the right place. The mentor quickly jumped down, leaving the protagonist alone. At this point, his role was over. Looking down, the guy said that he definitely does whatever he wants. He told Wanwan to get into the bag because it was very dangerous ahead. The boy still followed the man. Looks like they woke up the turtle, and suddenly a giant monster appeared right in front of them. The mentor was happy because they finally met. The boys dodged the turtle's kick. She turned out to be a real pain, just as they said she would be. The axe and pickaxe hit her right in the neck, but the weapon only scratched her slightly. If that's the case, then they'll have to use a higher level artifact. With the help of the Black Treasury, he intends to pierce her vaunted shell. The blow was aimed straight at her head. The protagonist thought that the average level of spiritual energy seemed to be very strong. The giant ancient turtle was defeated with one blow. It turned out that this was not the end, and the turtle had already regained its strength. The mentor thought that she had decided to run away, but the protagonist had a different opinion. The spiritual barrier began to melt. The man had to do something urgently. The protagonist thought that in this case he could be useful. Queno told him not to interfere unless he wanted to lose his life. The guy continued to concentrate his power. The mentor was surprised by such mastery of the wind. Smoke began to fall and the boys saw the enemy again. The main character put the fog into a bottle. Now the man will be able to reach the turtle, because the annoying smoke has disappeared. A guy tries to block a turtle's tail attack, but his shield breaks and he flies back. The turtle seemed to think he was more dangerous than his mentor. Suddenly the man jumps so high that he is above the turtle's head, his weapon behind his back, ready to counterattack. The water hit the unconscious protagonist in the face. The man sitting next to him asks if he will live. He screamed in surprise, and if he had the energy to scream, he would live. Turning his attention to his stomach, he realized that the mentor had bandaged his wounds. He told him not to think that he now owed him his life, because without him he himself would not have managed. Following his mentor's gaze, the boy realized that they had finally won, but he still thanked him for saving him again. They helped each other and don't owe each other anything else. The guy asked how much time had passed. He was afraid he wouldn't have time to get out. He was lucky, and only 2 days had passed since he fell. The armor and shield were damaged, but they managed to save his life. The mentor noticed that the guy was very talented, but the most amazing thing is his character. If Queno hadn't dealt with the giant turtle, he himself might have lost his life, so it goes without saying. Taking the boy by the arm, he laughed and said that in any case he was an amazing and interesting guy. The man promised to give him a couple of excellent pills. Half a month passed, and the day of closing the land of the lonely spirit arrived. The guys were worried, because only 5 out of 11 had come out so far. They hoped that nothing happened to them. Unseowal noticed them. Coming closer, the guys greeted each other. He saw that they too had returned safe and sound. Thanks to them, the guy got a lot of materials, and they invited him to go with them again later. The man who had once attacked the protagonist watched them from above. He thought that Unseowal was lucky this time. The next time they met, the guy promised himself that he wouldn't let him get the better of him so easily. The main character remembered how he lost to the giant turtle. He miraculously managed to survive. If it weren't for his mentor, he would have left this world long ago. Without strength, nothing can be subjugated to one's will, and he can no longer continue like this. With 4 killing pills, he should break through to the level above the previous one. He will have to do this to avoid being defeated again. This time he will have to break through the gates of spiritual energy. The guy says goodbye to the girl, and he will return as soon as he prepares for a possible attack. He said that she should not worry in vain, and that she could consider it payment for saving him. Unsowol added that he would not be very far away, and that if anything happened he would rush over immediately. Having soared into the sky, he left the girl alone. She thought that he was, after all, a very sympathetic person. She hopes that everything he has planned will come true. The main character landed at the entrance to the cave. Even if an alchemist attacks them, he will be able to intervene from this distance. Although the shield and sword were destroyed, they were already useless at his level and required improvement. It was time for him to make a new artifact. He received a lot of materials thanks to his mentor, and now he will be able to make a good artifact. And yet, remembering Queno, the guy notes that he is a peculiar person. The sword and shield were filled with power, and the material lying nearby began to glow purple. This will take a long time. Finally, he needs to improve himself. This was very difficult for him, because even one pill contains amazing energy. As a result, he perfectly mastered the heavenly birth and restored his level. As the mentor said, it is much easier to regain the level once achieved. The guy decides to take the remaining pills at once. He concentrated on breaking through the gates of spiritual energy. Behind him stood copies of himself. One wave of the hand, and they are all already running towards their intended target. The gates didn't move even a millimeter, but the masters told him what to do to achieve a breakthrough. Someone punched him in the head. It turned out to be the 4th master, and he told him again that the quality of spiritual energy is also very important. The mentors began to mock him, because he had received a beating from empty-headed people, and now, being just as empty-headed, he was rushing to make a breakthrough. The alchemist must first find peace of mind. As they disappeared, they repeated that they believed he could overcome everything. In fact, it was the protagonist's imagination. He imagined how the masters would reproach him. The guy decided to use the energy of the pills to improve the quality. He added the sharpness of the gold qi, and the clones turned into iron. Cooled the spiritual power of water qi. Wood qi, fire qi, and earth qi accompanied each other, strengthening and enhancing each other. The protagonist focused on the sharpness of the gold qi and the density of the water qi. The clones gathered together and the gate cracked. A wonderful landscape opened up before him, a bright sun, pink clouds, and a broken gate. The man nervously taps the armrest of his chair. The servant reports that there is a high probability that Zhubyong is dead. The elder of the blacksmith clan asked what he had been entrusted with. It turned out that he went to Lijier to eliminate the county governor. He heard that an important guest had visited their estate, and apparently he was an alchemist. To eliminate it silently, you need to have at least an average level of heavenly birth. He died because of the man's family's business, so he has to deal with it himself. The man wants to personally eliminate the bastard who dared to stand in his way. Now, the main character, having risen to a new level, has acquired suitable equipment. The guy thought with a serious expression that he couldn't shirk training. Leaving the room, he asked the people standing in front of the door what brought them there. The man concluded that the one who had already died at the hands of the alchemist, who had barely reached the middle of his heavenly birth, had also shied away from training. If Unsowol's guess is correct, then he is the elder of the blacksmith clan. Having finished with the introductions, the man decided to get down to business. As the elder, he decided to give him the first blow. The main character got out many of his artifacts. The man noted that the artifacts were no good to him, and that he would find a use for them after his death. The spiritual barrier will not let through any attack from such an alchemist. The protagonist was very surprised that he would give in to a blow on which his life might depend. He stopped the protagonist's attack and said that his tricks were nothing more than smoke and mirrors. He soon realized that this was a diversionary tactic. It was too obvious a plan. The main character said that his words could come back to haunt him. His trick turned out to be a spiritual barrier. Not just the barrier, but the spiritual power also dissipated. Seeing his teacher, the boy understood why he was so weak in battle. The man's body was pierced by a long sword. Unsowol disappeared after being hit by an enemy. Still, the effect of the ancient turtle's spiritual energy is simply incredible. He won't let him even move until the very end. A strong wind enveloped the enemy, and he did not understand what had happened. Even if the master is not able to, then apparently the alchemist has overcome the stage of heavenly birth. He is not only at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, but also a skilled craftsman. Suddenly the guy started threatening the remaining person. Out of fear, he stood up in a pose for a deep bow. Begging for mercy, the boy said he had done nothing. If you need any information, he has no equal. He agrees to whatever he wants, if he spares him. Unsowol agreed to spare one life. The guy stretched out his hand and ordered him to swallow the black pill. It was a medicine that would stop him from doing anything stupid. He only gave him a chance, but he can still easily take his life with him. With his abilities, it would be easier to kill the guy outright than to finish him off with poisoning. This poison was not that strong. The enemy's spiritual power is dissipated. At this time, the main character was examining the Elder's artifacts. Opening one of them on him, green steam was released. The boy covered his face with his hand and explained that this was a vessel of salvation, and that if it was opened incorrectly, it would release a deadly poison. For an alchemist, he has no sense of self-preservation at all. He wondered what would happen to his antidote in that case. And then the realization came. He began to grieve and scream that he should not have died. The main character did not die and said that the level of poison there was not high. He told the guy to gather everything and follow him. And at the same time, he should tell you how to open it. The man sitting on the porch with a broom sighs bitterly. Now he can make lower-level talismans. It was time for him to go to the clan of blacksmiths. Right now, the teacher has disappeared. The man said that one must be at the 7th stage of development in order not to arouse suspicion. The guy demonstrated his skill and asked if it was level 7. It's no wonder the teacher lost, because the main character is very good at hiding his strength. They set off on their journey together. The newcomers were met by Elder Gedja. Their presence here means that their abilities have been recognized. Once they join a clan, they can forget about fun and relaxation. From this moment on, they occupy the bottom place of the students. It all depends directly on them to improve their abilities. The assignments will be distributed in turn. One of them recognized Unsowol. He would like to grow medicinal herbs. Sending him to the field won't be a problem. The guy asked the main character to put in a good word for him. They planted the grass at a large distance to visually increase the amount of harvest. From all sides, he feels the energy of only one person. Opening the door, the guy saw the owner of the fields. Unsowol immediately introduced himself. When he asked where he should start, he didn't receive a specific answer. It looks like the guy figured out his hiding technique. It seemed to him that the old man recognized him, but he only said that he was very handsome. They haven't had such smart ones for a long time. Even though he may have a good appearance, he will be useless if he can't do his job. Besides him, there are 2 more elders. They will see each other in 3 days. The guy was already sitting at the table with the notebook he had been given. He learned everything, and it was time to start the main actions. Looking out the window, the guy assessed the situation. The transformation into an already killed person was successful. Unsowol thanked the boy he spared for helping him with the disguise. It can be said that they have already achieved their goal, but they had some kind of problem. The elder is personally summoned by the head, and now the time has come for the audience. Pretending to be worried about the leader's health, the disguised Unsowol greeted him. He prepared his favorite liqueur. Holding the cup, he admitted that he was very worried and hoped for his speedy return. Zhang Dongbu was supposed to report to him everything that happened, but apparently something urgent happened. It couldn't have happened any other way, since he disappeared before such an important event. Apparently the leader and the elder only spoke about this in private. Well, there is no point in accusing him of anything anymore. The main thing is that he returned on time. In his absence, preparations proceeded slowly. Unsowol was curious about what kind of preparation this was. He said that even if half of them lost their lives, there would still be young people among them with a strong desire to live. The protagonist soon realized what this grand event was. A real war is coming. This war will be very different from the others. They saw how the head of the family, So, and the elders fell into a trap, and eventually realized what was coming. The situation will be resolved in their favor. Apparently because of this, the So family did not have enough people to go to the land of the small spirit. The chief blacksmith's fears were great when he stopped appearing. The main character had to apologize for this. But it was time for him to go. He wanted to look into the Treasury of Glory to make the final preparations. A bloody storm will soon hit Yangzhou. Judging by what has been said, almost all the ruling clans and families will clash with each other. It doesn't concern him in any way, and let everything take its course. And now he has reached the Treasury of Glory. There was strict security around the entire perimeter. He ordered them to open the treasury, and they obeyed. 4 people began to open the treasury. To simply open it, you need 4 alchemists of the level of the law of spiritual energy. A boy should follow a man and step only where he steps. They have already passed at least 2 pavilions. He knows how to open the door, so the man left him. In fact, the main character didn't know how to do this. It seems his companion suspected something. If he reveals his identity, he will have to break through 4 alchemists using the law of spiritual energy and come face to face with an entire clan. But soon the realization came of how to do this. The gates opened and the protagonist walked inside. With this, he covers his tracks in this world. He can already see what expression the leader would have on his face, and the owner of the field seemed to like him. The guy lay on the grass and thought about what skills he should master and hone. Suddenly someone came, but the owner had forbidden anyone to come there. Some guy started yelling at the main character because he was doing nothing. He was a disciple of a great clan. Unsoul apologized for not recognizing him and introduced himself. He will not show such negligence to others again. The boy noticed that ordinary students were not allowed to enter the field. He shouted that there was no place he couldn't get to. Well, since he didn't know, the guy will forgive him. Although Unsoul has been working in the fields for a long time, he has never seen his mentor. The student thought he was lucky to get a place in the fields, but it turned out that he was just an unfortunate guy who was forced to dig in the ground. The protagonist is actually quite happy with the life of a cultivator. If he sees his mentor's face, he will become much happier. The guy started laughing because Unsoul didn't know that she was the most beautiful girl in the entire clan. She is assigned to the fields, so all that remains is to secretly penetrate the fields. Unsoul noticed an inconsistency in his words, but he quickly reacted and asked him to keep his secret penetration a secret. His sister noticed him and started scolding him. The girl threatened to tell the boss everything. The student began to justify himself to her, using the main character. Unsoul greeted her. She didn't continue to scold them, but only warned them not to create problems. The mentor thanked the student for guiding the lost newcomer. The guy blushed and smiled. In the end, this funny senior will cause him inconvenience. The girl told him to come to him from tomorrow to learn how to work in the field. The main character left, leaving her alone. Suddenly, she stopped him and asked who he was. She wondered why he was hiding his abilities. He replied that he didn't understand what we were talking about. It doesn't seem like he's not particularly smart. She didn't understand why such a powerful alchemist had entered the fields. He just wanted to progress in his training in such a quiet place. The girl ordered him to give at least one reason why she should not kill him. He reproached her in response for hiding her powers. The mentor shouted that she was hiding her level so as not to complicate the situation. The guy can say the same thing about himself. She got mad and decided to keep an eye on him personally. And if there is even a hint of suspicion, she will tear his body to pieces. The main character decided to obey her. She seems like a good person. There were a lot of soul stones in the bag. The manuscripts contained someone's secret teaching. One of them contained some rather curious art, and then a clone began to appear from his energy. He created his copy by spending just a little bit of his soul power. The double also had its downsides. He came up with a way to better manage it. This is perfect for someone who has mastered Icebreak. And then the main character felt something was wrong. It looks like Sister Mock is tracking his energy again. At this rate, he won't be able to do anything. When the guy came to her house, he saw her in a completely different guise. He finally understood why that student was chasing after her. The protagonist said he wanted to practice, but she told him to do whatever he wanted. He plans to use a sword technique that might interfere with the teacher. The girl asked what kind of technique he wanted to use. The guy decided that it was better to warn her, since she was suspicious of him. There's nothing to be done, but she has a condition. She will be watching this training. If he refuses, the mentor will not give permission. The girl stung him with a caustic expression. In any case, this sword technique cannot be repeated without Icebreak. He allowed her to watch him practice. But the power of technology is too great, and she needs to be careful. And now 2 swords were already flying forward. The guy changed the second technique immediately after the first. The tree was cut down. It was truly incredible. The main character used another of his techniques. Finally, the mid-level formation was used. The tree cracked and split into 3 pieces. He spent the spiritual power according to his measure, and got an excellent effect. The girl envied his skill. He began to apologize for blinding his sister's eyes with his insignificant abilities. But now she understands why he was so eager to train. He can't relax and let this technique fade into oblivion. He locked himself in his room for the whole month. She tried to repeat his technique, but it didn't work. When the guy went somewhere, the mentor jumped out from behind the door and asked if he was going to training. This time he had different plans. The girl even decided to watch him then, and he was only happy. She wondered why he had such a reaction. And then 2 identical people appeared in front of her, and they asked her to guess which one of them was real. She guessed right, but even if there are many clones, she will still recognize the real one. Time after time, the girl always guessed correctly. His technique was too crude, but the technique was very useful, and he decided to train more. And now he has already created 2 clones. It was useless anyway. She stopped him, and she suggested making a bet. Tom became curious about what would happen if she won. She said that she wanted to master that sword technique. Unfortunately, this was not possible, but she resisted, saying that 1 formation was enough for her. It can only be used after mastering another technique. She then asked him to teach her a technique that would be effective in attack. If he wins, the mentor will fulfill any of her requests. The teacher told him to ask for whatever he wanted, but he cannot transfer someone else's equipment without permission. He agreed. The sister was confident of her victory, and 3 clones promised to teach her the technique if she lost. If she makes a mistake even once out of 10 times, he will win. It was really simple. As he promised, he gave her one of his techniques. He was curious how she found the real one so quickly. She decided to take pity on him and give him 30 tries, but he refused. The technology had impressive power, and the guy will definitely challenge her again. Then she will fulfill 2 of his wishes, if he wins. 2 months later, the teacher still found Unsowol among the doubles. The guy reluctantly gave her another piece of equipment. He was sure that she had some kind of secret. The boys were working in the fields, and at that time they were deciding whether they would go and compete again that night. At this rate, the girl will leave him with nothing. Some guy ran up to them. He had a summons for Unsowol's student. The girl was curious why it was the one who was doing his job so well who received the summons. Internal conflicts are growing and becoming more serious, and they are already close to victory. The sister mentor and elder brother are freed from the war, but the main character will not be sent to the battlefield. Brother Un will be assigned to the encirclement and capture team. There was nothing to fear. The protagonist cannot refuse the assignment. He will go right now and get ready. The girl told him to come back safe and sound. The guys were moving in completely the wrong direction. Their family's only hope is land that has been prepared in advance in case of attack. They no longer had the strength to go further. The forest is dense, and if you behave quietly, everything will be fine. They had to endure the most terrible mourning. So many descendants of the great family fell at the hands of cruel killers. Traitors, they destroyed so many relatives, shying away from nothing. The trio hoped that they had at least gained some distance from their pursuers. All that can be asked for is the mercy of the one who looked after them in the past. But for Elder Baum they are scum. He does not know what pity is. Many are greedy for money, so what if the old man is not averse to accepting a bribe? A mountain of soul stones, tempting. But why would the enemy believe in such promises? The old man doesn't care. He wants to exterminate his family and drown everything in blood. So Vi demands that her sister and partner not interfere in the fight. Baum is sure he won't encounter any resistance. It's a mere trifle. A deafening roar from the explosion echoed throughout the area. Seo Vi feels the end is near before dying. He would like to make an offer to the traitor, but he doesn't want to listen. He's interested in eliminating the family as quickly as possible. The guy is ready to die, but his sister and Chun must live. Let the old man take all the stones. Once they tell him where the supplies are kept, he is ready to listen. Those two don't know the location. If they tell, all 3 will be killed. So Vi will tell you about the hiding place. But you need to get closer so that Gisung and Chun don't hear. There is no spiritual strength left for telepathy. He is wounded. He has nothing in his bosom. Why suspect him of a secret intent? Since the bag of abundance was thrown out, nothing sticks out of the clothes. It means that he is probably not lying. The guy waited for Baum to get closer so he could pull out his trump card. What did So Vi do? Some smoke coming out of his mouth? What is it for? The traitor cannot move, and his spiritual energy is also dissipated. Meanwhile, the fugitives are running away. Help is needed. The old man sent out a signal. We saw a flash. Its source was quite far away, maybe. Well, the distance is big. It's better to set up camp. It's already late. We should find a suitable clearing. Sovol understands that there is no time to waste. He can leave a double behind, so as not to cause a fuss. The sister runs with all her might, holding her brother on her back. Baum flies after them, having recovered from his paralysis. Fools. They are just a stone's throw away. They should have abandoned the young man. Maybe that way they would have been saved. There is a high ledge in front of them. There is nowhere else to run, practically a dead end. So Vi released that smoke not without consequences. He himself lost sensitivity, and will die without suffering. Jizun is furious. She doesn't care about death. She will curse the traitor forever. Baum is confident of victory. The victims are driven into a corner, so he doesn't care about anything else. He strives for immortality, to become closer to the saints. No curses will reach him. The girl wants only one thing, to see the enemy become a ghost. It will even be funny. Suddenly, some kind of energy flow hits the scythe. What the hell? The man's appearance surprised everyone without exception. The old man sees a stranger for the first time, and even at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. Where did this guy come from? It's someone else's fight. There's no point in meddling in the affairs of the Baum, Mu, and So families. While the pursuer was explaining that there was no place for strangers here, the alien was already communicating with the fugitives. You need to apply ointment to the wounds and take pills, so your spiritual strength will return to normal. Jisung doesn't understand who is in front of her, but there is no time to figure it out. He knows the So family, to which he receives the answer that the stranger is from the blacksmith clan. Why would anyone help blacksmiths? What's the point or benefit? Sovol says that the whole problem is with the scoundrel opposite, whose plans must be disrupted. The old man is shocked. Did he manage to make enemies in the blacksmith's camp? Wow, 5 artifacts at once. His opponent is quite powerful. It would be better to immediately go on the defensive. Attempts to attack would mean opening up the rear. Baum was just planning to send a signal when a powerful beam hit his energy shield. It looks like there will be no one left to call for help. But the old man doesn't even think about retreating. He won't let this go. He appeared out of nowhere and decided to interfere with the destruction of the weaklings. Two swords, lurking in the shadows, struck just when the target lost its vigilance. He will no longer be able to extort medicinal herbs from the younger ones. It was these words that immediately reminded him of someone he had met not long ago. The hero, having waited for this, killed the bastard he had to spend a lot of energy in the fight. Jason is scared. Since the man belongs to the blacksmiths, he can get rid of them at any moment. But he said with a smile that everything was fine. He even knew the girl's name. Sovol dispelled the illusion that it was previously impossible to reveal the identity. What a surprise! Jizion is amazed where the guy came from. He had some business to attend to, so he had to infiltrate someone else's organization, and now he had to get out. The pills that the hero gave were incredible. The condition improved significantly, and the flying sword was even successfully obtained. It's all thanks to Sovol, but wait. He was at the initial stage, when he had just managed to rise to the law of spiritual energy. Her thoughts were interrupted by a request to stop. Suddenly, 5 alchemists of equal level, perhaps even more, approached them. The girl also felt someone at the level of the law of spiritual energy. If the masters of the Bomb and Mu families unite, more than 10 people will emerge. Most of them are on this mountain now, so Sovol will not be condemned if he abandons the trio. However, if they stay, they will be able to count on help, even if they have to sacrifice their lives. It's hard to hear this. It's a very big burden. All that's left is to try to survive and save them. When things start to get hot, you'll have to run for your life. Your life is more important. There is a connection with the So family, but not so strong as to take unnecessary risks. It's too late to run away anywhere. They are surrounded. How long do they plan to observe them? And it's time to show up. On the way here, the craftsman discovered the body of the great uncle. Gyson now sits atop his flying sword. No matter how hard Chun and his brother and sister tried, they would never be able to defeat the enemy. So the man and they helped the trio out. There is no point in denying it, but he also had personal scores to settle for doing this. The great uncle was greedy and made many enemies, although no one intended to kill him for the deeds of the past. Even though there were reasons, now we need to restore the damaged reputation. The verdict is that there must be retribution for death. It cannot be otherwise. Things turned out for the worst, which is what Sovol feared he will try to escape. The guys won't be able to withstand any kind of long fight. They don't have a chance. He feels sorry for the So family, but the situation is not favorable. The main thing is to be able to evade the long-haired alchemist. Focus on defense to gain the opportunity to fly in the opposite direction. 4 enemies rushed towards the hero. It was a wise decision to display the shell of a giant ancient turtle. The new artifact is reliable and reflects all attacks. The hero is most worried about the fact that the enemy leader still does nothing. And the guy with the Tariki in his hands doesn't give me a break. He just doesn't stop his furious attacks. The spiked ball is very dangerous until its owner is immobilized. It will not be possible to fly away. Sovol counterattacks with magic. He uses a ground bomb to make the attackers disorientate. He then summoned clones, which completely confused the masters. However, the hero was suddenly hit from behind. Water element. That long-haired guy entered the battle. The guy is puzzled as to how the enemy managed to discern the original. To understand how your opponent operates, you need to put yourself in his shoes. It was clear that Torika was the biggest threat, and Gyonso would be the priority with him. Longhair is absolutely right. This weapon does not allow you to relax. The gray-haired man is about to finish the fight and brings his trident to the throat of his immobilized opponent. But then, out of nowhere, a red demon mask flies in. The indignant grandfather fights her off, asking who dared to do this. But upon learning the answer to his question, he is very surprised. This is Taoist Queno, who came to the aid of the heroes. The gray-haired man greets him, and notes that he has become much stronger. Queno talks about the last 40 years he spent in the lands of the Lonely Spirit. He mocks the other attackers, saying that they could use some training too. During this time, the one they wanted to kill comes to his senses, and Queno says that together with him and his pet, they will be able to fight back against the villains. He asks if they are willing to risk their lives for the children of a destroyed family, hinting that it is not worth it. And the white-haired man gives in to him, saying that they will let the children go. But he notices that they cannot let go of the alchemist who killed the elder of their family. Hearing this, Queno and his bird began to laugh loudly. Having calmed down, the man begins to threaten the gray-haired man, saying that he will have to use force. But he immediately irritably agrees to let everyone go, which makes Queno very happy. All the attackers go away, and as soon as this happens, the man reveals the secret identity of the victim of the attack. Sovol takes off his disguise and awkwardly greets his mentor. With a smile, Queno says that his student hasn't changed one bit, and now they are already flying, discussing the development of Sovol. The mentor praises the student for good work, and says that it is not a matter of luck, but of his efforts. While the guy smiles shyly, Queno is amazed at how selfless he is. And he really likes it. Here Soval asks how the mentor recognized him under the disguise. He also replies that he recognized him by his shield and character. He talks about his achievements, proud that he was finally able to escape from the lonely lands. That's why he decided to visit the So family. But what he saw there was not the most pleasant picture. He thought he had changed more than anyone else, but the world had changed much more. And now they have arrived at their destination. They are met by their grandmother, who says that it is better for them to rest now, since Vi is seriously injured. Queno cheerfully thanks him for the place to rest, and Soval remarks that the man is also an alchemist. Entering the house, they see a guy who tells them about the So family's secret room. He says that he will open it, since there are no strangers among them. Going down, our heroes see a strange structure on the floor. This is a moving circle of quite large size. Soval is curious where this is leading, but it's most likely a So family secret. The guy hands the heroes bags filled with something. These are spiritual stones that the So family wants to give to their saviors. The guy apologizes for the fact that the gratitude is so modest, but this is really all they have. Queno irritably says that he will not accept them. After all, these are the stones needed to restore the So family, but the guy is trying to persuade him. However, the man just waves it off, saying that they are already even. While the guy stands there not knowing what to do, Soval thinks that he wouldn't have accepted them anyway, and now even more so. He also refuses and says that he helped for free. Queno starts laughing loudly after these words, saying that it is hard to meet such people. Seeing this, tears well up in the eyes of the So family members. In his thoughts, the boy recalled how he considered the world cruel and heartless. But thanks to these people, he is not yet completely mired in darkness. And then he falls to his knees right in front of the heroes. He tearfully vows that he and his brothers will restore the So family. They also kneel and bow their heads in gratitude. A slightly embarrassed Queno tells them to get up, and after that he asks them where this circle leads, and they answer him that he is connected with the country of Taeon. The best alchemists in the world live there, with whom they, although not without effort, will be able to better understand the breadth of the world. It is there that they want to lay the foundation for the revival of the So family. However, Queno is alarmed by the fact that they do not value life there, and only respect strength. But the guy just smiles and says that it shouldn't be easy. Queno is proud of them and says that they became worthy alchemists. He asks if they can take them with them, to which the guy replies that there are still 3 free seats. This pleases the man, and he says that he will use it too, which surprises the guy. Queno explains that he has already reached his limit here, and he should try his luck in the country of Taeon. Of course, their grandmother will be with them, but he could also help. The guy thanks him for the offer and says that they wouldn't refuse such help. But Soval politely refuses, saying that it's not time yet. Queno also says that some people think it is better to cut all ties at once, but he himself is not entirely sure. Just 4 days later, the guy says, a little upset, that he thought until the very end that Soval would change her mind. But that's not the case. He asks if he remembers everything so that if anything happens he can come to them later, to which Soval answers positively. And so they all say goodbye, hoping to see each other again in the future. Soval wishes them luck, realizing that he is more connected to them than he thought, which makes him a little sad to let them go. He doesn't regret helping them, and now it's time for him to return to Mount Quanmo. When he returned, the cleanup had already ended, which is why he had to say that he had gotten lost in the forest. We are shown a girl who is worried about something, and who has created a ball out of air in her hand. But Soval's arrival makes her very happy, and she forgets what she was worried about. Then she jokingly asks why he is so fast, to which he replies that they just got everything done quickly. She says she is very glad that he has finally returned and tells him about her achievements. Soval is sincerely happy for her and smiles warmly. But then she says that it's worth testing her spells on him, which the guy is not very happy about. But a year later, he carries out his mentor's orders and repels her technique with his shield. Soval praises the girl and says that she truly has amazing abilities. He also remembers another technique that she does even better. Then suddenly some guy starts running towards him from behind, screaming. He says that they were attacked by the Dawn community and kills all the students indiscriminately. This shocks our heroes, but they need to rush to help. The girl does not understand the reason for the attack, because this community is just as occult as they are. The guy replies that he himself doesn't know, but says that there are many powerful alchemists there, from whom he needs to run away. Soval thinks. He understands that the guy is not lying, but it is unclear why it was the Morning Dawn community that attacked. He throws the guy a pill, for which he happily thanks him. He says that he is well acquainted with the local area and is ready to lead them out of here. But Soval decides to stay, telling the guy to leave. And at that moment the mentor sister is already heading towards the father, saying that the guy's words did not sound like nonsense. Soval agrees with her, and they go to the owner. When they come to him, he lies quietly and smokes his pipe, asking them what happened. The girl says that they may have been attacked by the Morning Dawn community, which her father doesn't really believe. He believes that his daughter is not delirious, because it can be seen on her face. But first, they head off to find Mu Gyochun. They find him dead and decide to take care of his body later, as now is the time to hide. Judging by the brutal way he was killed, the community most likely occupied their moving circle. The leader decides that it would be best to go down through the captivating forest, when suddenly someone runs up to them. It's the teacher's brother, and he says worriedly that they need to run. The girl replies that she knows they were attacked, but does not understand why. The guy says that they were betrayed, and the goal of the community was their own domination. And the reason for the unification of all the clans was that an alchemist of the sun's breath level appeared among the Morning Dawn. Hearing this, the teacher's face distorted with despair. They need to outpace the breath of the sun, otherwise the clan will come to an end. They understand that they simply wanted to get rid of them after the war with the official clans. The brother is indignant, and Soval notices that this powerful alchemist has also arrived. The guy tells the hero about how they met this man, and how many people died in the blink of an eye. Soval understands that he cannot stay here, because such an enemy is beyond his strength. Luckily, his friend's level is not low either, so together they can leave the mountain. When they are already flying at the entrance to the captivating forest, Soval realizes that it was a trap, and that enemies are waiting for them. The pursuit speed is high, and the 4 of them will definitely not be able to escape. There are 5 opponents, and only the guy himself and Sister Mok will be able to fight them. He remembers Mount Kwon and decides it would be better to escape alone. But he has already gotten used to Mokyan and cannot leave her. She has no shortage of spiritual strength, but her skill and artifacts are lacking. Soval is already losing hope, but something catches his attention. This is the clan leader who fell from the sword. Seeing this, Mokyan becomes furious and begins to prepare his whirlwinds. She launches one at her pursuer, damaging their shield. He didn't expect this, because he thought she was much weaker. He orders his subordinates to kill her first. Brother and sister go down to their father, and he tells them that they need to run. But then someone throws 2 swords at the girl, which she won't have time to dodge. Soval comes to the rescue, deflecting all the blades. The attackers understand that this couple is not so simple. They decide to win by numbers and attack with 6 of them. The 4 must deal with the leader and his son, while the 3 strongest will deal with the rest. The brother was already losing hope, because they couldn't do anything against 6 of them. He thinks about running away alone, but something prevents him from doing so. And Soval is already starting to attack with his swords. The enemy covers himself with a shield, hoping that this will save him. But the blades are too powerful, and the shield shatters into pieces. At the last moment, another pursuer saves him and says that they need to attack at once. Soval is annoyed that he did not have enough time to finish off the enemy. Meanwhile, the leader is holding out with all his might against one attacker. He is ashamed that he, as a father, is weaker than his own daughter. At this time, Mokyan remembers how she used to have fun with him. She hates herself for not being able to help him. And then one of the swords pierces the leader's chest. The girl becomes furious, which Soval, who was standing next to her, did not expect. She loses control of herself, and her body writhes in terrible convulsions. With her power, she kills one of her opponents, causing him to choke on his own blood. Before the other attacker could even realize what was happening, he lost his arm. The father looks on helplessly at what he tried so hard to hide, his daughter, Chonin. She is the child of a human and a spiritual being, which explains her monstrous spiritual power. This is an advantage for her. But if you take away her Naiden, you can use it for your own purposes. That's why she lived peacefully in the fields. Otherwise, they would have started a real hunt for her. The girl, meanwhile, attacks another opponent, covered by a shield. His fate was unenviable, and so the remaining pursuers decided to retreat and tell everything to the mentor. The heroes decide to take a breather, and Soval examines the leader's wounds. Fortunately, his injury is not that serious, and so with proper treatment, he will make a full recovery. Soval says that they need to run, because the chase will soon resume and become even more dangerous. The brother agrees with him and says that it is time to leave the captivating forest. And the members of the Inner Dawn community are already telling their mentor about the girl Chonin. A concerned student tells her what she looked like and says it's true. Hearing this, the man immediately sets off in pursuit, because he simply has no right to let her go, to take the girl. As soon as the brother sees an enemy in front of him, he is overcome with fear. During this time, Mokyan wakes up and asks the guy how bad everything is. He answers with a smile that everything is fine. But before he can finish speaking, a beam of light pierces his head, killing him. The alchemist says that he will have to take her by force if they do not give her up peacefully. Mokyan rushes down after her brother as she is entangled by the villain's forces. And the father, with a helpless face, keeps thinking that he needs to be stopped. And he decides to take a desperate measure, to take a strange pill. The head begins to rise into the air, which Sovol did not expect. With a blank face, he brings the pill to his mouth and asks Sowol to take care of Yeon. Having absorbed it, the power itself begins to flow from him, and his face distorts with anger. Seeing this, the power itself begins to flow from him, and his face distorts with anger. Seeing this, the alchemist only grins, thinking that nothing threatens him. He wants to say that nothing can help him anymore, but before he can finish speaking, a barrage of blades falls upon him. However, he doesn't care, and with one movement of his hand he launches several of his knives into the old man's shield, causing it to break. The head throws the shield aside and summons a multitude of tree vines. With their help, he picks up his daughter, who can only helplessly watch what is happening. The alchemist sets fire to these vines right in the hands of the old man, who is unable to extinguish them. He decides to throw them away and attack the enemy with bare hands, but he suffers the same fate as his son. With one blade, the alchemist pierces his head and thus kills him. Seeing this, Yeon begins to get furious again, but at dawn, which will give her even more strength. She breaks free from her father's vines, and then the alchemist begins to understand that she has now become a threat. But suddenly the past starts to pop into his head and it stops him. Now he has completely lost touch with reality. At this time, Yeon comes to her senses, completely exhausted, and is already in Sovol's arms. He understands that the enemy's inaction is the work of the mentor, and he decides to take advantage of this moment to escape. 3 days later, they arrive at the Jew family estate. He's not entirely sure, but no one has been allowed in here for the last 2 years, which suits him. The first thing he decides to do is check the condition of Yeon's body. Her spiritual power is in complete disarray. To begin with, he decides to give her a decoction that will help her strength stabilize, and then give her a healing pill. Brother Chan notices him but doesn't dare to say hello, but Sovol himself does it instead. This makes him very happy, and with a smile he begins to ask the guy about what happened during this time. Things couldn't be better in the Jew family, as the young master became a master of science, but his sister upsets his father. She doesn't want to get married at all, although her age already requires her to find a partner. Remembering her, Chan decides to tell the young lady about Sowol's return, while he only laughs awkwardly. During this time, he already manages to prepare the broth and gives it to Yeon. The girl's body has not yet had time to recover, which is not surprising after such a fight. Virgo Jew is always on time. Her mere presence can lift your spirits. But things are really bad for her, even taking into account her new family status. This beautiful lady is in no hurry to enjoy all the delights of married life, but it is not clear why. At her young age, there is no need to strive for this. Virgo Jew still has her whole life ahead of her. Could Sowol stay at least for a little while in this wonderful place? But it turns out that the young gentleman had long since been received as the most honored guest. But not everything is as rosy as one would like. Sowol is now being actively searched for all over Yangzhou, and hiding him together with the wounded woman will be extremely difficult. Not every alchemist can make the journey to the Myryanskoye estate. It is unknown how badly the older sister was injured, and how long it will take her to recover. She lost the person closest and dearest to her at such a young age, and such an event will in any case have a negative impact on her condition. Physical injuries are nothing compared to mental wounds. Fortunately, she is allowed to stay in this heavenly place until she fully recovers. But there is no way to risk Mrs. Zhu's family, unfortunately. It won't be possible to stay in this estate for long. We need to cure our elder sister as soon as possible, and leave this place before the angry alchemists discover it. She finally came to her senses. For the first time in 4 days, she was able to regain consciousness. What a joy it was. While the maiden mock was away, the children caused a lot of trouble. But the girl still seems to be feeling unwell. She doesn't listen to this empty talk at all. But Deva Ju does not lose hope at all, and tries with all her might to establish contact with the wounded beauty. Ju Garyong did not spare her time and spent all her free hours in serene conversations with Yeon. Already on the 8th day, the girl began to slightly support these meaningless conversations. Over time, Yeon herself began to start conversations with everyone around her, and progress was evident. Very soon it will be necessary to leave this beautiful estate before it is too late. An examination of the Zhu family's physical capabilities revealed no useful data for alchemy. None of the bodies are suitable for special pills, which means nothing can be changed. But if Zhu Garyon's body had an ideal structure, then she could well have become a good alchemist. But for her, nothing would really change. Family ties are not so easy to break, and the hermit life of an alchemist is not at all suitable for fragile girls like Zhu Garyong. One way or another, the lady must find her purpose in life and follow her own fateful path. It seems that young Master Sowol is planning to leave the Myryan estate forever and move on to new adventures. He had made this decision a long time ago, but fate gave him a wonderful life in this wonderful place. Mrs. Zhu turned out to be an extremely hospitable girl, and even now it is difficult for her to let her new acquaintances go on a long journey. But there is almost no time left. It is time to meet a new stage in life without regrets. What a strange place. It looks like a huge storage facility. All these beautiful outfits seem to be made to be stored in a special alchemist's bag. Clothes are never too much for such active travelers. It's time for Unsowol to repay his hospitality. Special pills of eternal youth would be a nice gift for a beautiful lady. Such beauty simply must live forever. Such gifts are not easy to come by, and even more difficult to accept. And Unsowol knows how to properly present gifts to girls. This guy will go far. The young master must definitely achieve his goal and remain alive and unharmed. It seems that not everyone in this estate is ready to part with the young alchemist he has sunk so deep into their souls. Unsowol never misses an opportunity to gloat. He is still a child at heart. Such an event cannot be held in such a terrible environment. It's time for a miraculous potion, seemingly ordinary alcohol, but in fact, the pride of alchemy, a healing potion. In such a situation, it's not a sin to have a drink, at least for a moment, to push all the problems into the background. All the business is long finished. It's time to leave this paradise and move on. But sometimes even making the right decisions is very difficult. Not everyone is capable of dropping everything and heading into the unknown. Unsowol will remember this place with longing more than once, but he is unlikely to ever return here. After many years, these two are destined to leave Yangzhou forever. Is this really what the distant country of Taeyeon looks like? It's time to observe the locals and learn a thing or two from them. What a huge settlement. It looks more like an ancient kingdom. Everything here seems strange and unknown. The eldest one is still not feeling well, so it's worth covering up just in case. The journey did not begin as colorfully as our heroes would have liked. The guard immediately demanded an entrance fee, but his expression changed dramatically. This guy is acting strangely. Does he suspect something? The continuation of the journey required a rather large surcharge. All property must be protected. There are plenty of people here who want to take it away from foreigners. This place leaves our heroes stunned right from the start. People here seem to have forgotten how to move on the ground and fly in the sky like birds. This country hides many different secrets and wonderful wonders. Taeyeon is famous for its various forms of martial arts and Taoism. Here, alchemy has long been studied and is widely applied in life. Idealists become alchemists, while ordinary people improve their entire lives in the hope of achieving the ideal. Two peoples united and created this wonderful country, unlike all the others. And the mayor himself governs these peoples. Absolutely all officials on Earth obey his will. All other information about this place will be quite easy to find out from local alchemists. They are aware of all the secrets of their homeland. And it's worth starting with the delivery man. It will be easiest to start a casual conversation with him. This guy clearly has Needon, and he should be the one who knows where the biggest market is here. The peddler's eyes lit up at the sight of such currencies. The market for riches is Hyunmu Street at the northern gate, and the market for valuables is Chuljaku Street at the southern gate. But that's not all. Sometimes extremely suspicious individuals appear in these places, and it is from them that truly rare items for alchemists are usually purchased. Interesting information, and this guy knows what to tell guests. Exploring the country should begin with the most mysterious places. The older sister still has a lot to learn, so she shouldn't rush off. Or is this just an excuse and an unwillingness to move on? It seems that the girl still hasn't been able to come to terms with the past, and is simply unable to face the future. Unsowol doesn't hold any grudge against her at all. Who better than him knows the full bitterness of loss? An extremely serious man appears on the horizon, and most likely he has a special goal. It looks like he is looking for special healing herbs. Does he know what he is looking for? The merchant would jump out of his skin, but he would not let such a prominent customer pass. This intelligent old man seems to have a good knowledge of alchemy. He selected the rarest and most expensive types of medicinal herbs, each of which costs a fortune. It's time to find out the final price of these natural treasures. This old man clearly belongs to a noble family. Ordinary people would never save that kind of money in a lifetime. Such a client must be served at the highest level. The merchant probably wants to see this old man again. Not everyone has such large sums of money. Advertising your own establishment will never be a bad idea. You just need to know how to place it correctly. There is only one way to get fig flowers. All the others are a blatant lie. Such jewels can only be obtained from a secret firm of foreign traders. But the merchant is in no hurry to tell about it, clearly expecting an additional fee for such valuable information. The old man has a large fortune, but is it enough for a special invitation? It turns out that the merchant doesn't need money, but a good reputation in the medicinal herb market. Everything necessary to receive an invitation is almost ready. Now everything depends on the secret firm of foreign traders. And here are the main characters of this wonderful event. All identities must be disguised, so the guest will have to cover his face with this beautiful mask. This place is ready to accept any kind of currency. The main thing is that it is available. Let's wish this gentleman good luck. If he is lucky, the deal will be excellent. Only a wealthy person can afford to visit such a place personally. There is nothing to gain here for commoners. Just think, in the country of Toon, there is an alchemist of such a high level among the merchants. Most of the participants have gathered. There is no particular point in waiting yet. A low-level Dharma treasure, a clear soul ring. The owner would not mind exchanging it for something interesting or starting an auction. Sovol didn't expect this. They immediately put out a similar artifact. The Dharma treasure is an order of magnitude higher than typical magical items. How great it would be to have something that restores spiritual energy. However, dreams should be left for later. Now we are concerned with pressing matters. The ring sold for 17 top-tier stones. There are lots for almost every taste, and wherever you can find them, the world is truly vast and unexplored. The hero's line, he sells shadow orchid juice. It is a concentrate. Its aroma repels demonic creatures, so it can be the trump card that saves your life during an attack by the creature. Do not offer spiritual stones exchange only for fig flowers. One of the participants doubted the value of the product. Even a sun alchemist would be unlikely to be able to determine the cost of the extract. Yes, most people find it difficult to understand whether it makes sense to buy juice, unless there is someone who is used to hunting demons. Well, there weren't any other unnecessary items lying around in my pocket. And then, the alchemist sitting behind the others declared that he was interested in the deal. But the remedy had to be genuine. It just so happened that he had fig flowers in his hand. As often happens, not everything is so simple. The buyer sets a condition. There are a couple of questions, we need to go outside, and then we'll come to an agreement. Does he really want to reveal the identity of the merchant? It's very suspicious. It's easier to try to find another, more accommodating buyer. No one responded, so I'll have to go with this guy to the inn. Why does he have to meet in a tavern? The stranger wants to know something. There is nothing alarming outwardly. Only a powerful aura can be felt. Perhaps he has reached the middle of the law of spiritual energy. Almost no one knows about the shadow orchid, where the hero gets such a rare tincture. Is it necessary to talk about this? No, if you don't want to, you can keep the secret to yourself. It was time to move on to the deal, but some strange grin appeared on the stranger's face. He took a dagger from his robes and threw it at Sovol. The young man immediately used the clone creation skill. Damn, he looked like a merchant at the beginning of his heavenly birth, but he dodged the explosive attack. If you put all your efforts into it, you will be able to find the real one. But what will the mayor think about all this? Next time you won't be able to escape. No tricks or gimmicks will help. Using the reverse technique turned out to be a good idea. Why did everything go wrong? Maybe it was because of that old man, or rather, because of the conspiracy. Although an accomplice was expected to come forward, there is little information to draw conclusions. There was no point in taking risks, but on the other hand, the attacker had fig flowers that were absolutely necessary. Someone is knocking on the door. Isn't it already early morning? The worker brought a drink and sweets. Here's the tip. The hero asked if the guy was local. He has been in Huijon since his birth, and has never left its borders. Had he ever heard of a robber who made his living by robbing alchemists near taverns? The killer was supposed to use a dagger or blade, killing the victim with one blow. The waiter literally wilted, but Sovol continued asking questions, needing any clue. The criminal is called the Nameless Killer, and he specifically targets foreigners. Yes, this is the hero who did something stupid. Everyone knows about him. They even gave him a pseudonym, and no one intends to catch the murderer. For details, it is better to contact a reliable community. Rumor has it that they know everything in the world, but they demand a lot of spiritual stones for their services. And indeed, as a reference service, there is no basement activity. They work in daylight. This may indicate reliability. Everything hints at seriousness and responsibility. What interests the guest, the Nameless Killer, the woman takes to the right person. 3 doors have been passed. Everything here is hidden behind 7 locks, and even key is blocked. A visitor came to the head. Damn, what's that on the side? Sovol sees her reflection. Is this a magic mirror? The blue-haired girl invites you to come in and sit opposite her. SEO Bin, head of the Reliable Community Department in Huijon. Some aroma literally tries to penetrate the body, but only the icy breakthrough prevents this from happening. The young master wants to know about the Nameless Killer, right? The price depends on what exactly the buyer wants to know. Spiritual stones and nothing more are accepted. Are there those who will avenge his death? If so, at what stage are they? 5 stones of the highest level will tell the hero about it. The payment is on the table. The murderer always acted alone. He has no one. However, Sovol has not yet satisfied his interest. He needs facts about the killer's entire life. 5 more stones. He began to act after he got to the phase of the law of spiritual energy, and then began to clean out the bags of alchemists. The victims were an order of magnitude weaker, without any support, and there were no traces of the crime left. It seems like it all fits together. A wandering alchemist posing as a weakling is the perfect target. The Nameless One arrived in Huizhong 3 years ago, and he began to commit robberies more actively, showing less and less caution each time. Does he have any visible characteristics when he kills? Since the hero immediately agreed to the service, he is entitled to a discount, but such information still costs more, 10 stones. Takes the life of whoever aims at it with a colorless blade or weapon, leaving no evidence. Finally, Sobin said that if the death of the loner became known, then let Sowol come to the community. So what will she do if someone wants to know the details about the death of the Nameless One? The organization sells information, so the answer is obvious. That is, if they had come for information about who might be attacked, the service would have been provided. It took 2 whole weeks of searching just to buy the herbs. The furnace and cauldron required 100 high-level stones. But if we manage to craft what we need, the expense will not have been in vain. The hero was missing for 2 months. Did he manage to finish his business? The boy's help came in handy. Everything went without any unnecessary difficulties. How does the girl who came with him feel? The boy joked that everything was fine and nothing special had happened. So, a couple of incidents happened, and she managed to get herself into trouble. Because Mokyom didn't look like an alchemist, people started to pester her. One annoying old man tried to drive her away as if she were a laywoman. But after the magic ball was materialized, he disappeared without a trace. It seems her eyes hide her abilities. Nothing else remarkable comes to mind. The heroine does not come out, covering her face with a black veil. Unfortunately, the local men had heard about a lady with a veil who once came into the tea house, so they became even more fussy. Can you hear any talk that the Nameless One has become active again? The boy looked around to see if anyone was listening, then whispered that 5 more had been killed. They suspect that the blood on the hands belongs to another robber who has absolved himself of blame. 5 people in 2 months, so Bin wasn't lying. Oh, right, there's news. Recently, the alchemists of the Taoist temple set out in pursuit of a criminal. Sowol became gloomy. The villain's bag could end up in other hands, including the fig flower. There is no time to hesitate. We need to seize the initiative. So many resources have been spent. One day, the hero continued his search. For 10 days in a row, he went for a walk around the area, which bore fruit. Otherwise, how much longer would it have taken to figure out where the attacker was hiding? But now, he himself rushed after Sowol. The criminal hopes that the hero did not waste many stones. Otherwise, he will be left with only pitiful remains. Therefore, the stranger needs artifacts and a pouch. It's obvious, Sowol was sniffing out who he was and how he conducted his affairs. A little more than 2 months have passed since that incident, so it's unlikely that the memory has faded quickly. Enough of this empty chatter. How he longed to get even with this interesting opponent. The enemy may have all sorts of artifacts. Who knows how many bags he's looted. In any case, you need to remain cool and careful. After all, the murderer is in the middle of the path of the law of spiritual energy. The swords cannot penetrate the magical barrier. The man smirks. The wheels act like boomerangs, hitting you from behind. The murderer recognized the hero's strength, but it doesn't change anything. His attempts are not good enough. Suddenly he felt something and decided to play seriously. The wheels are again pointed at Sowol. The catch is that the villain uses long-range tactics. I managed to shorten the distance, and I had a bottle ready in my hand. But the hero didn't have time to do anything, and it was too late to react. He fell to the ground, and the vessel flew to the side. What was inside, if Sowol was rushing forward with this thing at the ready? The enemy arrogantly declares that in the world of alchemists, ability rules. What the guy wanted happened. The robber activated the trap himself. The poison of the lesser devil. The stones were not wasted. It all paid off. The meticulousness of covering up the tracks and the bloodthirstiness tightened the noose around the neck. The poisoned man begs for mercy, promising to tell where the hiding place is. The master taught that a thief cannot be trusted, even if he promises mountains of treasure on his deathbed. There is no certainty about the existence of secret reserves, not a single gram. Still, the poison of the lesser demon is too cruel. There is still a lot left, but it should be avoided from being used on people. And that's all. No spiritual stones or dharma treasures, just a couple of self-propelled wheels. There shouldn't be so little for someone who destroyed so many alchemists. Sowol noticed the ball, perhaps a jewel. The alchemist tried to introduce a little magic, but it was completely absorbed. It is unclear how much power can fit inside. What is the purpose of the sphere? What does it do? In theory, magic must activate it. The hero is puzzled. Maybe ordinary power will not awaken the ball. Was the killer driven by the desire to spend the loot on this treasure? First, Sowol will try to use all the high-level stones he received. Energy swirls around the stones. Everything went into the sphere. Without a trace, the hypothesis turned out to be correct. However, what are the capabilities of this artifact besides absorbing energy? Despite spending half of my stones, there is no effect. Further experiments are pointless. It's better to start making the rainbow pill. After a long period of time, it was finally possible to synthesize the drug. Mokyom's stalled treatment will move forward. No one responds. She hasn't fully recovered, although going for a walk is good for her. The lady spent her whole life in the clan. There was definitely no entertainment there. Strange. There are too many people today. It took a month to get the medicine, during which time something happened. The guy is busy for now. He will tell you later why there is such a fuss. How many people came running? Yes, Huizhong is a city of alchemists. But because of the rift, there are now a dozen of them. These three did not pay any attention to Sovol. They are discussing a certain fault that they have spent about 30 years on, but have not yet been able to reach the lake with the treasure. An interesting conversation. It turns out that there are monsters there at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. Does the rift look like the great lands of the fertile spirit? So, he also opens periodically. Suddenly those three became quiet. Mokyom arrived and everyone stared at her. They haven't seen each other for a long time. They need to go back to the room and discuss the situation. The hero noticed that the girl had changed her hairstyle, and that she was smiling for the first time in a long time. Yes, it suits her. But by cutting her hair and wearing a veil, she attracts the attention of strangers. Mokyom's long locks were in the way, so that was good. The guy is not one to tell others what is best, and changing his hairstyle helped him let go of his worries. The girl plans to train. She wants to return to Yangzhou someday. Therefore, she wants revenge. Before tiring activities, you need to recover. The pill will improve your internal state. Mokyom smiled again. She was very grateful. The heroine has long since purified her internal energy, but her breathing is still ragged. It is impossible to transfer one's power. There will be a conflict, so it is impossible to even check Mokyom's condition. Suddenly, she started to feel sick. What kind of pill is this that caused such a negative reaction? Mokyom had never heard of the rainbow pill before. It heals internal organs. Sovol lied that he learned about this medicine by accident. The girl understands that the hero put a lot of effort into her recovery. It would be wrong not to share the stones. The medicinal herbs were obviously expensive. It will be unsettling if the payment is not accepted, since what happened is not the alchemist's fault. It would be better then to buy suitable artifacts for her, and he will accept the rest of the stones, just like that. The heroine's abilities are impressive. She will be recognized in Taiyun. But without artifacts, it will be tough. Mokyom heard about the rift, so she will pay for the help later. Sovol doesn't know anything about him. Maybe the girl knows the details. Once every 30 years, a strong wind blows in Huizhong. If you find the place where it comes from, you will find an entrance to another space. It's called a rift. Where can I find something similar? In which district is there something similar? The event is rare, so alchemists travel from far away and try to get there. It really does resemble the fertile lands of a great spirit, and no one controls the rift. Mokyom says that getting to another dimension is much easier than in that case. Once the girl goes on a sortie, the hero will not leave her alone. The authorities only maintain order on the city streets. She was excited when she saw from the window the clusters of alchemists at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. We agreed that the guy would be a strong support on the dangerous journey. While there is still time before the passage opens, there are a couple of things to take care of. So Bin remembers the hero. He came to them again. However, this time he does not hide his appearance. Next to the head is a child, Baek Ran. She was sent from the main residence to learn everything from So Bin's example. For some reason, Sovol can't take his eyes off her. Maybe they've met somewhere before. A stream of energy rushed straight towards him. Suddenly the student started coughing up blood. The impure response of the soul that she had trained all her life failed. A fascinating technique. Thanks to the ice breakthrough, it didn't work. Spiritual strength has dissipated, internal organs have suffered, and it will take many days to heal. The leader is furious that Baek Ran dared to use forbidden magic. Young master, do not be angry. The culprit will part with her life. Enough, the hero thinks. This is someone's intention, so it's not just about the student. If it becomes known that a visitor has been subjected to a charming technique, the community will be in an awkward position. The head orders to wipe away the blood and leave the room. Baek Ran, leaving, looks back at the guest. There is no more news about the nameless killer. He fled of his own free will, or his body was torn to pieces by animals. How could Sovol know, since that criminal was elusive to local alchemists? Yes, that's why she became curious whether the murderer had left or died. What particularly interested So Bin was that the hero wanted to know whether the villain's death would be avenged. The information purchased cost a lot of money, and not for nothing. The guy knows that the community not only sells, but also buys information. Does the young gentleman really look down on their company? The service didn't cost Sovol that much, and the manager wanted to get to know the newcomer. In front of her is the one who saved Huizhong from the robber. She will behave differently. Sovol will tell about the nameless one, and the head will answer one question. A real barter. How about a deal like this? Telling the truth means that she will sell it to someone. I don't want to get into trouble. Seo Bin agrees to keep only the fact of the criminal's death. The name of the avenger will remain a secret. The body is said to be buried under a small hill in a rice field in northern Huizhen. Okay, very impressive. So the hero wants to find out. It is unclear what is on her mind, whether she is capable of intrigue, but you will have to trust her. Sovol resolutely asked how to get to the country of Yeonam. The girl hopes that this is not a joke. She has never come across any records mentioning this state before. Even the Advanced Reference Service doesn't know about it. Judging by the reaction, the gentleman is not lying. Then So Bin is ready to send the man to the main residence. No need. Yeonam is so far away that you can only get there with the help of a moving circle. First, he hurt the manager's pride, and now he's made her angry. He shouldn't have gone overboard. By the way, a rift will open soon. The hero is probably planning to get into it too. That's right. The community's alchemists also intended to go on a sortie. The organization deals exclusively with information. No one personally sends people to another dimension. It's likely that So Bin has information about the passage. Oh, so the guy is interested. Then here's how you can fulfill your part of the agreement. Sovol would like to rest here for a while, but staying in this area for a long time is not allowed. He is pondering the head's proposal. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Pak Ren staring at him. The student noticed that she had been noticed, so she darted behind a tree. There are many unclear things here, but now it is necessary to proceed to the last task, an anti-aging pill coveted by many alchemists. The nature of that ball is not clear. It is worth finding out before going into the rift. A lot of effort went into one tablet. The starting price is set at one top-level stone. How can you be sure of the seller's honesty when the effect has not been confirmed? Some participants are willing to fork out the cash, but there are doubts about its authenticity. The organizers cannot remain on the sidelines. They will check whether the trader is telling the truth. Sovol hopes that his lot won't be stolen and they won't run away. The bidding went on as usual, and after some time the old man returned with an announcement. The medicine is real. A deathly silence fell in the hall, but it didn't last long, as it began, with alchemists shouting out their bets from here and there. The hero is stunned by the excitement caused by the desire to remain outwardly young or young. The price has risen to one special level, which corresponds to 100 highest stones. Oh damn, they beat my bid by 2 times, no, even more. 5 special levels. That's several times more than I've managed to accumulate in my entire life. The guy is stumped whether to feed the sphere a special level stone. The nameless one could have deliberately taken this ball with him so that the enemy would be caught in his stupidity. Curiosity got the better of me until the special level stones were touched. The object still lies there and gleams as if nothing had happened. A gluttonous thing, so much valuable currency, but no effect. It's time to stop. 5 special stones can turn an alchemist's life upside down. It's a pity they've already been used, but once the journey has begun, it's better to see it through to the end. It sounds silly, but what if it is the most precious treasure available that will bring results? If the artifact was warm last time, now it burns. 1, 2, and here comes the 5th. The guy begs the last one to make a difference. Something began. The ball rose into the air, began to shine. Did the hero really achieve his goal? The sphere melted, and something resembling a pill fell out of its parts. Sovol does not know of any jewels that turn into pills. That's right, there's Wanwan. Maybe he can recognize the thing. The kitten stood up on 2 paws and began to sniff. Suddenly the pet pounced on the pill. Fortunately, the alchemist's reaction was fine. If Wanwan dares to disobey the order, his fate will be unenviable. That's the owner who's upset. Wait, what's behind? The pieces of the pill. They're enticing with their aroma. I can take this as a benefit, although there have been no changes over a fairly long period of time. But the cat is happy. He looks again at the unknown thing. Then Wanwan starts jumping. What's the matter? The kitten seems to be unable to contain its strength. Suddenly he changed in appearance, as if he had grown and matured. After rummaging through reference books, the hero seemed to have determined what kind of thing he had received. No, it can't be. Even the first master didn't know how to create it. Okay, I'll have to swallow it. Nothing bad happened to Wanwan, so there is no reason to worry. Something soft and wet. And when I managed to lose consciousness, is this the effect of the pill? Ah, Makyum, where did she come from? And that's why it was wet and soft. It was a kitten. A bit of a cold greeting. It came out awkward, made me worry. The girl was practicing Qigong when energy wafted from the room, and it immediately became clear that he was becoming stronger. There were so many alchemists here. Someone could interfere, so she stayed nearby. Well, how did it all go? Does the young man feel any changes? It is unclear. We need to check whether the hero believed that spiritual strength or the level of development would increase. What is happening to Sovol? He must have really found something new. Everything is fine, nothing negative, no more doubts. It was a golden pill. The reserves of energy do not increase, but they become cleaner and consumption decreases. Wanwan is confused. For some reason the owner is too pleased, as if he had not intended anything bad. Mokyom is curious because the guy doesn't tell what happened to him. Well, he's focused on promotion, he's achieved a lot of success, that's great. Since the maiden has recovered, and Sovol is eager to test himself, they need to have a duel. There will be no concessions, you must prepare for a training fight as if it were a real one. The wind in Huejon increased and a hurricane formed. Very strong gusts, therefore. The opening of the passage is just around the corner. The effect of the golden pill is encouraging, and Mokyom will be nearby. The words of Sobin, who reported a very rare treasure that appears in the lake every 300 years, haunt me. Something similar should happen this year, but why share valuable information? The community does not send its subordinates into the rift, because it can entrust this to visiting alchemists. Before her is the one who eliminated the nameless killer, something not everyone could have accomplished. There is one problem. Last time many people learned about the rare jewel, the competition will be serious. It's better to agree. The young master won't be able to handle that item anyway. Thanks for the offer, but I don't want to accept it. The company shouldn't be trusted too much, as Baekran confirms, but the data on the false landscape will be useful. Everyone wants to get their hands on something rare, so they won't talk about what was inside. However, you can change your mind, in which case the information will be available completely free of charge. You have 4 days to do so. Sovol decided not to agree to the terms. It's a pity that the head did not provide details. And here is the rift, a huge portal into another space. The pair of heroes have no one to rely on except themselves and their abilities. Due to the strong wind, even heavenly birth-level alchemists had a hard time getting into the rift. They were simply blown away. Sovol was flying next to the elder. He needed to increase his speed to get into the rift. Suddenly a noise was heard and Sovol turned around to see who was making it. A man from the Pyoki clan was riding on his horse-drawn wind carriage. Sovol realized that this family was quite famous. The alchemist hovering nearby hoped that they would not get close to the lake. The driver was clearly no ordinary man, since he was handling 4 red-winged heavenly horses. Sovol watched the carriage rush past, thinking that the man inside must be incredible. The elder interrupted his thoughts. He needed to fly inside quickly. They entered the rift, and Sovol found himself alone, separated from the elder. It's good that they, knowing that this would happen, agreed in advance to meet at the central lake. Wanwan jumped onto Sovol's shoulder. Sovol told him to lead him to a place that smelled of medicinal herbs. Wanwan became very obedient after eating the golden pill. He immediately picked up the scent. A little time passed and a beautiful purple flower was found. Wanwan found one plant after another. Soon Sovol found himself with a whole bunch of medicinal plants in his hands. There was no more grass around, but Wanwan picked up the trail again. He led Sovol to a place where very valuable ginseng grew, and Sovol bent down to pick it up. I felt that the ground was damp. Magic sparked in this place. Sovol waved his spell and a passage appeared in front of him. They climbed into the cave with Wanwan, and water was seeping through the walls. Sovol pierced the wall with a spell. He saw a small lake. It seemed that no one had been here before. Sovol told Wanwan to get into his bag. He conjured a sphere and dived into the lake. Sovol noticed green lights that were approaching him very quickly. A school of fish with sharp teeth was approaching him. They were clearly unfriendly. Sovol didn't know anything about them, so he decided to just observe. Suddenly, lasers started flying in his direction from the flashlights above the fish's heads. His spiritual shield protected him, but he decided that it was worth trying to attack them to get Niden. He used swords to attack fish from a distance. Sovol blew the fish apart with one explosion. Suddenly, a very weak blow hit him in the back. It didn't do anything to him, because neither the green light nor the fish scales could penetrate his shield. Sovol decided to stop wasting time. He collected the fish bodies floating around him. Suddenly, one of the corpses began to be pulled somewhere. Sovol thought that this might be another fault. He sent one of the daggers into the crater, but it came back the same as it was. Sovol looked at the funnel. He decided to check what it was. He entered the rift and found himself in a stone space. Wanwan behaved calmly. Apparently there was no medicinal herb nearby. Sovol decided to look around. There was a lot of red moss in this space. He decided to collect the miraculous red tie because it was quite difficult to obtain. Suddenly Sovol felt danger. He was clearly not alone here. He saw a man with long hair covering his face, eating red moss. Sovol decided to be careful, because he didn't know the level of this man. The man paid no attention to him and continued eating the moss. Sovol thought about what to do. He remembered that Taoist Quen-O had spent decades on the land of the lonely spirit, and behaved the same way, which meant the man had been in the rift for a long time. Sovol decided to come closer. The man immediately felt his presence and turned to Sovol with a frightened look. Sovol asked him if everything was okay with him, but the man didn't answer. He turned away and continued eating. Sovol extended his hand towards him to use a healing spell. The old man immediately jumped up and shouted something incoherent. He assumed a fighting stance and covered his head with his hands. Sovol did not give up trying to help him. He opened a jar of healing ointment. The old man was very scared. He sat down and curled up, covering his face and head with his hands. Sovol touched the open area of the old man's wounded body with his finger laced with ointment. He did it carefully, without haste, but the old man still shook with fear. Suddenly the old man began to cast a fire spell. Sovol tried to calm him down. He spent 4 days with the old man, trying to treat him, but the effect was rather weak. Sovol couldn't just leave him and walk away. Suddenly he heard sobs. The old man was crying, turning away from him. Suddenly the old man stood up and shouted that Sovol should never open the stone chest. He grabbed Sovol by the clothes and continued to insist that there was a spirit in the chest. Sovol tried to find out something more about the chest and the spirit. The old man was very nervous, running from side to side and constantly looking back. Sovol said that the rift was open and the old man could come out. He offered his help. Sovol wanted to know the old man's name and help him get out of here. The old man said his name was Ye Chongseo. Annam, where the old man was from, was not so far away. Chonso grabbed his head. He said that he couldn't go out. Sovol tried to find out why he couldn't go out. Chonso, with scary eyes, said that he had fallen into the hands of an evil spirit. The spirit was in a stone chest. Despite all of Sovol's treatment, the old man's mind did not return. Sovol extended his hand to the unfortunate man. The old man screamed that a dark spirit had swallowed him, so if he came out, the spirit would come out too. Sovol realized that it would be very difficult to convince him to leave, and he no longer had time. The old man suddenly took something out of his bosom, and Sovol was thrown away from him by a spell. Chonso was clutching a golden medallion in his hand. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in his eyes, and he said clearly and understandably that he could not leave here because of the evil spirit. He placed the pendant in Sovol's hand and asked him to deliver it to his family. Chonso once again asked Sovol not to open the stone chest by the lake. The old man handed him a small bag. Sovol had to take it. After this, the old man killed himself. Sovol burned his body and collected the ashes to give to his relatives. In the bag that the old man gave away, there was a blue bracelet. Sovol spent a lot of time in the cave. He needed to hurry. With great leaps, he began to move towards the lake. He flew on his sword to meet the elder. Sovol arrived in the central part. It was very stuffy here. Now he stood on the cliff, the lake stretching out before him in an endless expanse. He calmed down a little. The target was close. Wanwan was chewing a fruit on his shoulder. Sovol asked him if he remembered the smell of the elder. Sovol reminded him how delicious she smelled. Wanwan immediately began to turn his head, trying to pick up the scent. But nothing worked. The lake was too big. Sovol rode across the lake on a sword like on a surfboard. Wanwan suddenly sensed something and pointed to the thicket of the forest. Sovol doubted that the elder was there. He didn't feel her. Wanwan suddenly jumped off the sword and rushed towards where he sensed something. Sovol remembered that the elder had special abilities that could hide her energy. He decided to trust Wanwan's instincts and flew after him. Sovol finally saw her, but the elder was standing next to the wind carriage of the Pyoki clan. He jumped off the sword and landed near the Strashes. The cab driver looked at them with disdain. Sovol took the elder by the hand and pulled her away from the carriage. The cab driver blocked their way. Sovol sensed something was wrong. Sovol realized that he was just a puppet in someone's hands and had no right to make decisions on his own. He asked the man what he wanted. The carriage door opened and a richly dressed girl stepped out, introducing herself as Vi Puke. The cab driver bowed, and Sovol apologized to the girl for not having come to bow to her. The elder one also bowed and introduced herself as Mok Yom. Peek looked at them with disdain. She wasn't stupid. She understood that they were bowing only to get to the bottom of the lake. Sowol and Mok Yom were too weak to survive there, and Puke knew it. She said that it would be better for them to go with her. Sovol, feigned respectful, folded his hands. He mentioned the treasure he had promised to give her, and that he did not want to give it to her. Puke was offended by the accusations of greedy egoism. She set them a condition: Puke and Nui-un, her driver, would be the first to choose the treasures, while Sovol and Mok would only take one each. Sovol doubted whether she could be trusted. On the one hand, they were safe with her, but he didn't know what would happen on the shore afterward. Mok Yom looked at him guiltily. She felt that it was her fault. Puke thought he was thinking about possible benefits and began to threaten with a spell. Now the heroes had no choice. She would kill them if they did not agree to go with her. Sowol and Mok Yom looked at each other with doom. They had to agree to follow her. Seowol and Mok Yom followed the carriage. Nui-un was holding something that looked like a compass in his hands. Sovol noticed this. It seemed that their comrades knew exactly where to sail. The other alchemists nearby didn't even try to attack the carriage. On the contrary, they tried to sail as far away from her as possible. Sowol thought that Puke might well be the alchemists Seobin had invited. They had been sailing for quite a long time. but were still no closer to their destination. Suddenly, the carriage unexpectedly picked up speed. Soval and Mokyom noticed something. A huge underwater pavilion appeared before them. Enwei-un was sure that it was here. The compass pointed to this place. Soval was surprised, because the compass led them exactly to this place. Peak stepped out of the carriage triumphantly. There was no need for a spiritual barrier in the pavilion, and they could move freely. Soval looked through the shelves with books. Enwei-un found the box, but it was empty. Peak realized with annoyance and anger that someone had already been here. She ordered a search of all the other rooms. The treasure could still be here. Peak watched Soval attentively and from a superior position. He searched box after box. Peak walked importantly between the shelves and gave commands. In the end, nothing was found. She told Nwei-unu to take out the compass again and look for another building. Soon they discovered another pavilion. It was smaller and had no drawers at all. Soval understood that Puke's mood determined whether they would receive any treasures. Suddenly, the compass began to show something new. Noeon quickly walked in that direction. Peak was surprised that even in the thick of the energy, the compass was pointing to something. They came to the last room, but there was nothing in it either. The compass pointed somewhere below the floor. Peak ordered Nwei-un to break it. He swung his whip and broke the floor. The rest watched tensely and waited. The crack in the floor lit up. Puke didn't want Nwei-wung to go first and looked at Soval and Mokyom. She ordered them to go first. Soval volunteered to go first. He landed on the paved path. Soval saw the building. It was a temple of enormous size, shining with gold. Peak landed next and looked at the view in disbelief. She was delighted. Apparently the treasures she was looking for could be here. Peak took off headlong and rushed towards the buildings. Nwei-un rushed after her. Soval looked down at the ritual hall in amazement. Charges of magic flew towards Peak, but she stopped them with one wave of her hand. One of them still flew into her back. The spells were quite powerful. Peak fired a charge in response without even seeing the enemy. Suddenly 6 men flew down from above. One of them laughed at Peak's anger. It was Elder Payan. He and Peak knew each other. The old man said that he knew that Nwei-un was her lover, whom she carried around with her. But he did not know the other 2 people. Payan didn't like his words, and introduced Soval and Mokyem as children from the estate. The 5 mages who were with Payan looked tensely at the uninvited guests. The treasure matter was only between Payan and Payan. The girl was furious, seeing the old man's merriment. Soval was surprised that the old man did not kill them immediately, apparently. He did not enter the ritual hall for some reason. The tension between Payan and Payan increased after the talk about treasure. Payan proposed to divide the buildings and the treasures in them. Payan did not believe his honesty. She was also curious why he did not enter the ritual hall. It turned out that the buildings were surrounded by a shield that Elder Payan and his younger brothers were unable to penetrate. The old man assured that Payan would not be able to go inside. Peony cast a spell, but it went out as soon as it approached the barrier. The old man smiled triumphantly. He was sure that she knew what he wanted, Payan thought, weighing the pros and cons. She asked him what would happen after they broke through the shield together. There are several buildings with treasures scattered throughout them, so there is enough for everyone. The shield won't let us penetrate. There are no options except to join forces. Once inside, they saw many statues, incense burners, boxes, and the search would take several days. 10 alchemists barely managed to breach the barrier. There must be a lot of valuables. You see, that damned old man, if it weren't for him, I would have looked through everything and taken it into my hands long ago. The elderly alchemist thinks that they are both on the same level and will have to put their lives on the line. However, he was hired by a reliable community. He will only get one thing. There is no point in rushing. Let's collect everything, then put it in a pile, look at it, and divide it among each other. Yes, this approach suits both parties. Of the items, no more than half are valuable, but there will be several copies of each. But those 2 powerful people seem to be very greedy. Among the drawers and boxes, one little thing caught my eye. That old man was definitely talking about her, having suffered seriously in the past. Now let's take a look at what we found so we can distribute it among those present. Wypek orders Soul to go and see what treasures there are. The hero is under pressure. There is no trust, and if possible, it is worth keeping away from this stone box. Payan is delighted. He came across a sparkling ingot. Good material will increase the strength and energy reserve of the Dharma weapon. This is what they need. The containers promise interesting finds. One of the subordinates came across a lock that could be opened using spiritual power. Payan and Peek's eyes sparkled with greed. There had to be something really worthwhile there. They are in anticipation. They can't wait to see what is hidden. The hero became alarmed there were no seals on the others, and this one might contain forbidden contents. The lid gave in to the effort. There was a knocking sound inside, and energy began to ooze. But the next moment the joy was replaced by real horror. Puke screamed hysterically, "This is the first baby. How is this possible in front of them? It's like the soul of a high-level alchemist. It is definitely him. We must be careful. We must not allow ourselves to be given away. The baby laughed loudly. Several people covered their ears. They could not bear to hear the laughter. The creature will try to take away the body, most likely. Ye Chongseo's companions turned out to be victims, and the man himself was afraid of their fate until the end. Will an ice breakthrough help to cope with the disaster? Mentor, what to resort to? How to get rid of the first baby? It's bad that the enemy cannot be caught off guard with conventional weapons or equipment that cannot affect the soul. Damn, even Payan is at a dead end, not knowing how to save himself. Soval will try to use the storage. It could very well pass for a tool, since the creature was imprisoned there. The elderly man found himself absorbed. I don't want to. The body is only at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, and there are only weaklings here. But thank you for releasing us. As a reward, everyone will be killed as quickly as possible. It requires strength to match the monster. The breath of the sun is no match for it. It might be possible to resist, but you can't kill. Otherwise, the baby will move into another. 2 sun breath alchemists, an old man and a woman. Both are not suitable. It's better to just suck out their spiritual and vital energy. That's how he can easily leave the body. At this rate, no one will survive. It's better to give up the treasures. Life comes first, and artifacts can be collected in other places. Mok Yum is in solidarity with them. Running away is the only thing that comes to mind. Surprise, no one will let you leave the castle. The first baby somehow sealed the ritual hall. Will it be possible to break through the way out? The hope that the flame of the mountain's subservient earthly fire will touch the soul. The only answer is that it's all useless. It is pleasant to absorb the power, but the baby is not yet satisfied. Perhaps the alchemist of the sun's breath will satisfy the hunger. He does not intend to give up easily. The battle will reveal the strongest. However, it took almost no effort to destroy the lower-level Dharma sword. There is no need to waste such tempting and delicious energy. Chonso's bag of abundance was filled with useless items. The monster ruined them. But the old man found a way out. How the monster was hidden back in the box that is now in his hands. He's worthless. He has low-level Dharma artifacts hidden away. They're no good for anything. The enemy turned his attention to the long-haired youth. Vai Piok, seeing that the old man had been swallowed up, fell prostrate. Since the baby has been in the palace for a long time, he will need help. Pioki's mountain residence, never heard of it. Seems like the lady is influential. She is ready to do everything to survive. Her husband runs the residence. He is 300 years old. He is at the stage of the breath of the sun. The monster can enter his body, then the lady will honor him all her life. What a cheeky girl. She hopes that by staying nearby, she can receive his blessing. Conversations had no effect. He was crazy. A mossy place with a weak owner did not interest him. But he remembered the name of the place. Once it gets out, it will definitely draw out the forces from there. But first, it will absorb those present here. In a matter of moments, the creature killed all but 3. For them, he will make an exception and will not take lives. Why are they silent? Aren't you curious as to why he does this? Puke tries to play along. The baby showed generosity and mercy. The monster clearly doesn't like mannerisms. First, he will tell why he left the boy, who will become a new vessel. He had not yet reached the age of 100 when he attained the law of spiritual energy, which means he has quite good potential. It's all or nothing. If you catch the moment when the monster tries to move in and put the box under it, then the creature will take on women. They will serve to replenish the yang. Afterwards, they will become wrinkled old women. There will be nothing to take from them, so they will remain to live out the rest of their days. Without further ado, the baby flew to Soval. If only it would fit. It's so huge, and the box is very small. The baby is swift, but the hero is no slouch. The second time, there is a lack of speed and reaction. It's time, Vault, open up. As soon as the boy got hold of this damn thing, the enemy rushes in the opposite direction. However, the energy impulse will deliver the box where it needs to go, and the binding seal will add reliability. As the lid closes, the force pulling the monster down increases. It is necessary to do anything to close it in time. There is a lack of abilities. The baby feels this perfectly. Mokyum doesn't really understand what's going on, but the container needs to be locked, right? She is more than confident in her spiritual strength. Let Soval rely on her. The creature asks Peak for help. In exchange, she will learn breathing techniques and other training. The hero tries to reason with his mentor, but words don't come out of his mouth. Everything goes into pouring out energy. The baby thought she was completely heartless. He promised to destroy Pioki's estate without any reason. After that, she cannot believe the words of the monster. The creature swears that he will not break his word, and will definitely take her to another stage of development. This applies to any of the 3. Please help me. The prisoner can free himself, the seal is weak, you should press as hard as possible. Until today, Puke had never had to endure such a nightmarish ordeal. She looked back. Nguyen was dead. It would be right to wrap him up and take him with her. Upon return, he will organize and conduct the funeral. Meanwhile, Soval swallows the pills. having become exhausted from catching the baby. The lady survived thanks to the guy, but why did he resort to a trick only when the threat loomed over him? Because of his selfishness, Nguyen died in vain. Peek came close to the young man, trying to blackmail him. The situation with the old man is not so bad. Then teach the boy a lesson, and that's the end of it. The hero is convinced that she is going too far. She was actually saved. The lady hadn't planned to share with this couple from the very beginning. Now you can put pressure on her by justifying your decision. Okay, that's how it will be, but there's a catch. How dare the culprit add the condition that it is for insolence and violation of honor? The girl has no relation to what happened, and retains the right to take one copy. There is no reason not to kill them. Both are capable of revealing a secret that appears once every 300 years. And they will definitely tarnish Puke's reputation, but the dead don't talk. It seemed that the trouble was behind us, but a new problem was right there. Sovol asks not to make hasty decisions out of momentary greed. A young man, how dare he teach an experienced and noble woman? The lady unleashes an attack on the hero, who covered himself with a shield. Mokyom doesn't stand aside, throwing a couple of balls at her opponent. Since they are not going to accept their fate meekly, they will find peace in torment. Sovol is doing well thanks to his partner stopping Puke. The guy defends himself confidently, but it's clear from his appearance that he's at his limit. You can deal with it later, it won't cause any trouble now. But the girl next to him is capable of creating problems. Mokyom defended her right to life with all her might. Your partner did nothing, watching the battle from the sidelines. The spiritual barrier would prevent the use of the lesser demon's poison, and Mok wouldn't be able to do something like that. There is nowhere to go. The mistress's greed forces her to take a mortal risk. Peek thinks it's time to end the fight, stop dragging it out. How did the boy find strength in himself when he was on his last legs? For the first time in a millennium, it was possible to break out into the light, and the freak sealed it again. The box finally got me. It's that girl. Ungrateful. How dare she reject the merciful offer and imprison him? Sovol silently watched the horrible death, wondering what to do next. What? I released it, relying only on the box. It's useless. It won't be so easy to fool. However, why didn't the two of them lose their minds from laughter? It should have had an effect. The hero declares that there is no point in killing the rest. Otherwise the monster will risk its freedom again. It is better to simply disperse. They don't pose a threat, so it doesn't matter what happens to them. But the container doesn't give you peace. Leave it here and go away. Sovol is not stupid. If you throw out the means of struggle, they will be swallowed up, and it will be impossible to come to an agreement. Then there will be a fight. While the box is in your hands, there is at least some chance of defeating the monster. One item won't change the balance of power. The guy is arrogant, believes in luck, nothing more. Life doesn't always go so smoothly. Look how by absorbing the energy of treasures, I become more powerful. Even if only for a short period. The baby feels sorry to waste rare artifacts, but he doesn't want to lose his freedom. The creation absorbed the powers of wealth and magic, so much so that even the heroes felt it. If he was fast before, now he is impetuous. It will be difficult to guess the right moment. The escape route is cut off. The enemy is right in front of him. I would really like to run away, but it just won't work. Now it's time to open and finally close the damn box. Ha! Do you think I'll buy into this twice? Who did you take me for? Yes, right on target. The long-awaited young body, ready to be consumed. Mokyom froze in horror, wondering if Sovol would be killed. But what happened next was incomprehensible. A bright light burst out from the bracelet. The protective sparkling artifact. Where did he get it from? The last time the artifact was in the hands of the invaders was 200 years ago. Of the 8 remaining crystals, 2 had gone out, meaning the 4 that weren't sparkling protected Chanso. This seems to be the only protection from the baby, if you don't count the box. Meanwhile, Mokyom decided to break down the locked doors. But they shine like new, not a single scratch. It turns out that the monster needs to be suppressed. Whether the 6 remaining stones will be enough to win is unclear though, as to how to activate them. When the bracelet started working, a lot of magic came out of Sovol. After taking the rest of the pills, there was enough energy for a couple of crystals. The others did not react. Mokyom came to the rescue, taking the hero by the hand because she is confident in her own magic. Finally, the artifact drains the light again. It is fully charged. There was no need to wait for the effect. The baby's power melted before our eyes. The danger has not disappeared, but there is no room for doubt. The partner intervenes in the battle in time. How dare you think you can easily deal with such a great creature? A huge skull burst out of the enemy's mouth and flew right up to Sovol. I can't move. I had the strength. Why can't I move from the spot? Despite the girl's calls, the hero did not shy away. He needed to act. The skull broke through the spiritual barrier, rushing towards the alchemist. The young man showed her many techniques that she liked. Whatever they encountered on their way, he helped her out and healed her wounds. Even though it may end her existence, she will not give up. Circumstances have changed. She knows what and when to do in order to help her friend. The dam's shine finally subsided. The baby opened his eyes. A discovery awaited him. Chonin, vile hybrid, await your fate. The forces have dissipated, but the skull is powerful. Mokyum's resources are not endless. She feels spiritual and physical pressure. Sovol still didn't move. Suddenly he rushed forward, shouting words of gratitude. The heroine gained time to catch her breath and replenish some of her magic. The creature noticed Sovol flying towards him, who should have remained at a distance. It really has become weaker. The speed is not what it used to be. The distance is decreasing. The baby screams that the alchemist's body will be at his mercy before he opens the box. However, Sovol is no longer inferior in agility, and drags the enemy into captivity. Mokyum acted bravely. If it weren't for her, the baby wouldn't have been where he was supposed to be. She turned into a Cheonin again. This time everything was fine. She was not injured, just tired. Sovol is also fine, but inside there is chaos. It seems like a bad dream. You say that you don't believe that what happened really happened. But how do you feel about that? The girl knows how to distract from bad thoughts. The joke was a success. The pinch was painful. You don't experience such sensations in your sleep. Mokyum is very happy. For the first time she helped the hero out of real trouble. The guy saw his girlfriend like this for the first time, and he ignored the words about the need for recovery. They spent half a day resting and regenerating. And how much time will they have to divide what they have obtained? The heroes carefully examined the items in order to properly dispose of what they had acquired. Particularly notable are the sparkling ingot, the staff of earthly fire, the spiritual compass, and the wind carriage with 4 horses. Sovol noticed the jasper ring and silk belt. The first accelerated the replenishment of magic, and the second created a shield. Virgo is puzzled. There is not a single mediocre thing. Each one has extraordinary effects. The division is not over yet. If she makes a mistake, she will fall in her friend's eyes. Mokyum chooses the belt. The move passes to the young man. He agrees. He had already chosen an item for himself, considering it useful for himself. The shining ingot is intact. With it, the sword of prayer will become a treasure of Dharma. The right to take first now belongs to Sovol. He is touched. The girl cares about his interests. The guy wants to take the ring. He doesn't need the staff. And the girl has no weapon. He has thought of everything. She has a lot of power. Replenishing her magic will not be a decisive factor. Mok does not mind. The girl warned that Vipuke's things were famous and would be difficult to use. Mokyum begins to count the talismans in her hands, which surprises Sovol a little. She gives some of them to him, putting him in an awkward position because of their value. She says that the day will come when he will need them, and she will be glad if her gift helps him. Sometime later, Sovol finished all urgent matters and can now breathe a sigh of relief. But one thing kept bothering him, namely the sparkling ingot that he would have to tinker with. First, he decides to burn Chongseo's body and give the ashes to Ye's family, along with the envelope and bracelet he gave him. After this, he returns to where he is happily greeted by a young waiter. The kid says that everyone is now talking about Madame Vi and Elder Payon, who never returned. Sovol understands that he and Yeon are the only ones who know about that incident, but they might have to leave Voryang. But putting that off for later, Sovol asks about Ye's family. The waiter looks guilty and says he's never heard of them, but perhaps the elders know, so he decides to ask them. Sometime later, the boy returned with an upset face, having learned nothing. But Sovol thanks him with a warm smile and praises him for his work. However, the waiter still feels guilty for not being able to help. And then suddenly he goes somewhere, asking Sovol to wait. He brings his grandfather, who apparently knows what the guy needs. While the boy brings them something to drink, the old man says that he hasn't heard the Ye family mentioned in a long time. With a smile, Sovol says that in that case, his grandfather can speak to him. The old man obeys and begins his story. The Ye family was very famous, and many alchemists looked at them with envy. Their symbol was Koban, a creature that could destroy evil energy. And then Sovol decides to ask why no one knows about this family now. The answer is that once they lost the powerful alchemists in the rift, other families began to attack and destroy them. The old man doesn't know what happened next. He only knows that there were several major battles, and after that the Ye family disappeared. Sovol asks if he knows where the family is headed. Grandfather assumes they took refuge in Imsen County. Sovol thanks the elder for the story and decides to head there. But then the grandfather remembers another feature: their bodies were full of pure light energy. Many people try to achieve this, but only a few succeed. The old man hopes that the guy will not look down on them, even though they are nothing special now. Sovol promises that he will not do this. The Ye family is currently holding a marriage tournament. The host thanks everyone for coming and explains the rules. The one who can climb the mountain and demonstrate their abilities will get the host's niece as a wife. While the crowd discusses the competition, Sovol notices that the old man is in the early stages of heavenly birth. And then the host says that today's competition will be a little unusual, because there will be many winners. Therefore, the participants will compete with each other, and the one who wins will be able to take the main prize. Sovol is interested in what the sparring will look like. And then one man raises his hand, wanting to become a volunteer. And then the crowd just burst into shouts that it was a member of the One family. Sovol notes that he is at the middle stage of heavenly birth, and judging by his arrogance, this is a high level. One after another, he defeats his opponents without much effort. Sovol watches this with delight, because he has never seen the difference in levels play out in the other direction. However, the Ye family's helplessness exceeded all the boys' expectations. Usually, marriage games are held with strong women who are looking for strong grooms, but Moonbi is weak. But his thoughts are interrupted by the victorious words of that same guy. He thanks the old man for hosting the games, and he just looks at him with his mouth open in joy because he is the ideal candidate. Even the girl herself, who does not want to marry someone who is not in love, says that he is better than others. The old man, in his joy, forgot to announce the end of the games. And while he does this, an unknown person is watching him from above. A moment later, he jumps down, right at the moment when everything should have ended. He says that he also wants to participate, which surprises everyone. The presenter's face shows anger and bewilderment, because this 300-year-old man is ruining his name with such actions. The guy tries to convince his opponent that he doesn't need to participate in these games, but the old man only replies that he himself will decide what to do with her. One immediately apologizes, but does not understand how one can take such a girl as a concubine. The grandfather irritably asks whether he will fight with him or just give up. It turns out that Wan fell in love with Maiden Ye at first sight, and therefore he cannot lose. But he is much weaker than his opponent. But Machulgi definitely won't be able to kill him. He decides to take a risk. With all the amulets, he might have a chance. The grandfather arrogantly asks him to hold out a little longer, because looking at the previous battles, he was bored. Vaughn immediately rushes into attack. However, the old man protects himself with a wall of earth. It was the guy's last talisman, but it didn't leave a scratch on the enemy. And the old man sends him flying with one attack. With the same haughty smile, Machulgi declares his victory. He approaches the girl, examines her face, and says that she is pretty. With a malicious smile, the old man tells her that if she becomes his concubine, she will live happily ever after. However, he is interrupted by someone who climbs into the ring. This is Sovol, who decided to try sparring. Machulgi sees that the guy is at his level of strength, but he doesn't intend to treat him with respect. He asks the alchemist who he is anyway. Sovol replies that he is just a passerby who became interested. The rules do not prohibit him from participating, which means everything is fine. The presenter understands that this upstart is better than Machulgi. Sovol asks everyone for support before the fight. The old man clearly did not expect such an opponent. He was irritated. The crowd is excited about a duel between alchemists of such a high level. It will be a real spectacle. Sovol is a little nervous because he won't be able to use one of his most powerful techniques. But encouraging himself, he begins to charge spells in both hands. The old man laughs maliciously at the fact that the guy doesn't have a single talisman with him. In just a moment, a hail of blows falls on the guy's shield from above. The crowd is amazed by this attack. However, Sovol expected more intense attacks. This is nothing compared to the Blue Flame Spirit Pill, which means this old man does not pose a threat. And all this time he is waiting for Sovol to stop defending himself and start attacking. The guy wanted to confuse him, but now there is no need for that. He attacks, which the old man did not expect and missed the blow. At this rate, his energy barrier will simply break. The guy has to regulate his powers so as not to accidentally kill himself. He launches several more of the same attacks at him, and Machulgi is forced to simply endure it. With an irritated face, he realizes that his strength is only waning without resistance. He wants to kill Sovol, amazed by the amount of spiritual energy he has. However, he cannot lose in front of so many people. His reputation will be ruined. Here he stops and tells Sovol to surrender, otherwise he will be seriously injured. Sovol accepts this as a defeat and thanks him for giving up. He wants to demonstrate his powers to him in another place, without prying eyes. After this, he flies away empty-handed, and the presenter asks if there are any more volunteers. But the crowd keeps talking about Sovol and his victory. The situation is really difficult. The crowd is at its limit. The old man doesn't mince words at all. He says it like it is. There is not much choice. You can't say something like that in public. It is urgent to find the right words before the situation becomes even more awkward. The winner has the right to speak. Let him speak now or remain silent forever. But the young hero chose Machulgi as his trophy, not the beautiful maiden. The old man clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The father doesn't even hide his desire to marry off the beautiful Moonbee. But such a stately man simply has no right to create a scandal. Moral compensation from an experienced alchemist may be of interest to anyone who is not indifferent. This is not just any little thing, but a true relic, something you can't just get your hands on. Where did such a valuable find come from? But Unsowol is in no hurry to tell his stories. Something has greatly saddened the young alchemist. It seems like many people had to sacrifice their lives for this trinket. This entire tablet is imbued with the grief of the greatest man. It's time for the E family to receive its family treasure. However, it is extremely impolite to return gifts, so it would be better if the bracelet remains with the young man. In return, Unsowol will be obliged to serve the Ye family faithfully and truly, although this family is even more indebted to him. The role of a guest became a heavy burden for Unsowol. It is not easy to interfere in the destinies of others. The situation between the families is rapidly escalating. If things continue like this, there will be war. Everything is only getting worse. It looks like I'll have to leave this place too. Constant conflicts condemned these unfortunate people to endless wanderings around the world. And it would seem that they were able to find peace in Yungmun. But there were ruling families there too. These barbarians took everything from the unfortunate people, even family heirlooms. They mercilessly blame all their sins on others, and the rest of the families don't even try to stop it. It was these events that forced the old man to marry his only daughter to a powerful man. This is how most financial problems are solved. It seems Unsowol has an inkling of the Huang family's weaknesses. We need to do something very clever and radical. The young alchemist will become part of the Ye family for a while. Rumors about the marriage of the beautiful Moonbee should have already spread throughout the country. The old man will have to tell everyone about his new relative, thereby securing for him the full status of son-in-law. The brazen Huang family controls the entire country, and is obliged to be aware of all the major events. They won't make a fuss without solid evidence, but rather they will force the E family to do it for them. This will definitely buy some precious time. Why would such a powerful man help such a small and insignificant family? Unsowol has proven himself to be a true hero, but many questions remain. What to do with young Moonbee? A fake marriage will cause considerable damage to her reputation. It would be better if Unsowol discussed the plan with her personally first. You cannot save the situation of a family at the cost of the life of one of its members. Carrying out a plan takes up enormous amounts of energy, but 2 special artifacts have finally been made. It's almost impossible to create a powerful weapon without special magical skills. Without an amulet, nothing would have worked. The masters gave Unsowol some good basic techniques, without which the boy would have had a hard time. Moonbee knows how to make a spectacular appearance. There's no denying that. So what should we call the beautiful Lady E now? When we're alone, there's no need for formalities. We can talk calmly. The girl has done enough for Sovol and is even now ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of her family. Sometimes you have to resort to even the most desperate measures when peace between families is at stake. This fake life has become much sweeter than the real one. The main thing is to stop in time. How interesting it is sometimes to appear in public in a special image. After the wedding, the rights of the E family increased significantly, and people began to respect and honor them. Rumors spread much faster than expected, but these two clearly didn't fit into the role of young spouses. It's time to celebrate such an event and choose something to your liking. There is a grain of truth in every lie. Lady E's newlywed husband is indeed well off. But something is bothering Moonbee. It's not easy to pretend to be in love with a stranger. My legs themselves led me to martial arts competitions. Unsowol's thoughts were completely confused from excitement. A fight between the best of the best is to take place here. And the support group keeps up with the fighters. The crowd rejoices. Unsowol managed to find his acquaintances even in such a place. Lady Xiao's brother became one of the participants, and it seems that Lady Moonbee is not happy with this meeting. This impudent woman doesn't even hesitate to ask her husband about his personal life. Mrs. Moonbee was extremely offended by such indifference. The house is simply teeming with different voices that evening. Lady Xiao's brother turned out to be quite the chatterbox. You will have to reveal the family secret to your brother and sister, but with caution. Fortunately, everyone understands the current situation of the E family. Fortunately, Moonbee doesn't seem to be too upset about her situation. Conversations of this kind irritate her. Pity is of no use now. Besides, Lady Ye is already too drunk and unable to think clearly. Unsowol seriously interested young Mrs. Moonbee. Is this fake love story starting to turn into a real one? But Unsowol instantly shatters all hopes with her harsh indifference. Poor Moonbee had to put on a mask of calm following her husband. Such a girl simply cannot be rejected. The young husband's embarrassment is obvious to the naked eye. Sovol has always been elusive. Ordinary people can't keep up with him. A lot has happened in his life. There is definitely something to tell. Surprisingly, alchemists are quite easy to get drunk. Even magical abilities couldn't save them. It's time for Unsowol to meet someone else noble and dangerous. The voice was all too familiar. This man had probably used his high position to achieve this meeting. These are our old friends from the nation of Enem. Who is this mysterious woman and what does she want from Unsowol? She must need something to come in person. She is in no hurry to reveal all her cards and continues her empty chatter. This impudent lady answers a question with a question, and it's very annoying. What kind of important information does this piece of trash possess that she can use such a tone? She takes on too much. She is not an easy girl. She has some kind of unknown power. She won't just provide the necessary information, she expects something in return. She needs all the background information on the faceless killer. Even such valuable information would not be a worthy payment for her. What does she know about another continent, and what is she going to find out? Why would an unknown alchemist know the way to the opposite continent? This impudent woman probably came here for more than just this. She will keep the suspense going until the end and extract the information she needs. Her sect was going to steal all the alchemist's treasures in existence, but none of them ever returned. They all found their death instead of the jewels. The theft of valuables used to be commonplace, but over time the battles became more and more frantic. It was said that Lady Peak plunged into the lake and never returned. So Bin initially thought that the old man's death was related to his family. No one came back out, so the chief conducted an investigation. Someone saw Soval dive into the water with a beautiful woman. The hero, in a closed pose, asked the purpose of the conversation. The two sun-breath alchemists did not surface, but Soval stood before her. She is driven crazy by the desire to know the reasons for these events. She begs passionately. The guy is obliged to tell everything. So Bin was disappointed. Soval wouldn't say anything. The young alchemist would hardly have been able to do anything on his own. Despite the facts, only two returned. The head is sure that a special secret is being hidden from her. Soval said indifferently that she had an excellent imagination. Peak did not get along with her husband because of his strange relationship with the servant. That's why Pion spoke about a lover then. The mountain leader announced a search, but it was a lie. It was clear to everyone where the wife had disappeared. What an interested look, already sobered up. Soval sat down next to her, and the girl, embarrassed, turned away. She thinks she behaved inappropriately and will not drink anymore. She remained his wife, but she moved closer to Sovai to calm down and went outside. Since the marriage is fictitious, he may have a chance. It was nice to meet someone with whom I found a common language. The guy wouldn't mind staying. Our aunt and Chu live nearby. It would be nice if they settled here. The aunt is at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. Her presence helps the family. The So family quickly settled in, and the owner of the mansion began to smile more often. Pleasant thoughts were interrupted by a servant with a personal message for Soval. Peak was a favorite. Someone came from their camp with a huge amount of stones. Did she tell that visitor about you? It doesn't matter whether the details were revealed. The hero is not alarmed. The head does not know the details, and accuracy is important in the information. He makes excuses, he was threatened, he had to defend himself. The Yo family lost most of their relatives in the lake 300 years ago, and the survivor was taken as a son-in-law. Soval's wife is beautiful, strong, and easy to fall in love with at first sight, but their relationship doesn't look warm. Is the organization really selling rumors rather than confirmed data? The head admits that she had previously built hypotheses on incomplete facts. The head was furious. She could sell the information that Peak went into the lake with Soval. Do as you please. If there is nothing more to say, it's time for him to go. His wife is waiting. As for the state of Yongnam, he already knows that it is on another continent. The young man leaves, so Bin promises to see him soon. They are finally here. Let them come inside. It would never have occurred to me before that the proud Yo family would fall like this. There is a sense of antiquity here. It's funny, his family was less famous. Everything changed after uniting with neighbors to overthrow Yo. Sorry, I didn't notice you. Let me introduce myself, Cho Gyung. You probably know why I came. No guesses, tell me in detail. Then the man will explain the reason in detail. The guy knows Peak. They were seen together in the rift. Tell me why the lady didn't come out of another dimension. She needed an alchemist at the law of spiritual energy stage to defeat Pion. When meeting the old man, a conflict arose that escalated into a fight, and Soval retreated. Having escaped in time, he survived and was not pursued. This is such an obvious excuse that it's annoying. Puke and Pion wouldn't fight over one meeting. Whether to believe it or not is up to the master to decide. Of course not. He doesn't even trust his family, much less a guy he barely knows. If the hero insists, he must provide evidence. Soval says outright that he is being made a scapegoat. This won't solve anything. Guyon is sure that the guy is connected to the woman's death, but there is no evidence. Having become Yo's son-in-law, the young man's situation worsened. What does the genus Yo have to do with his past? The Huang family is laying claim to her, but because of the hero, they have stopped pressuring her. If many alchemists gather in the enemy camp, will they attack Wo? The guest hints that their soldiers will temporarily join the Huans. The battle will be fierce. There will be many victims, who will notice the missing son-in-law. Soval admits that he is almost unknown to anyone, and no alarm will be raised. That's true, but his life will be spared, and he will be interrogated later. Is there any point in a clan war to capture a young man? It's not about one person. They want to destroy Yo forever. Previously, those who praised the Yo clan also disappeared. It would always be like this, no matter how much effort it took, but Soval ignored it. An attempt to eliminate them 300 years ago failed, and then they were kept under too much surveillance. If you run away with new relatives, they will be caught within 2 weeks. Don't worry, I won't disappear without a trace. The young man is amazing. He might even reach the breath of the sun. It's a pity that now he is not destined to grow up. He got involved in someone else's confrontation. There is a lot of trouble. We need to hurry. There is no moving circle. The road is long. Greet Yo for me. I don't want to meet them. So Bin probably leaked the information to them, and they also found out about Mok Yom. You need to be close to your friend. They will soon try to harm you. Huang was given 3 months to comply with the conditions. Otherwise, a clash could not be avoided. The demands are too high and impossible to fulfill. But what about Sovol's request? He wants to spread a rumor about Hoi Jan. Sowol, a recent arrival, married a beauty, which will interest many. Mok Yom, upon hearing this, will definitely show up. Family members have arrived and are waiting in the hallway. The meeting of the alchemists of the Yo clan begins. Heaven only knows if Soval and the So family will help. Huang has been given extortionate terms and we have to fight. You support the imperial family, so there will be more fighters of the law of spiritual energy. Is it true that 4 or 5 more strong soldiers will join the enemy? Why is the Pyoki estate helping? Are 2 attacks not enough for them? Do they want to watch Yo go extinct? If there are more of them, it will not be possible to survive. The head is sad. Her family will soon disappear. Women and children must prepare to flee. Some clans will take them in. Soval didn't believe it was so easy to surrender to the murderers. This is not a white flag, but an acceptance of the inevitable, that at least some people will survive. How many years has Haxon lived here? About 100, maybe a little more. And how long did he rule the city? The man cried out that the young man did not understand someone else's burden. Soval calmly asked for more details. The leader refused to defend himself, and the hero will have to watch the reprisal. If the old man were a nobody, one could turn a blind eye to this. A leader doesn't act like that. A weak-willed person will lead the family into a dead end. The hero hopes that he at least encouraged the diligent. Their family was one of the best in Anim, but at this rate they would all die. Why did the leader watch the degradation of the race without doing anything? This means he will continue to watch as Yo is erased from the earth. Since the head does nothing, no one has taken the reins of power. The rest, like the leader, let things slide. Haxon said that more than 5 alchemists of the law of spiritual energy will not give a chance. One of the V's will do everything to destroy them completely. There is no escape route. Soval will accept the fight. In response, there was deathly silence. In the evening, the head of Yo and 2 others came to the hero. For many years, they suffered from oppression, rarely receiving help. Why does the young man want to help Yo's family? It's better not to mention personal problems with the Vi family. At first, he said that thanks to their father, he received the bracelet that saved his life. But the hero might not have come, not told, not tried for them. There are as many people as grains of sand. And among them, there are those similar to you and me. Usually everyone is pursuing goals. It is difficult to trust. The threat is great. We will have to trust the visiting alchemist. The hero brought his father's jade medal, a clan heirloom. The relic has a special function. She is the key to the secret door. 300 years ago, my father took the medallion into the rift. Prominent families often have secret hiding places. But it's surprising that the vault was kept closed for so long. The Yo clan was powerful and accumulated many artifacts. A year has passed since the key was returned, but the leader, it seems, has not entered the hiding place. It's not that he didn't do it. He's not capable of it. He and Doman tried, but the entrance didn't respond. Magic was needed. The ancestors did not expect that in the future, none of the Yo would achieve the law of spiritual energy. Haxon's weakness is one of the reasons for his desperate situation. Soval won't understand even half of what happened to Haxon. They hoped that one of them would reach the required level. Asking an outsider was risky. Huang will soon send out a detachment. Vi will come with them. We can't wait. Are they confident when they hand over the key to the hero? This is Domain's proposal. The leader trusts him first and foremost. Therefore, Soval is the one who can be trusted a little more than other outsiders. It's nice to hear that. The guy will go to the hiding place as soon as he's called. The girl doesn't know his true intentions, but he doesn't seem like a liar. 3 of the clan are ready to leave at any time. Haxon finally smiled. He had always been gloomy before. There is no reason to delay. They are already flying to the destination. The hero doesn't feel anything. That's how it should be at the hidden storage. All this time, Soval saw how tense the 3 were until they got there. The entrance is nearby. You need to pour magic into the medallion. In the lake, having received the thing from Chonso, there were no feelings now, an inner trepidation. The companions are scared. No one can guarantee that Soval won't kill them. We must hurry before they lose control of themselves. The relic responded to the infused power. There is no movement, but a large flow will damage the mechanism. You will have to send all the energy at once. The decision was correct. The doors began to open. The head rushed forward. Strangers are not allowed to enter, but an exception can be made for the one who opened the warehouse. The young man can get in here at any moment. It's better to earn his trust. The once majestic family collected rare and unique jewels. He was tempted to cross the line and rob. The master thief taught that he is a fool who would pass by power, having the strength to appropriate it. Moreover, one cannot trust alchemists. They are ready to do anything to rise to the level of deities. This is their nature. Why share artifacts with others? Has Soval lived correctly up to this day? Not only are moral doubts arising in his soul, he is afraid that the treasure will kill him. The fifth master burst into a dialogue with himself. Soval grew up and made many friends and acquaintances. We should remember those to whom he extended his hand, whether they did anything bad. The thirst for values gave birth to dark ideas, which the fifth master helped to overcome. The guy was looking for justification for his evil intentions to harm Yo and steal the contents of the cache. Even when the leader is eager to enter, he waits for an answer. There is more space here than it seemed. The wealth is not in bags of abundance. If the clan overcomes the crisis, it will have hope for revival. Controlling the Dharma weapon uses energy. The pills recharge it, but it takes time. Wow, so many amulets. They don't consume magic. They are effective even for weak alchemists. Most are top-notch, some are superior. On the shelves there are books with martial techniques. Oh, crystals like on Soval's bracelet, but they have gone out. I need to collect them. Haxon is grateful for the contribution, but he can't share it. It's all for his family. The leader was afraid that the guy would put a knife to his back, but he was only examining the relics. It would have been arrogant to turn a blind eye to help the young man was allowed to take something. I'll be ashamed in front of my father if Haxon doesn't give me a couple of things. The eye catches first one thing, then another. Growth has slowed down. The hero wants to take the Dan pill. Okay, I'll bring it now. A wonderful protective medicine. What a rare remedy. The lower the level of the law of spiritual energy, the more effective it is. The Yo family has laid the foundation for change, and they will be able to not only defend, but also counterattack. A maiden came to him asking him to give her the bracelet. Here it is, an artifact for protection from troubles. There are sacred animals, river phoenixes, one of which was helped by an ancestor. After defeating the devil, he received the blue crystals on the bracelet. The decoration was created by a magical beast. It helped defeat the spirit in the lake. The person who helped the creature was a beautiful woman, but her Nidin was destroyed in the fight. The river phoenix visited her even when she was old and blind. Does the girl believe that there were special feelings between the ancestor and the animal? Rather, the bird was grateful and felt a sense of duty for being saved. It's done, father knows. The bracelet can be used. There are still 12 crystals in the bag. Thank you for your courage, for defending the honor of Yo and for not coveting their treasures. It took a month to digest the protective pill. It is perfect for alchemists of the law of spiritual energy. Soval was about to take another one when they told him that someone had come to see him. I guess Mokyom has finally arrived. Who is this girl you want to meet in the guest room? Soval did not expect to see the old man. It was awkward. The master bombarded him with questions, and he managed to get married. Soval spread rumors to make Mokyom rush, but Quen showed up instead. So the guy didn't think to meet him, but the wedding was real. How can one believe that such a fool found a wife? And here comes Mokyom, who also bursts in with a question about marriage. The rumors were fiction, enough of the jokes. Oh, Soval is a real monster, and his girlfriend is even worse. What clan are they from? Hearing that both were blacksmiths, the master was surprised how they had come to train them. Despite his rudeness, Mokyom maintains respect and manners. But behind Soval's back, you can communicate informally. Brother and sister. So heard that Quen had come to the estate. In honor of the reunion, we need to raise a glass of something strong. The hero wants to exchange a few words with Mokyom. The young man wants to reveal the truth about Puke's death. Since they are connected, she will cooperate. Long training sessions alone should have had an effect. Yes, now she has something new, belonging to the fire element. They offered to resolve the conflict with a duel, but were refused. Huang has no reason to agree. They have V's support, and in lawful fights there is no killing. Thanks to Sovai, who provided 10 high-level amulets even though he didn't go into battle. Their thoughts were interrupted by the leader's cry they were being ambushed. Soval, despite the memories, did not lose his sense of reality. The main thing is that on their side are the two who will not lose to the enemy coalition. The leader is ashamed. He squeezes the amulets in his fist, hoping for them, and not for abilities. The hero's plan is to let the clan defend itself and leave the attack to him. It is necessary to interrupt the blows directed at the main trinity. So far, everything has been all right. but we must not let our guard down. Their fate depends on their victory over the fighters of the law of spiritual energy. Most likely there are twice as many such opponents, as Sovol said. That guy also arrived and is hiding among Huang's soldiers. Judging by the maneuvers, the opponents are dividing to apply pressure from both sides. The enemy's strategist is unknown, but it's clear that the moves are written incorrectly. Thanks to talismans and amulets from the storerooms, the squad's potential increased. A strike from 8 spiritual energy law soldiers would cause damage, but 5 could be dealt with. Chogyong is probably on his way, but the hero is already above him. 2 warriors of the law of spiritual energy will not change the situation. And the lady next to the hero, isn't she the one who dived into the lake with Lady Peak? This is important. She will be left alive and captured. No matter who she is, such plans are not destined to come true. Sovol got angry. It was dangerous to lose control. Guyon's barrier is untouched. Attacks are minor. Overconfidence does not lead to anything good. Magic is stronger than it seemed. The enemy reassures himself that it is better to attack than to block blows. The sacred golden rings will not let you down. They are the best artifact in your arsenal. It is impossible to distinguish the real one among the clones. The energy is not felt. The bastard is young, but already uses the magic of experienced alchemists. Guyon will divide the flow into 5 parts. Great, only 20% power. Time to end the duel. It seems as if several fighters attacked, although there was only one insolent man in front of him. The rings disperse the clones, but the guy doesn't let him catch his breath. He remains on the defensive under the barrage. He is at the initial stage of the law of spiritual energy. He will not be able to control artifacts for long. He will soon become exhausted. Sovol, seeing his opponents in action, recognized the plan. True, he has moved to a new level, but it won't work against him. Oh, 2 techniques at once drained a lot of magic. We need to be more economical. 3 blades penetrated the barrier and stopped in front of Chogyong. Sovol is already here. The duelist has a choice. Die immediately or take poison that dissipates strength. Time is short. Decide quickly. Dying was not in the plans. The man chose the latter. Chogyong was defeated quickly, without resistance, and they were told that they would meet a couple of warriors of the law of spiritual energy. We have 5 of them, but Yo brought a skilled trio. Chief, give the order to your best soldiers to regroup. The enemy's amulets were boring with more time. The ranks of the U would have wavered. By increasing the pressure, you can suppress the defenders. They do not counterattack, which means all forces are on defense. 3 powerful fighters have been redirected. Attack immediately. This will come as a surprise to overconfident opponents. Damn, Guyon proved himself to be a useless ally by losing to a weakling. It's better not to get distracted in a fight, otherwise you'll get hurt. I can't believe my eyes. 3 of them were tied up. 2 of them were from the Vi clan. The numerical advantage didn't help. The Yos didn't flinch. They pulled the blanket over themselves. The other part of the squad is harassed by ordinary members of the Yo family. What power! This blow was delivered by a young guy. We heard that Doman's son-in-law is no slouch, but in reality it's even worse. Sovol is running out of magic. He needs to finish what he started. The clones wave their swords furiously. The alchemists of the enemy's heavenly birth are also caught. Without the old man, the fight would not have gone so smoothly before the battle. The hero thought about turning to the So family. Haxon must decide what to do next. The captured leader is annoyed. They were defeated. A pitiful sight. Yo will regain glory after oblivion. Everything is heading in that direction. As soon as Haxon spoke of execution, the enemy squealed that there were only disagreements, not war. He is right. There was no bloodthirsty feeling between them. But what can one call an act when they bring in a real enemy who wants to eliminate a weakened family? Please, where is your mercy? I am ready to accept any demands. I will give you the spiritual stone of our family. Just let us go in peace. People talk all sorts of nonsense when there's a blade at their throat. You need a document with signatures. There is no point in killing again. We need to force them to make peace and demand payments. Sovol is no slouch. He has become better with weapons. The rumors were true. Haxon is glad. His family will stop swallowing dust. He will create the basis for rebirth. Sowol has no doubt that his confrontation with V will soon end, just like Yo's fight with Huang. He remembered Seobin's words. Yeonam on another continent, the leader didn't seem like a liar. States on different continents, the languages of the peoples are different. These territories are so large that teleports are common. Suddenly, the approach of a man was felt at the level of the sun's breath. Many people came out to greet the unexpected guests. They felt a foreign power that stood out from the rest. Sovol bowed with a smile, asking for forgiveness. He had planned to visit, but he had been beaten to it. He was informed that 5 people from the clan were in captivity. The hero can indicate the location of the prisoners. The alien has set up a sound barrier. Let him speak without any embarrassment. Last time he was caught to be questioned about Lady Peak's death, but he had already told everything. They didn't trust him, but he hoped they would change their minds. Seeing Unsowol's skills, it could be said that he could escape if he wanted to, and it was not worth accusing him without evidence. Every effort must be made to solve the case, and if Unsowol is innocent, there will be no problems. Only he and his sister got out of the Palace of Lakes, and the portal there will be closed for 300 years. Even if the body is found now, the culprit will be an elemental spirit, and Vi's family will be unable to do anything. Unsowol should have let the prisoners out. Apparently he was misunderstood, and only what was important was removed, and it did not concern the prisoners. Apparently there were conditions, and Unsowol had to explain what he wanted. The alchemists were fine, they had as much power as before, and Vi's family was not harmed. Unsowol apparently wanted to be thanked, but he was required to state the conditions. He wanted 20 of the most powerful amulets for alchemists, who would create 100 spiritual stones and return the talisman and the bag of abundance intact. But the reward for 5 alchemists seemed too high. However, Unsowol considered this a fair price. The alchemist's spiritual energy is difficult to appreciate in talismans. He already lowered the price out of respect for the Vi family. In any case, 100 special stones is a lot, but better than losing 5 alchemists. Everything was documented. This should resolve the conflict between Vi and Yo. Unsowol left 40 stones for himself and 30 for the sensei. Sensei was pleased with the gift and asked to call him again if there was such a job. This work was dangerous, and if Vi had more alchemists, it would have been more difficult. If the alchemists avoided danger, then they did nothing. Jagan had stones and decided to look for the talisman. My sister went to Yo's family to train, and even if she is silent, there is hatred hidden in her heart. Since this is how things turned out, Unsowol decided to go ahead with his plan. He decided to find out which medicines were the most valuable. Unsowol thought his stones would be enough, but the medicine turned out to be more expensive. He decided that they were not needed now. He wondered if he could make a full healing potion and strengthen himself with it. In addition, he received knowledge from the second master, so there should be no problem with choosing a medicine. After each pill, his strength grew, and he wanted to become as strong as Baek Yong-hak. It was a sight to behold when he clashed with one of the Tak Yong-gis. A woman from the gun shop approached him and said that the lady asked to meet. She thought Songwol was amazing, and the more she looked, the more she wanted to know about him. She didn't think he could defeat all of Tak Yong-gi's fighters. He realized that she knew everything and asked why she called. She expected him to be caught and tortured, but he attracted so much attention that she couldn't stay away. Songwol's abilities exceeded expectations. He subdued the Wei fighters with the help of Master Tak Yong-gi. Perhaps Songwol's skills are too good for this kind of audience, so the mid-level fighters became a warm-up for him. In the end, Songwol defeated Wei Ga himself. There was something she wanted to tell him. She went where he pointed and found the hidden body, along with something else. Apparently the body was poisoned with a very strong, hard-to-obtain poison made from rare materials. It is quite possible that Songwol defeated Tak Yong-gi because of the poison. It was curious how he became so strong in such a short time. Perhaps he found a source of power in the depths of the lake. But it is unclear how he took it after defeating Lady Wei and the old man. Perhaps both masters fought to the end and used up all their chi, or an incident from 300 years ago was repeated. Perhaps Sowol avoided this, and therefore remained alive and became stronger thanks to the Kumdan and Taehyung Bojongdan. It was a funny guess, and she was close to the truth. There are 30 years left until the gates open, and to enter the lake again, one will have to wait another 300. Songwol said that he had told her everything and did not understand what else she was waiting for. She questioned him out of curiosity, promised not to spread the word, and wanted to cooperate. She really wanted to get the treasures of the lake. With their help, you can hunt rare animals. She often sent people there, but none returned alive. Songwol didn't like working in a team and didn't trust anyone but himself. She was driven by the desire to cooperate, and now she likes him as a partner. She wanted equal conditions, and assured him that she would be useful to him. Everyone wanted treasure, but it was quite another thing to collaborate with the most suspicious person. She said that Yeongnam is located on a continent far beyond the measurable. He wondered if this was all she knew. To learn more, Songwol needs to agree to a partnership. He asked again what she wanted from him. She knew he valued people he could trust, and she wanted to be that person. This woman had goals and was interested in expensive, hard-to-get medications. Songwol came to Lidongjin to go to Wulimba. Long ago, a wanderer arrived on the Yeongnam continent. He wrote memoirs with all the records of his travels. The memoirs were written in ancient hieroglyphs, and the nobility bought the book at a high price. She told him a lot of valuable information. But this information was boring for him. She saw how Songwol wanted to get the book. The hieroglyphs that the residents could not read most likely belonged to the Yeonam. It was medium in size and cost 8 soul stones. The main goal was to find and get the book. All 8 high-ranking officials gathered within 2 days. The clothes had a pattern in the form of clouds. These were the members of the White Mountain School. This faction was one of the strongest. The head of Chonpa was a hot-tempered scoundrel, and his daughter-in-law was the most gentle creature. Both elders are in the mid-early stages of Tak Yonggi. It remains to wait for the remaining three. They hoped the newcomer wasn't bluffing. When they entered the hall and saw the others, they thought they were late. They were probably scared when they saw the White Mountains here. It's time to activate the seal and catch Chijom. Sovol spent 5 days looking around. It was an ordinary place, no different from a forest, and it was necessary to quickly find the target. It was necessary to attract the attention of the animals. This would serve as additional training. This deal really irritated him, but a huge python rushed at him from behind. Rising into the air, he shouted at him not to dare spill the poison. I cut off the python's head before it could bite me. It was a very strong poison, capable of paralyzing and stopping the heart. Bones and silver scales were also of great value, but the python suddenly came to life and opened its mouth. But Sovol quickly pacified him. Most amphibians can move without a head, but he put up a defense in time and collected the poison. And then he got rid of the python's body. Further on there was a cave where the fox lived. It was necessary to hurry to prepare the potion. All the material had been collected. Gathering the ingredients wasn't easy. The silver fox's claws are stronger than snake scales. During this time, he managed to finish what he started and create enough potion. The creation of a cure was made easier by the Keontegi radiation, but it was necessary to test the effectiveness and take 5 drops. The fox made it a habit to check every medicine. The reaction to this medicine was curious. Wanwan's appetite should improve, since it is a herbal medicine. But if he doesn't want to, Sovol won't force him. Sovol said he would throw away the medicine if he didn't eat it, and Wanwan began to swallow the balls. Sovol, seeing the enthusiasm, thought that this should have been done immediately. But if you give all the pills at once, an overdose is possible. After some time, nothing changed. Apparently the experiment failed. He thought about giving other pills, but they need time to digest. He still had some silver leaf pills left. Then Wanwan suddenly jumped up and grabbed one. Sovol asked if he understood what he had swallowed. After taking the pill, Wanwan finally fell asleep. Now we need to focus on poison as the most powerful weapon. An ordinary person would have died from a drop, but Sovol diluted the poison with water. I didn't feel anything and decided to add more, and I realized that everything seemed to be working out. He fell asleep and felt his tongue wet, remembering that this had happened before. He succumbed to the poison again. His head was spinning, but his body was normal. Sovol fell into a deep sleep. He realized that there would be no problems, because the poison only paralyzed. Turning around, he saw that Wanwan was bored. But then I noticed deep scratches, and decided that this was the effect of the drug. He asked Wanwan if he had become stronger from the pills. Judging by the abilities, this is indeed the case. Sovol asked if he wanted to escape from captivity. To do this, he needed to show strength. The alchemist offered to give him more pills to cheer him up, but Wanwan only stretched his paws in different directions, and then he suddenly jumped up and bristled. Sovol quickly dodged the attack, but Wanwan continued to wave his clawed paws. Sovol saw that the color of the sword had changed, and it hit right into the protective dome, but he couldn't break through the barrier. Sovol realized that the pills work, and if he feeds the animal, it will be useful. But it was scary to think, what if this ball of fur became stronger than him? Immediately after the experiment, he moved on. Ji Yun Chim was a real treasure. Where there is a strong aura and an arrow spinning, there is Encho. Vigado and Bekgi are still in the lake, where no one has swum since the tragedy 300 years ago. At first it seemed like an irreplaceable thing, but now Sovol realized that it was a real treasure. He decided to take care of all the precious plants in the forest. I asked the locals for forgiveness in advance for the intrusion. If he's lucky, he'll find Encho. Moreover, the herbs are young and fresh now. But suddenly he saw a group of people. They were defending themselves and he didn't want to get into a fight. If you are attacked by a crowd, it is difficult to survive. Yongi has to handle it himself, because they were more defensive than offensive. But with several masters there would be no problems with counterattack. The master could not leave the people, otherwise they would suffer greatly. He hoped the plan would work, but the plan could only anger the monkeys even more. The master shouted to open the seal of the palace pillars. Everyone began to act as directed. The plan definitely worked. To strengthen the attack, the elder sent ki throughout his body and distributed aura within the barrier to protect everyone. Sovol appreciated this technique. But the monkeys did not retreat. They were not frightened by the power. If he continues to use the body as a weapon, it may not withstand it. The rest of us need to get together and destroy all the monkeys. They began to carry out the order. After returning to the temple, the master will have to undergo Dechendang to restore the body and ki. The others were worried about him. He looked tired, but as a teacher he must take care of the students. He offered to take a pill, because the students were his future. If they get hurt, the blame will be on him. He wanted Mina to drink too, but she refused. She was an amazing child and didn't drink anything. Suddenly, a force pierced the master's body. The others realized who it was and shouted, "How dare he!" It was Lee Rip, and the others engaged him in battle. During the fight, he spent almost no chi, and the shield could not withstand it. It was a sad end for the two masters, and he decided to tell his students that they had died in battle. The second master also fell. Mina decided to take revenge, but he told her not to do anything stupid. Lee Rip was blinded by greed and went too far. At first, he didn't even think about it. But when 30 corpses of the strongest animals are piled up, dividing the spoils is expensive. Mina considered him talented and reliable, and could not forgive herself for not having seen through him earlier. In order not to leave a witness, he decided to get rid of her too. But I was wondering what the best course of action would be. Murder is a great sin, no matter the reason. He acted in his own interests, and these people behaved arrogantly. The conversation with Mina gave him the idea to go to another temple and start a new life. This was going too far, and she was sure he would kill her. She was worried that she hadn't figured him out sooner, and that 2 wonderful people had died because of it. Mina wanted revenge, but she had no chi left. Lee Rip decided it was time for her to die, but this was not destined to come true. Soval intervened in their conversation and destroyed Lee Rip. Mina didn't notice when he approached and thought he was very scary. She decided that a more terrible enemy had appeared, but I still decided to find out who he was, and what connects him with Lee Rip. But he simply hated traitors and scoundrels. Soval asks if there are any other students nearby besides the one who was killed. Mina replies that a master can only have one student. He asks if the master has a family and receives a negative answer. Sovole asks what the girl will do with the spoils, and she hesitantly replies that she will give it to the temple. In this case, Soval wants to take something for himself, which scares the girl a little. She is afraid that he will take the master's body, and then no one will believe her story. Nervously, she asks not to take the body, otherwise she will have problems. The girl is afraid that he will kill her, and then the predators will eat her without leaving any evidence. She wants to tell me where to get plants for the same pills as the deceased. Mina hands him 2 pills and says that he can take the chi and body, and she will say that they were betrayed. Soval doesn't understand why she gives him the last thing, and asks about it. He realizes that perhaps she is afraid of him because of the murder. However, Soval became enraged when he saw the boy kill his master. He accepts the offer, but takes only 1 pill, leaving the other for her. She sighs with relief, and Soval says that he will take the body too. The girl doesn't know who he is, but it's clear that he is very strong. Putting her thoughts aside, she closes the eyes of the dead masters, showing respect. She remembers the master during his lifetime. These thoughts make her cry, and Soval later asks if she found all the bodies. He shows her the pill and tells her that this is what her master wanted to eat. Mina accepts her, since there is no other way to get out of the forest, and the guy decides to help with the restoration of ki. She thanks him and, despite her disbelief, swallows the pills. And then she feels her chi quickly recovering. But a moment later he falls unconscious, which frightens Soval. He's angry at himself for the pills, and understands how much pain she's in. Due to the large amount of energy, her QE became unstable, which is what caused the effect. He decides to put her spiritual power to sleep, thinking that it will help. You'll have to concentrate as much as possible to help her calm down. He succeeded, but it only helped temporarily. She herself needs to stabilize. This isn't the best place to bring her around, so he looks for another one. The girl comes to her senses in a cave, not understanding what she is doing there. She remembers Soval and thinks that this is his doing. Worried, she checks to see if he did anything bad while she was unconscious. Her body is fine, and it's all thanks to him apparently, so she wants to give back. But first, she needs to tell everyone about Lee Rip's betrayal. She waits for Soval until sunset, but he does not come, and she decides to return to Baeksan. Just as she was thinking about this, the guy appeared and asked how she was feeling. While she talks about her thoughts, the guy notices that her body has already recovered. And then she nervously asks to be taken to Baeksan. Soval didn't plan to go there, however. He ended up killing Lee Rip and might be considered a villain, and the death of 2 masters can be pinned on him. But his thoughts are interrupted by the girl's joyful face, glowing with hope. She says he will really like it there. Soval agrees, and now they are already approaching Baeksan. On the way, the girl tells about her ancestor, who was so strong that he was known as the sage of all living things. Upon arrival, the guard is happy about the girl's return and asks where Sebek and Sasek are. From her intonation, he understands that things are bad and suggests going upstairs. They are met by a woman who explains the only rule: a ban on martial arts and weapons. As they rise, they see the main building. Entering inside, they see the head. He and Soval study each other closely, and then the old man asks why they came. The girl talks about Lee Rip's betrayal and the death of the masters. He asks about the bodies, but upon hearing that they were abandoned, he says there is no reason to believe it. He needs proof. And then some other old man says that what they say is true. One of the council members says that there are probably people who are killing Takyongi fighters on purpose, but the chief still doesn't believe the heroes. The girl screams that it's true, Lee Rip is a traitor. He waited for the right moment, and then wanted to kill her too, so that there would be no witnesses. The leader asks if it is true that Sovol killed Lee Rip and receives confirmation. The reason was an attack on a girl. The healer says that the traitor's body had no internal injuries. The head believes the heroes and thanks Sovol on behalf of the school. But until a decision is made, the guy will have to stay. He is glad that they believe them, and since he is just passing by, he will be able to practice Qigong. After some time, during meditation, Sovol is summoned by Chan Mu-in. As soon as he arrived, he was asked to leave his weapon behind. After that, they let us in. He was met by Chang Mu-in, who politely introduced himself and invited him to sit down. He praises Sovol, but he says that the elder is exaggerating. Chan Mu-ying says with delight that he listened to the exploits with bated breath. He admires the boy's strength, but Sovol replies that he was just lucky. The old man advises not to let down one's guard, because Vai Song is unreliable. He doesn't trust the guy, but notices that he is modest for his level. When asked about his strength, Sovol answers with a smile that he himself doesn't know he has been trained by a master since childhood. Hearing this, the elder becomes interested. However, he had died long ago and was not from here. After that, Jang Mu-in asks how the guy is in Baeksan. He says that he likes it here. Sovol has heard that the greatest masters teach here. But Baeksan is no longer the most promising school. The students' morale is falling because of traitors. Plus the criminals of Seokdongban near Volyansan. That's why the school is interested in Sovol joining. The elder begins to recruit him, saying that he has a good relationship with Bon Pa. This proposal surprises Sovol. Jang Mu-in tells how much he will get if he joins. And having reached the end, he will be able to become an elder. With a smile, the old man says that you won't have to wait 100 years to become a master, and he will take care of everything. Sovol came here to establish relations with Baeksan, not to enter into it. However, supporting such a school clearly will not hinder the investigation. The elder understands that it is difficult to decide right away, and talks about the 3 members of Yang Guangyi, and he can ask one to help Sovol in training. The guy finds the offer tempting, but he can't stay for long. He politely refuses and says that he will leave sooner or later. Sovol thinks that he shouldn't stay. However, the elder is not going to give up, and he decides to persuade him once again, which leaves him in a stupor. The old man offers to become a foreign student. Then he can leave without losing support. This is a popular method in schools now, and many students are foreigners. Of course, if the hero is just a listener, there will be no full-fledged help. Will he be able to leave the settlement for several years after this? Yes, certainly. Then it is decided. The guy won't regret it. There's still a present. Let him take it with him. This is a protective pill. And Sovol can also be appointed as an elder if he reaches the final stages of the law of spiritual energy. Now, having received a rare medicine, the situation has turned out for the best. The hero will not remain in debt and will repay the generosity in full. The student cannot cope with the loss. No matter how hard those around her try, she feels alone. Something whistled through the air, and a moment later a cat landed on his shoulder. Where did the magical beast come from here? The local fauna is not so diverse. Wan loves these fruits. Split the fruit in half and feed it. Mina watches with joy as the fluffy creature greedily eats the juicy flesh. Although he sometimes causes a stir, he is often sweet. The hero rose to the 5th level of the law of spiritual energy in a few months, and people think highly of him. He is capable of moving on to the breath of the sun, but it is difficult for a girl to grow to the level of law without a master. She has already achieved a lot. Is it really that important to be someone's student? Besides, she has a high-class Niden. If the problem is that the Niden cannot be applied, the alchemist can make a pill from it. And if you have any questions about where he came from, you can send them straight to Sovol. The guy completely forgot about Mina. It seemed to him that he left her alone. The young man knows what it's like to lose a loved one, and her mentor passed on his knowledge and skills to her. You can't give up on the climb halfway, otherwise the master's training will disappear without a trace. The White Mountain Clan library contains books and records of the alchemist's research. Sovol learned that even listeners can use the archives. That's right, but you can't enter the restricted area. Books cannot be taken outside the sect. Punishment is imposed for this and for damage. It's time to go look around and not distract the worker with questions. The faction members rarely come in, they are busy training, but the guy looks interested. The hero will take 100 books, as many as allowed, and they must be returned within a month. The boy will not forget about the debt and will keep track of the deadlines. The protective pill is good, but the study materials are more important. Creating a medicine will take time, reading will make it useful. After 2 weeks, everything had been read, and the librarian was stunned. He didn't believe it. It's a pity that you can only take 100 at a time. Among the books were the ancient writings of the alchemist Breath of the Sun. Zhang Jiyong, the founder of the clan, was known for being kind and fair. His white thunderstrike was reminiscent of Elder Sangsanmun's technique. Could it be that he belongs to the Sangsanmun faction? How he arrived here, what his purpose is, his true intentions are unknown. What are these records about? Why save such information? Van Puck still appears carefree at work. High-grade spiritual stone, what does it mean? Sowol is interested in Jang Hakbyun, but the boy doesn't know that name. We need any books that he wrote during the life of the founder of White Mountain. One edition was found, but in the restricted section. The librarian doesn't know why the manuscript is there. Some of the books were moved by order of the head. Wang is referring to the current leader. He probably has his own reasons. Only elders and above can enter there. What a shame. Nothing can be done. The hero has to go, but there must be a loophole. On the first of every month, the Forbidden Room is opened for inspection. Is Van Puck trustworthy in his promise to steal the manuscript? 5 higher stones, if successful, will pay the same amount more. They shine so brightly that it is impossible to take your eyes off them. Enough for an excellent weapon of Dharma. The librarian is unable to refuse a bribe. On the first day of the new month, Sowol received the desired manuscripts. The victory over the Taoist alchemists elevated the new faction, but they were surrounded by competitors. Once he had sorted out the affairs, there was a chance to check Zhang Jiyong's connection with the Sangsanmuns. The elder who acquired the key of Yin and Yang killed 3 alchemists and disappeared. The author is sure that this is the work of Chang Jiyong. Apparently, the 4 found a valuable item. The killer coveted it and eliminated his brothers. Hakbyun is looking for a leader. The head recently left the estate, most likely planning to become immortal. Since he was striving for the deities, why did he found a clan? Years passed, no answer was received. At first, the criminal organized the White Mountain. Although he was striving for immortality, why did he need a sect? Everything about the head is suspicious, and he also appropriated a secret technique. He erected a luxurious temple and walls, taking a thorough approach to construction. The building is still being looked after, although it is empty. Decades of searching passed, but no trace of the leader was found. 7,000 years ago, the truth was not revealed, and now it is even more impossible to discover. The author's questions also interest Sowol, so he intends to enter the temple. He doesn't care that it's forbidden to enter. There are no traps, barriers, or guards. The temple looks abandoned. We need to release Wanwan. Your partner's reaction is normal. You can calm down. A couple of portraits. The founder was described as looking nice. His image is on the right. It was unlikely that something was hidden in front of the altar. Hakbyun checked the obvious options. Sowol examines the room, shelves, tables, secluded corners. Even after activating Qi and examining every centimeter, is there really nothing left? The hero remembered an artifact waiting for its moment. In the lake, the servant constantly used the compass, and then led them to the palace. The arrow points in the other direction, where the energy is concentrated. Perhaps the answers are hidden near the temple, not inside. The compass responds more strongly. You should fly in that direction. The artifact indicates that there is a radiation source underfoot, but there are large snowdrifts here. Sowol blew away the snow with magic, cracking the ice under his feet. Since the local lands are off limits, it is unlikely that anyone has been here. Moreover, the place is covered with ice and snow, so finding the find would be an accident. Huge depression. Compass needle spins faster. There is a large boulder in the middle of it. Sowol is trying to remove the makeshift door. There is enough spiritual strength and strings to pull out the block. The hero descended. A man-made cave. The size is impressive. There must be something incredible stored here. A piercing, icy wind. He hadn't felt such cold for a long time. It reminded him of his childhood. The compass signals become more intense as you move deeper into the depths. The guy prepared a shield in case they attack. Wait, who is it? An elderly man. Not a single portrait in the temple matches his face. If not Zhang Jiyong, what is the name of the old man whose hands created this? Ice flower. Unusual. Let Wanwan check what is attached to the ice. The cold penetrates to the bones. The cat doesn't want to even be here, let alone sniff. The nature of the crystal is foggy. Suddenly the touch will freeze. Sowol was deep in thought and did not feel anyone approaching him. The White Mountain Six, the current leader, the lawyer, and the elders. The newbie doesn't seem to know the rules. You can't just enter the temple, even as a leader. Violators are brutally executed. Their naiden is destroyed, and their arms and legs are cut off. They also cut out their tongues so that they don't blab about the secret. Sometimes the leader is allowed to reduce the sanctions, for example, in the case of accidental penetration. What a surprise to hear that the boss would rather reward the guy than punish him. The young man resolved a question that seemed insoluble. Librarians are tasked with reporting students who are interested in Jang Hakbyun. Several manuscripts had been read before Sowol, but no one had made any progress. The hero proved himself by reaching the end. One of the clan members was indignant the fate of the young man would be decided later. First, they planned to explore the cave. They were woken up in the night to waste time talking. What nonsense. A couple of elders support him. Treasure hunting is a priority. They don't realize how difficult it was to find the hiding place. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have figured it out himself. The leader put on a friendly face and agreed with the majority. Sovol should not run away, otherwise he will be considered a criminal. Sir, look, you know what kind of flower this is, your abilities are very high. The leader sees something like this for the first time, which means the thing has no value. We'll have to separate her from the frozen old man and study her. As soon as you bring your hand closer, your wrist becomes covered in ice. What the hell? I can't believe they found an artifact. If the leader relies on books, the reality of the treasure is questionable. Did the hero encounter anything interesting while searching for artifacts? The hero believes that investing magic into the crystal can lead to the solution. He's willing to try, but only uses a third of his maximum. At first, nothing happened. The guy was about to stop, when the flower opened slightly. But spending all resources is not in the plans. We need to slow down. The head is comparable to Sovol. He did not have enough energy. Then Mr. Siok will get down to business. We've gone too far. We'll have to combine everyone's magic. We can't achieve anything alone. The hero observes the technique that he saw in the forest against the monkeys. Previously, the leader was afraid of damaging the ice, but this does not happen, and the artifact does not absorb energy. What a promising item. Withstanding the flow from 4 alchemists, the faction will rise. The elder is at his limit. It seems he needs to stop. As if in response, the bud opened, revealing something like a pill inside. Frosty ball. It gives off a cold feeling. Caution above all else. There is a fear that touching will cause harm. First, they examine the flower and the old man. The man was probably frozen when he touched the object. Don't leave a frozen person naked. The hero will cover him. The old man is alive. He will be treated and interrogated. But the chief will not waste money on a stranger. They tied him up with ropes and are now waiting for him to wake up. Sovol heard a sound. Stop. How did the old man do it? He's already standing, and it's as if the bonds weren't there. The stranger clenched his fist angrily, asking if it was uninvited guests who had woken him up. They thought it was an ice trap, so they released it. Nonsense, no one can catch him, so it must be everyone from the White Mountain clan. The faction leader is only at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. It's the stranger's turn to introduce himself, who says his name is Jang Ji-yong. Stop using the founder's image, put the jewel back. Is it true that the founder survived? He's definitely not a spirit, and his level would wipe everyone out in a second. The powerful alchemist will not forgive those who awakened him from suspended animation. Useless insects, meet death. But first, whoever gave the medicine and blanket, he will show favor to them. Sovol is allowed to step aside because he has covered the man. Sir, we didn't mean to harm you. Give us the artifact and we'll forget about it. So you want to die first. The impudent person sets conditions by eliminating him. Others will become more accommodating. What? Weapons from the body, so can alchemists no lower than yin and yang. The leader falls on his face, asking forgiveness for his discourtesy to the founder. He admits to a grave sin and begs for mercy, but Jang Ji-yong doesn't need annoying gnats. Idiot. Seek redemption in another world. How can a clan leader be in the middle of the law of spiritual energy? At least the rest are polite. Siok said that he gave the elixir. Okay, he can get up and move away. Of the 4, 2 will survive, but on one condition. Fight to the death. The 2 survivors will earn forgiveness. The faction's creator is angry after waking up, but is now calm, although he could have killed everyone. Jang Ji-yong has shown a high level of development, but the enemy's level is unclear. Even now he is passive, seeking to use others. What are you waiting for? I showed mercy. Or do you want to die? The hero thanked him for his life, but the ancient alchemist did not promise safety. The 2 winners will fight the youth and Siok. So Jang Ji-yong can't use his full potential. His magic hasn't returned yet. Everyone heard the clan creator say what would happen after the first or second battle. Jang Ji-yong narrowed his eyes and asked if the hero wanted to be next. No. The guy is looking for salvation, and when he wakes up, he plans to eliminate the guests. Nonsense. The elder will leave alive the one who makes the impudent man shut up. Again asks for help, waiting for resources to be restored. No problem. The enemy himself will take the sword to cut off the student's head. The founder of the White Mountain can easily crush Sovol with one blow. The hero calls on his mentors to fight him if the attack does not reduce him to dust. Before continuing, he remembered the 5th master and promised to survive. One spiritual dragon aimed for the neck. In the next approach, there were 3 of them. The shield dully repelled the blows. The enemy did not break through the defense. This is not the master from legends and books. He's not as strong as he used to be. If he doesn't attack now, he won't have a chance. Elder, lord of the jurisdiction, it's now or never. The hero understands that with ordinary amulets he would not have survived. Siok decided to help the student by telling the others to take the pills. It doesn't matter whether he created a clan, he decided to destroy everyone who came. Elder Meng remembered the founder as kind and honest, not a bloodsucker. 2 other masters will also join the resistance. How funny it is to watch stupid insects. He thought about letting 2 of them go, but there was no choice. The die was cast. If we combine our energies, we will be able to defeat the unfrozen one. The founder of the sect asks whether the alchemists intend to use the technique of the 4th palace. Ha, against me, the one who has achieved yin and yang. There are no warriors here, but a bunch of comedians. What other joke can you come up with? How to defeat an enemy with his own weapon. He did not convey the most powerful techniques. Enough chatter, time to shut up. Stop pulling the wool over my eyes and give me back the pill. You idiots, who do you think you are? The clan rebelled against its ancestor, albeit partially. It's funny. The yin and yang alchemist can't suppress the weak, but the powerful one is about to fall. It's a shame to attack the old man, but there's no escape. I have to attack him again. This misfortune came because of that stupid guy. Did the gods really send him here? You will never know what it is. This treasure will elevate any budding alchemist to yin and yang. Over time, the fog will clear, and they will understand how to use the artifact. No way. Research won't help. The medicine is from an ancient era. How old is this medicine? That era is so distant. The chronicles have barely survived, and the artifacts from there were especially effective. Everyone dreamed of getting them. Zhang Jiyong found one. Having overcome difficulties, he found a frost flower that had been foolishly forced to bloom. It absorbs cold, so it grows in appropriate conditions. Zhang Jiyong decided that there was no better place to find, organized a clan, and raised it to the rank of the best. The only thing he asked of his followers was to keep the temple locked. Seok believes that the enemy is dragging out the battle, and that in order to recover, they must continue. The frost flower pill should be snow white. It has not yet had time to ripen. It's a pity, but what is the purpose of using this remedy? Zhang Jiyong was able to get closer to the deities by improving his skills and training with just 1 pill. What about an immature pill that has not been left to rest for 10,000 years? Alchemists at the stage of spiritual energy can move on to the breath of the sun. And then the 4 mentors began to think. Soval won't believe without proof. Who knows what lies the ancient magician will come up with. Whether you believe it or not is up to the guy. But the old man reverently protected the artifact that he had long sought and nurtured. Well, we agree, but there is only 1 pill, whoever will take it. Seok immediately changed his mind after learning the value. Now he had to take care of the founder. It all came down to a fight for a rare creation of nature. Leading the attack on Zhang Jiyong could result in a loss of strength. What are these 3 thinking about first? They need to deal with the old man. Pfft, you fools, he doesn't need medicine, here you go. Seok is required to lower the artifact slowly, but he says he will not swallow it. Is there really no trust between them? Has he let his comrades down? Okay, if he liked the thing so much, let him take it. Oh, here it is, the frost pill. Its effect is amazing. Elder An is consumed by greed and wants to possess the artifact. He shouted that Zhang Jiyong was up to something, and he himself rushed towards the exit. The elders flew after him. Hehehe, simpletons left with nothing. Damn, the flow of magic is unstable because of the pill's aura. It's about to be overtaken. The crazy old man, where is he going? Might be looking for death. Seok killed An without hesitation, as if he had planned it. What a hassle, having to chase after a traitor. Just as he was about to talk about teamwork, a spell flew into his head. Elder Chan, are you out of your mind? What's going on? Everything came to a fratricidal struggle. What a mesmerizing picture, I could watch it forever. What are you doing here? The frost pill is there. Go and get it. Soval will not get involved in a game played by someone else's rules. Okay, when the survivor grabs the treasure and runs away, what do? No one will give away such a thing, much less abandon it. The elders went mad because of the pill, as did Zhang Jiyong, who killed 4 brothers. The hero learned about this from Hakbyeon's manuscripts. The author was like a dog, relentlessly following the first leader. It is better not to insult the one whose materials helped to find and awaken the elder. How to give thanks for interrupting the accumulation of qi and the maturation of the artifact. The conflict over greed turned into a bloodthirsty massacre. The mentors went too far to stop the feud. Ha, what a sight. Come on, tear each other apart. Zhang Jiyong said the pill is useless to him, then get out. Things went wrong because of An. Seok insisted on dealing with the old man first, then studying the treasure. The main threat is an ancient alchemist. Seok refuses the pill. The student is currently inactive, but if he attacks, his chances of winning are real. Why are they sure that the young man will follow their plan? Their actions are unpredictable, what they will do after the murder of the founder. Suddenly, Mr. Huanggon appeared. He became enraged when he saw the bodies of the 2 clan members. Why are you silent? You are being asked. Explain yourself. They grabbed weapons because of the jewel. Who are you? I haven't seen you before. The people of White Mountain will not commit fratricide. You are behind this. The creator of the faction is in front of him. But Huang thinks he's crazy. Jang Ji-young told the hero to tell what happened here. The guy isn't lying. They clashed for a reason that can't be summed up in a few words. They'll report back later. What explanations are needed? Everything is clear. They killed two brothers and fought among themselves. Jang Ji-young laughed out loud. There are no people who can control themselves in front of a treasure, no matter who they are to each other. Shut your dirty, stinking mouth. The medicine will go to one. Anyone can take part in the battle. Greed blinded the masters. They committed crimes for the sake of power. Do those who have sacrificed their humanity have the right to life? They'll have to pay later, but now the target is that monster. The elders agreed with Huang, and he ordered that Jang Ji-young be killed. Worthless creatures, they do not realize the greatness of the artifact at their feet. Unable to think, then their life will end here. Have they realized the consequences of acting under the influence of emotions? Huang summoned a stream of magic. The relic that forced the allies to fight is terrible. However, the pill remained intact and even shone in a new way. The presumptuous one thought to destroy the magnificent jewel? The appearance of the alchemist at the beginning of the sun's breath forces one to become active. His eyes do not deceive him. Yes, he has a bloody elixir in his hand. It is simply unthinkable to own such a thing. Jang Ji-young takes a disgusting drug. It is created from parts of spiritual power. Few know the technique, since people are used for production. One pill requires 100 alchemists or hundreds of thousands of criminals. The product is dirty due to the many showers after taking it. A long regeneration period is required. Jang Ji-young threatens to leave no one alive. Sovol feels the thirst for blood gushing from the enemy. The risk is great, but we cannot stay away. The enemy put up a barrier. The hero's swords only partially penetrated it. The elders rush to attack. Huang prepares the artifact. The barrage of magic did not impress the clan's creator. He expected more. The enemy draws a blade. One swing creates an impulse similar to an explosion. Two elders went to another world. A dangerous blow. If Sovol had been caught in it, he would have already flown towards the light. Huang is wounded. There is some kind of glow in his chest. The elder is incredible. His will and courage are impressive. He is ready to sacrifice himself. Sun Wook needs to stand behind you. You can't drag it out. It's better to finish in one fell swoop. The barrier is in the way. The young man needs to make a hole in it. The hero uses his entire arsenal to break through the defense. You were sure a minute ago, but now what? The first chieftain of the White Mountain didn't even raise an eyebrow. The barrier was fine. The guy barely escaped the counterattack. Sun Wook apologizes. He can't withstand the brutal fight. How many more followers will die? Enough. Huang will avenge his brothers. He fell under the sword of Jang Ji-young. The open dash proved fatal. Sovol is also lying on the ground. 10,000 years to wait to finally get the elixir. The technique of the numb soul will plunge you into suspended animation. It requires preparation. Those annoying brats, it's their fault he's wounded. 10,000 years, a chance to start from scratch, he will definitely succeed. The hero is alive. He whispered the spell to summon the swords with difficulty. The creator of the White Mountain will not have to sleep for 1,000 years. Eternity awaits him. The weakened guy stood up with difficulty and took the weapon. He pierced the corpse's head, attached the amulet, and lit a fire on it. Sowol has no debt to the elders, but one helped defeat Jang Ji-young. There's no point in touching the bags of abundance. A new sword and an ice flower are enough. The clan's future is in tatters. They have lost their leader, a sun breath alchemist, 4 mentors, and a lawyer. The alarm will soon be raised about the disappearance of the sect members. But first there is one thing that needs to be completed. Where are the clothes given by Madame Zhu? These will do. How many people died for the sake of a little thing? The reason is their greed. What to do? The risks are unknown. Maybe just swallow it. Wan shook at the sight of the treasure and ran away. He had nothing to determine the nature of the pill. Wait, there's something in the bag. The strings have a special feature. The song of black ice will improve it. The young man remembered Jang Ji-young's words about the effects of the medicine. Yes, the fruit has not yet ripened, but the hero will take a risk by using the art of strings. A terrible cold immediately gripped my mouth. Collect as much energy as you can and direct it to your head. The coolness spreads throughout the body, touching every area. This is the beginning. You can't lose concentration, otherwise the hero will freeze. The key to absorption is faith in the art of strings, which he has trained diligently. He feels sick and doesn't have the strength to hold on for long. The guy has endured. He will return to the string technique again. Now we need to awaken the Needin to absorb the remaining medicine. The paralysis is decreasing, but the effects are still felt. The main thing is to dissolve the treasure slowly, otherwise it will freeze. The process is complete. The young man is filled with boundless magic. Finally, he waited, as a teenager, dreaming of overcoming the heavenly gates as soon as possible. The breakthroughs were different last time. What's new is coming. This can only be learned through experience. Adjust your approach a little, adapt to the gates, and then everything will work out. The 4th level of the sun's breath. The power inside is different. Now let's check how the White Mountain is doing. A year passed, and the clan thought that Sovol had been killed. The leader and several elders were recently found dead. The hero welcomes the new leader. The student spoke about the situation and what happened. He is aware of the situation. Even though Sovol is not a full-fledged student, he will help if you just ask. The Iron Rock School will hold a tournament. The loser will close the doors for 1,000 years. They have a bad relationship with the inspectors who will be monitoring the fights. Why shouldn't the hero take part? He doesn't want to put in too much effort, but Master Huang has done a lot for him. Thanks to Sovol, some of the burden was lifted from the shoulders of the new leader. Fortunately, the Millennium requirement was relaxed to 500 years. Previously, an outside student would not have had to participate in battles. There are 10 people on each side. If they start to lose, Bon Gong will intervene at the sun's breath stage. The White Mountain has weakened, strong warriors have died, and it is difficult to gather the required number. The hero will do his best to make up for the difference in levels. The area is deserted. Many students were injured in sparring with the Iron Rock. The young alchemist fears that Mina is among the wounded. The girl was hit hard in her last fight and suffered serious injuries. She must have squandered herself entirely, hiding her fortune. There are many patients in the hospital. As the head said, students were injured. It is unpleasant for the nurse to remember the intrigues that people from the rival sect resort to. Mina was in the final phase of her heavenly birth and accepted the fight. Sovol asks to prepare medicinal herbs. It's good that his level wasn't detected. It will be easier. The true fire of Samadhi is a very useful ability. Mina woke up and was surprised to see the hero. He asked how she got into trouble. The 9-herb medicine is no match for the rainbow pill, but it is excellent for treating internal injuries. Others have also received this remedy. You can safely take it. The hero decided to support the girl. She had once lost her sense of purpose, but pulled herself together. Mina almost burst into tears. The young man's words warmed her soul. She thought that he was holding back the clan. She won't just lie around, but once she recovers, she'll take up training with renewed vigor. Almost every time you meet Mina, she's wounded, so a set of elixirs will come in very handy. Once again, they are bound by a phantom debt. There is tension all around, especially among the brothers. The fate of the White Mountain is at stake. No one believes in success. 500 years of isolation will have the greatest impact on the students. It makes my heart bleed just thinking about it. The Iron Rock is deliberately delayed. They know how to annoy. It would be great if they had never shown up. The inspectors haven't arrived either. Most likely they're coming in one group. The competitors have a variety of alchemy. They could prepare trump cards. Their reception system is more lenient to leave the White Mountain. You need to destroy the Nadan. Iron Rock celebrates individuality and the ability to profit. Here they are, the latecomers. Among them are inspectors. The hero was right. The leader suspects collusion. He needs to step aside. The others must maintain order. He welcomes the controllers, hoping for their strictness and fairness. When provincial inspectors allowed themselves to be biased, participants do not change until they lose, and the next one takes the place of the one who lost. In other words, every warrior fights until the first defeat. This order puts the White Mountain at a disadvantage in the end. They will be swept away by the alchemist of the sun's breath. Mina is worried about the hero. He is a listener. Why should he carry this burden? Moreover, there was a man there at the level of the sun's breath. At this time, 2 people were fighting in the ring. They were ruthless and it seemed excessive. Seok Dongban inflicted serious wounds, but did not even receive a warning. At this rate, he could defeat the enemy, because besides the master, there were only 2 disciples at the level of the law of spiritual energy. A volunteer volunteered for the next battle. For Seok Dongban, all the opponents were too easy. He was waiting for the next one. The winner was Yuk Jung-ye from Baeksan's school. His opponent chuckled, wondering where Baeksan got so many weaklings from. The opponent is assigned according to level. If you defeat one, a stronger one takes his place. It would be sad if 10 of Baeksan's men lost to 3. But the school student was ready to do everything to protect her honor, and then he immediately rushed into the attack. But the next moment, Mak Han-vi simply disappeared. Yuk Jung-ye didn't understand where the enemy had gone, but he was already rushing towards him from above, and pierced his shoulder with his power. Yuk Jung-ye asked in frustration if he couldn't fight fairly, but he was confident that he could use all means to win. Then Yuk Jung-ye used the protective dome. The enemy was constantly eluding him, and he could not anticipate his movements. But he appeared again at the dome and began to attack. Yuk Jung-ye was holding on by the last of his strength. The enemy egged him on, saying that he must show the spirit of Baeksan. Unsowol thought it was cruel because he saw Yuk Jung-ye's condition but didn't stop. They intended to break the spirit of the school with brutal attacks. Mak Han-vi won again, but was warned of exclusion for excessive cruelty. The master warned Unsowol that when faced with difficulties, it was better to give up. Mak Han-vi asked if he was angry about the last fight, but Unsewol replied that he was not angry at all. Mak Han-vi planned to make him suffer even more than his previous opponent. Unsewol stood frozen, and it was clear that he was not afraid. The enemy was going to show him his true power. He used the body-splitting technique to make the opponent suffer for a long time. But Unsewol stood motionless, leaving him confused. He dodged the blows masterfully, and Mak Han-vi didn't understand how he did it. The next moment, Unsewol struck an unexpected and powerful blow. It was unclear to everyone how this happened, and how Unsewol dealt with the enemy. Before Mak Han-vi could get up, Unsewol used his power on him. He turned white and asked to stop the fight. Mak Han-vi was covered in ice, and with his injuries, recovery will take years. For using this technique again, Unsewol was warned of expulsion, but his abilities exceeded all expectations. The master knew he was strong, but he had no idea about such techniques. It would be great if others could fight like this. The girl decided to follow his example and devote more time to training. Seokdongban only has one disciple left at the sun's breath level. Next up was Ma Jae-ju from Seokdongbang. Unsewol introduced himself and greeted his opponent, but he didn't expect that it would reach him, and that he would have to fight. But no matter how hard Unsewol tried, he was sure that Seokdongban would guard the gate. Unsewol was confident that he would not allow this, but the enemy asked him to accept reality. He even offered to transfer to their school, but Unsewol refused. The enemy considered him overconfident, but he wasn't going to give up and lose, and he prepared for battle. The enemy realized that he was relying on the weapon and asked why he showed everything. But Unsewol hid some of the techniques to make the task more difficult. The enemy shouted at him not to expect any favors. He assumed a fighting stance and drew his weapon. Unsewol knew it was better to dodge, since 6 alchemists had fallen, and blocking them could give away his level. The enemy was ready to use weapons, and he warned Sovol that it would be even harder, but he was sure that this was not so. And he soared up, almost surprising Ma Jae-ju. And suddenly Sovol launched sharp swords from the air at the enemy. They broke through the protective dome, and he didn't understand what kind of technology it was. And then Ma Jae-ju was struck by a cold that made it impossible for him to fight. He decided to pull himself together and deal with the enemy in one fell swoop. Unsewol saw that the barrier had disappeared, and this was his chance. And then Ma Jae-ju was struck by water vapor. He didn't think that the enemy would defeat him with just icy fog. However, Unsewol had already won, and through the fog, swords flew at the enemy. In front of everyone, Seokdongban lost to Baeksan. Unsewol was talked about everywhere because he was very interesting, and it was amazing. They wanted to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. As promised, Seokdongban will guard the gate for 50 years. If it turns out that someone from the clan has left the territory, he will be severely punished. Unsewol's skills were astonishing, and it was now clear why he hid them during battles with the spiritual energy law alchemists. It was an unusual and unpredictable technique, and he advised Unsewol to never give up. Everyone around congratulated the winner. His niece rushed to congratulate him. She had heard that they wanted to appoint him as an elder. She was worried that Unsewol would be moved to another place. All the elders lived in Sunbon, where it was clean and spacious. Now it was Unsewol's dwelling. He needed to fix the things that were damaged by Zhang Ji-yong's attacks. Rumors spread among Baeksan's disciples about a disciple of the law who had defeated the senior masters. These rumors reached Anambu, but they were not taken seriously. Sovol finished the repairs, and it was time to improve his amulet-making skills. After all, only a professional could create a wealth amulet. Suddenly his niece informed him that a very famous man from Anambu had come to see him. Songwol didn't expect that famous people would need him. It was the head of the Huizhong community. She congratulated the boy on becoming an elder and having a good home. Sovol didn't expect her to come in person, but they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she couldn't miss the chance. But Sovol understood that there was something else hidden behind the visit. She couldn't understand how he had accomplished such a feat at an average level. What is this girl trying to achieve, and what information is she trying to find out? Such a powerful alchemist must have been hiding his power for years. Enough chatter. Time to get to the main question. In any case, this lady will remain the winner. It doesn't matter to her how exactly it happens. The collapse of one organization inevitably enriches another. This influx of personnel allows us to expand our work and take on interesting projects. There are plenty of entertainment options available at Gadjon Fortress. You just have to want it. The open space attracts scum, but not all can cope with the local poison. Poison is everywhere, even monsters use it, and those who hope to conquer the lands inevitably perished. It's clear that this impudent girl wants to personally experience Unsewol's power by sending him to this hell. Perhaps there is a deposit of the 7-pointed silver lens there. No wonder alchemists are drawn there. One of the survivors told an interesting story about the local inhabitants of the cursed place. Is Unsewol ready to go to Cheondokji and learn the secrets of these creatures? But the young alchemist is not interested in legends without resources. He has nothing to do there. And this lady knows where to put pressure. What an ulcer. There has been no news from the missing masters for a long time. Does she really know anything? Among the missing is the strongest Sun Master. His level is above average, and many interesting things can be learned there. He won't agree just like that. It's time to resort to special coercive measures. In exchange for her help, Sowol will receive memoirs from another continent. They will be in handwritten form. This girl is walking in circles and not giving reliable information. The young man will learn all the details only from the official contract, which will be delivered soon. Why are these people so eager to acquire lands? What attracts them? The offer is dubious, but ancient manuscripts cannot be refused. Sowol became the elder of the noble Baeksan school at an early age, which is an indication of his strength. We need to hurry. Everyone is waiting for the precious guest. The young man's strength is growing by leaps and bounds, and it's impressive. It was thanks to Sowol that his older sister became an outstanding 10th stage alchemist. Does she have any information about Madame Ye's current life? But no one gave an adequate answer. They just shook their heads. The eldest one doesn't know what she's saying. Sometimes it's difficult to understand her. Could what happened to Madame Ye be related to Sowol? Since he is still her husband, he is bound to know something interesting. Sowol and Miss Ye's marriage won't last long, no matter how much he wishes it wouldn't. The persistent Mr. So was convincing and achieved an engagement with Moonbai. Has Sowol really fallen in love with his fake wife and isn't ready to leave? The guy's face was filled with sadness, wondering what was happening between them. It's time to change the topic of love to something more serious. The issue of poisonous lands has not been resolved, and answer needs to be given soon. Even Sowol shouldn't go to such a terrible place. The danger is too high. If you are going to certain death, then only together. The eldest could not survive the power of the local poison. She went mad after deciding to do this. Sowol has long since surpassed his elder sister, but even for him this could be fatal. But how can she let someone dear to her go into this hell alone? If Sowol doesn't come up with something, they will both die on the cursed land. A white lie is the only chance to save the eldest. It's an ugly thing for Sowol to do, but sacrificing the lives of others is no better. The poor thing has no choice but to surrender, because she has no rights in the affairs of the sect. Xiaobing had better stay away. She was too weak for the mission. It would be nice to test her capabilities in a training match. The eldest never refuses such pranks. She strives for perfection. It's always nice to compete against a worthy opponent and see your progress. This is what the entrance to real hell looks like. Every centimeter is saturated with the most powerful poison. Weak alchemists will take damage from the start, and strong ones should not boast about their power. This old man's name is Chu Chasong. He works for the Baoxing sect and is knowledgeable about poisons. He will become the guide. All the records turned out to be useless. There is no reliable information about the locals. It seems that old allies are emerging here. Elder Ma also did not spare himself and came here to certain death. What made this big guy risk his life? Is he really that stupid? This simpleton didn't come up with this idea on his own, but came with a thick-headed comrade. These fools do not realize the tragedy of the situation and are playing the fool. If heaven is merciful, everyone will get out alive and receive a reward. It is foolish to rely on strong alchemists. That strange guy on the side, his name is Yom Chan. The origin of his powers is unknown. His actions are unpredictable, and this makes him a dangerous opponent. The first thing you need to do is take care of the antidote. It won't be superfluous. The weak would do well to remember about safety. Poison is merciless, and the old man is no slouch. He knows what he wants and goes towards his goal. Sowol has noticeably matured. It is visible to the naked eye. This boy is modest and well-mannered. Good qualities for a young man. Elder Ma possesses powerful techniques and can fight on equal terms with Sowol. It looks like the poison has found its first victim. This old man is no longer a survivor. The poison quickly affects the body. Here even the grass kills. Other plants are more dangerous. This crap is no joke. It overcomes even strong alchemists. But Sowol is too tough for this weed. He calmly collects it with his bare hands. The young alchemist has developed immunity to all poisons. He cannot be defeated like that. And Sowol is a valuable ally. Now it's safe to collect ingredients. There are fewer weak alchemists than strong ones. It will be difficult to get out with the same composition. Something terrible is happening. Everyone is in danger. A huge flock of unknown monsters is about to attack. Weak alchemists are not going to fight. They are already ready to run. We all need to retreat together. This will increase the weaker one's chances of survival. It's impossible to cope with such a crowd. We need to run while there is still time. But the monsters deprive them of this opportunity and rapidly advance. The strongest will have to enter the battle and buy time for the weak. The situation is complicated by the unknown nature of the monsters. There is no information about them, and their weak points are unknown. Any creature is afraid of fire. We need to unite and attack together. The strongest attack first. The alchemists of the law of spiritual energy attack last. Sowol is ready for battle. his fire technique is enough for all flying creatures. The fire of Samadhi is famous for its power and ruthlessness. These creatures cannot be defeated with ordinary bombs. The most powerful techniques are needed. They are able to digest everything, and this devalues the strength of the barrier. Only ice will slow down these omnivorous bugs. They are almost invulnerable to magic. These are not simple locusts, but something monstrously evil and powerful. Their stats are higher than ordinary monsters. Most alchemists are running out of strength and won't last long in this mode. Everyone is doomed to die in this place. What to do? Traveling alone is not difficult, but you cannot get your memoirs alone. These unfortunate people are lucky. They will see the most powerful technology in their lives. If the alchemists want to survive, they must trust in the power of Unsowol. Unsowol asked to calm down and remove the barrier. Sovol, who saved everyone, turned out to be not only a good fighter, but also knew how to create techniques. Come out 9 alchemists with the law of spiritual energy. Unsowol was capable and surprised everyone every time, and he should have continued in the same spirit. And he promised to do his best. Chujasong spent about 3 months in the poisonous lands. It was the first time he had found himself in such a situation, and it was necessary to decide whether to continue on the journey. It was their first time working with Miss Xiaobing. With another client there wouldn't have been any problems. But she was the daughter of the sect leader Bao Xin. At a young age, she occupied a high position, although she had no talent. It was problematic to get out of her plans, because she could not stand it when something did not go according to her wishes. Suddenly, the buzzing of a gold-toothed locust was heard nearby. Chu Jia-song was an alchemist of the Bao Xin sect and should have known something. If something like this happens again, the master will leave no matter what. Xiaobing sent Yom Chan and Ju Jia-sung here, and Onseowol needs to be careful. And they decided to continue exploring the poisonous lands. If someone wanted to leave, they could, but no one was guaranteed to leave alone. If trouble occurs, the research will be stopped. But for now, the team will be led further. And they were sure that the game was worth the candle. It was their decision. The journey would pay off if they found the treasures of the people of the poisonous lands. They were here for over a month, and during that time 2 alchemists died. Unsowol secretly collected holy herbs and stones, but it was not enough. They were sitting on a powder keg, but the lady said that the only problem could be the natives. One of the squad recognized Unsowol and wanted to talk. Many from different sects traveled to these lands, all looking for the descendants of the Valley of Secrets. When Unsowol saw this man, he seemed foggy and he didn't like it. He claimed that these descendants had long been forgotten and no one knew about them. Unsowol asked how he knew about them then. He was just a servant and didn't really know anything. But the main forces of the sect began to act a month ago. This means they were not part of the main forces. It turned out that the chance of getting to the memoirs from the very beginning was negligible. And if Ma and Chan find out, they will be angry that they were deceived. But if they were members of the Steel Sphere sect, there would be problems. But now they are just 2 powerful alchemists. Xiaobing ordered me to say all this. Unsowol asked to be taken to the main forces. The fog was thick, but he told Chan that he knew the way and could drive further. He was confident that he could handle it, and that it would help him find traces of the people of the poisonous lands. And now they went after this guy. Unsowol remembered this road because of the Song of Black Ice, and the fact that Jia Xiong led them along it confirmed his suspicion. Chu Jia Xiong led them, even though the fog made it impossible to see anything. But that's exactly what everyone was hoping for. And finally they reached the right place. It was a great place to rest. We decided to continue our journey tomorrow. While everyone was resting, Unsowol decided to do his own thing. Seeing that he was going somewhere, one alchemist decided to join him, and Unsowol had no choice but to agree. But he saw that Unsowol was not happy and decided not to impose himself, but warned that they were in poisonous lands. Unsowol felt the presence of other alchemists here, and this place suited him. He looked back and jumped up because sometimes it's nice to be alone. The holy needle of wisdom pointed to the west. The place was saturated with qi, but such a concentration in the poisonous lands indicated a deadly poison. Suddenly he smelled a strong odor. It was the supreme chrysanthemum, a beautiful flower with a deadly poison. Unsowol was lucky to stumble upon such a valuable flower. Suddenly he heard someone approaching him, but it was a deer. Unsowol had to pick the flower carefully so as not to damage the roots. But suddenly the thought occurred to him how an ordinary animal could survive in these lands. Turning around, he saw that the deer had disappeared in an instant, and at that very second, the deer snatched the flower from his hands. Unsowol rushed after him. First the deer bit him and then snatched the flower because he wasn't even a sacred animal. The deer was very fast, and it was necessary to catch up with him before the fog. Unsowol used binding seals, and he managed to stop the deer. But the deer was as strong as a buffalo, and a magic net came to the rescue. When the net came down, the deer turned into a girl. She reproached Unsowol for placing seals on the fragile girl. but he warned that if she reached for the wineskin, the swords would attack her. Unsowol asked to give the chrysanthemum, but the girl had no intention of doing this. This girl called the guy a thief. She took care of this flower like the apple of her eye, and he came and started digging it up. Unsowol cried out in what sense did she care about him, and the girl screamed that she had grown the flower with all her heart, and it took her more than 20 years to do this. It turned out that she spent more than 20 years here, protecting the flower. Now we can say that this is really her flower. Since the girl had been courting him for so long, she must have lived in poisonous lands. After these words, she had to admit that she had lied and wanted to steal the flower. She screamed at him to take the flower and get lost, but he asked if she was an inhabitant of the Valley of Secrets. The girl flared up and shouted that he was the same as the others. She decided that he was in league with the villains and that they had nothing to talk about. Seeing the wind of determination, the girl thought that it was returning. She rose into the air, and Unsowol pointed his swords at her. The girl shouted for him to stop them. The girl was surrounded by golden woven spiders, and she ordered them to attack. Their threads were stronger than ropes for criminals. Unsowol summoned Wanwan to break the web. The girl was surprised that the guy had such a strong magical beast, but Unsowol did not want to fight and asked why the Baoshin sect needed her people. But she wasn't going to tell. Suddenly, Unsowol felt that two people were approaching. One with the law of spiritual energy, the other with the breath of the sun, and the girl would not be able to escape. He shouted at her to hide the spiders and immediately turn into a deer. But the girl thought that he wanted to take her by surprise and grab her. But he wasn't going to do that, because he knew she wouldn't be able to escape. When the alchemists approached, Unsowol greeted them. And you were asked what was going on here. Sovol says that he came to feed the magical beast. But this is not a deer, but a small fox tracker. The guy teaches his pet to hunt. The old man's attention is drawn to the supreme chrysanthemum, an extremely valuable poisonous plant. He asks where Sovol got it, and he replies that he found it in a place with great spiritual energy. And then the guy asks if these people were following him, but one says that they are only looking for the people of the Valley of Secrets. He has seen such fog before, and believes that it is worth looking nearby. But Sovol thinks that this is an ordinary place. The old man just smirks and disagrees. He decides to explain that the people of the Valley of Secrets stood out from the rest. Plus they can turn into animals. This explains the speed of that doe. And then the old man says that he himself didn't believe it, but he once saw them in real life, which interests Sovol. Moreover, he was able to catch this creature. At the beginning of the fight, he looked like a leopard, but then he completely turned into a beast. They wanted to interrogate him, but he was uncommunicative, and gentle methods did not help. That's why they want to torture one prisoner in front of the others, so that at least one will talk. Sovolya is irritated by the old man's cruelty, but he says that the prisoners do not die. After this, with a malicious smile, he asks to give them the deer. The animals try to escape, but the man in the bandana surrounds them with fire. With madness on his face, the old man says that the deer is a descendant of the mystery people. Therefore, this is their prey, which should tell a lot of interesting things. After this, he throws a net over the animal, but Sovol releases fiery ropes to stop him. The guy doesn't know whether it's a deer or a descendant of the Tane people, but the fact is that it's his prey. He caught him, and these two want to take him away, and he can't let them do it. And then the old man calmly says that they don't want to steal, but just help. Their sect needs a deer, and the guy will get the book he needs in exchange. Sovol notices his ability to speak, but knows that the girl will be tortured. But the guy in the bandana gets tired of this and launches a blue fireball straight at the deer. The girl wants to defend herself but doesn't have time. The explosion closes it, but Sovol covers the animal with a shield, saving the girl. The old man begins to worry about the guy, because he is not so simple. He says that through joint efforts they found out that this is a descendant of the Valley of Secrets, but the hero says that he didn't know. In any case, they should be delivered to Chan and Ma, and then sorted out, and Sovol will receive a reward for his capture. And then the guy thinks, because he has no good reason not to take her to Zhongyu and Ma Ziju. Without waiting for an answer, the old man takes silence for consent and goes to the deer. But Sovol stops him and says that he will lead her himself, which surprises the old man. Having tied up the girl, they all went back together. But the guy doesn't know what to do, because he came for the sake of his memoirs and wasn't prepared for such events. And then the girl quietly wants to ask the guy a question. She asks if she can trust him, but before Sovol can answer, they come to the others. The old man says that the girl is a descendant of the mystery people, and if she is interrogated, they will find out where they live. The hero is asked if this is true, and he says that he doesn't know, since he just stumbled upon her. The old man notes that an ordinary girl would not have survived there, and she has all the traits of her people. After this, a man with a mustache comes up and asks if it is true that she was born and raised here. The old man says that she is unlikely to answer, and first she should listen to his proposals, to which the man agrees. First, you'll need a mind-altering drug to speed up the interrogation. The second condition will be to take her to a meeting of the sect, where there are interrogation specialists. The man understands that the old man wants to do something bad to her. He says the old man's proposals are unreliable. The girl asks Sovol about the consequences if she tells everything. But the guy says not to worry, because he has a plan. The man asks about the time frame, and the old man replies that the medicine will take effect in 5 days. The questioner did not like the answer, and gave a deadline of 3 days. Otherwise they would act in their own way. The old man immediately runs up to the girl and says that he will give her the medicine right now. He throws her into the cage. Sovol and another alchemist must keep an eye on her. Since Cha Ja-sung and Yom-chan intervened, things won't be easy now. And the cage is special, and it can't be broken just like that. And then an old man comes up to Sovol and says that he doesn't have to stand guard, but the guy says that he will. He is worried that a squad of descendants of the Valley of Secrets could attack at any moment, which is what the old man is just waiting for. The guy doesn't understand where such confidence comes from. But the gray-haired man replies that the cage and the chief alchemist will help. Meanwhile, an hour had passed, and the medicine should have taken effect. He approaches the girl, who is no longer herself, and everything works like clockwork. He moves closer, hoping she will say something, but she just spits in his face, which he didn't expect. In response, he grabs her by the scruff of the neck and swings his arm to strike. In anger, he slaps her, and then he leaves, saying that she can endure it as long as she wants. After the old man leaves, Sovol quietly tells her to trust him. The guy decides to check the cage and touches it with his hand. As he expected, she absorbs spiritual power, which makes things even more difficult. But then another alchemist calls out to him, saying that it's time for them to change. He decides to think about what the fourth master would do in his place. And then he remembers how he talked about escaping from prison with the breath of the sun. The boy says that he still has a long way to go to reach that level, but the master told him just in case. And he was right, for which Sovol is grateful to him. Now he has a chance to save the captive. Late at night, Sovol allegedly walks near the old man's post. He suspects that he is planning something, but the guy plays the fool. The next day, the old man again wants an answer from the girl, and she's already starting to give in, but as soon as he moves his head closer, she bites his ear. He pushes her away in bewilderment, because he thought she had lost her mind. He wants to hit again, but someone stops his hand. This is Sovol with his ropes. Trying to hold on, the old man says with a smile that he is beginning to doubt that they are comrades. But the guy says that he never considered them friends, and they just met by chance. After this, the old man threatens Sovol, and says that if he doesn't stop, there are no guarantees. And now it's not his turn to be on duty, so he should do something. The second alchemist reproaches the guy for his insolence and says that it could come back to haunt everyone. However, after these words, Sovol approaches the cage and prepares to strike, quietly telling the girl to move away. It freezes the rods, causing them to rot and crack. And then his partner notices it. He immediately attacks Sovol, but he dodges, and a moment later finds himself behind the attacker. I hope I don't overdo it with the blow. The true fire of Samadhi is directed directly into the cell. Sovol uses knowledge of physics to influence heat and cold. As a child, he did not immediately grasp the meaning of the fourth master's instructions. It's not just the strength that matters, but how it's used. And in yin and yang, the shift in balance produces different effects. If you don't gain control, you will remain in captivity until the end of time. The fire of Samadhi and the freezing yin are opposites, but what if they meet? Two energies acting on the same thing at the same time create greater destruction. The process will not stop until it reaches its limit, and then an explosion will occur. The captive woke up from the sound of metal cracking. The first thing she saw was Sovol rushing towards her. However, Yom-chan does not agree with the release. Sovol tells the exhausted girl to rely on him. Impressive, to lock a tortured slave in a chamber that dissipates energy. It wasn't durable. Maybe I'll have better luck with a new one. The hero showed his face. There were suspicions from the first meeting. It's even good that it turned out this way. No more warnings. Everything is serious and irreversible. Then make every effort to cope with it. It will not be easy. Yom-chan was offended by the boy's arrogance and furiously released a stream of fire. This noise might bring other alchemists running, but there is no need for a commotion. Sovol flew away, the two not far behind. And if they speed up, will they be able to keep up with his pace? There is fog ahead. Just the thing. You can get lost in it and break away. Disobedience means that the young man will be sought after by Bao Xin's clan. No matter where he hides, the sect has eyes and ears everywhere. They will search for the hero all his life and try to kill him. The clan will not stop. High price, Bao Xin's followers will be a formidable enemy. Sovol made a decision. He would not obey them. The enemies would not be able to follow him in the fog. The girl woke up in a carriage. She not only came to her senses, but also almost recovered from the poison. It really looks like nothing happened. Only she doesn't understand why a stranger saved her. which is both pleasant and confusing. He promised, although the new enemy is dangerous, it is unknown whether he will be able to survive. You are a real idiot, do you realize it? The guy doesn't intend to take away what's not his. He'd rather keep what's his own first. So all she has to say to the hero is that he really is a fool. She muttered words of gratitude, adding idiot at the end. Whenever Sovol thinks about business, his head starts to split. Okay, give it to me. Don't act stupid. The girl knows the highest chrysanthemum. Quickly, the guy has a flower. She has a right to the plant that she has been growing for years. She nursed him, visited him regularly, and monitored his growth. There is not an ounce of common sense in this. How can you say such a thing? The chrysanthemum belongs exclusively to me. She didn't plant a seed, she just met a sprout. In other words, she wants to get the plant. Then let her use force. The hero's clothes are made from the threads of the golden woven spider, aren't they? The girl understood this by the shade, and besides, the material was not damaged by the flame. The hint is clear, let her sew clothes from cobwebs, and in return she will receive a chrysanthemum. Pretending that it was a good deal, the rescued one mentally insulted Sovol. Finding a flower is difficult, but getting a spiderweb will be even more difficult. Does the young man really want such fabric? Yes, his life is in danger. Protection would be useful. She only has a couple of arthropods, so she'll have to wait a long time for the required number. Idea, how about going to her house? There are a lot of spiders there, sewing clothes will be easy. Great, we'll leave right now. The girl was worried that she would have to return alone, but it was easier with two. Then couldn't Sovol do something? You need to come closer and give them your hands, so they will take an oath. Straighten your arms, palms facing each other. The young man felt awkward, and did not immediately decide on such a gesture. The brushes are the most vulnerable part of the alchemists. If you hold them like this, you cannot use magic. This is how you show trust. She believes him, Sovol responds similarly. Great, that means we trust each other completely. What, fly in circles again? But this is already the 5th time. There are many alchemists nearby, but no other one comes to mind. The presence of 50 warriors is felt, some at the stage of sun-breathing. He must be joking. Where did such a crowd come from? If she doesn't believe it, she can fly there and see for herself. But the girl doesn't plan to test her luck. Okay, show me another way home. There must be a detour. Is the young man okay? They are in poisonous places. Toxic substances are everywhere. Does the hero feel their effects? Sovol was trained from a young age. His master made sure that the student developed immunity. The partner lives here and has adapted to the conditions. Now, are there any enemies nearby? If not, then it's time to do something. From this moment, the guy is obliged to follow next to her. It is necessary to put on a bandage and not to deviate from it even a step. This is for safety reasons. A stranger is forbidden to know the way, and if he plans to escape, he will get lost due to traps. Is it pressing too hard? The hero replies that it's fine. Under no circumstances should they let go of their hand, because they took an oath. If her fingers loosen, she won't be able to help, so you need to hold on tight. Sovol realized that they were descending, but it was taking a long time. The road was so deep. They stood on the platform, and there was a sound like a boulder moving. The bandage was removed from the alchemist on the spot. While he looks at the resident's creation with surprise, the girl will follow her father and the others. The high-grade stones were right at his feet. The Baoshin clan would have taken them away in an instant. The stranger was noticed. A noise arose, and more locals flocked to the hero. Sovol felt uneasy. He had not expected such a meeting. And they are unfriendly, very unfriendly. So you are the young gentleman who saved my daughter. Kwakyeon was grateful for the help, and Sowol politely introduced himself. Despite the act, the guest remains an outsider, so the tribe is wary. The guy is sympathetic to their situation. Kwakyeon will lead him to the meeting room where they will discuss the details. The young man must tell only the truth. Did he bring someone? The guards are now examining the surrounding area. He speaks the truth because he made an oath to his daughter. Yes, they promised to trust each other. You said that you wouldn't leave the house, but you broke the ban. What kind of trust are we talking about? Father already thought that he had lost her, just like Sin-A, but she suddenly showed up with a stranger. The daughter apologizes for the commotion and will never act rashly again. The main thing is that she returned and covered the guest's eyes with a blindfold. The man apologizes for getting off topic. He is the head of the village of Manko. They call him the two-faced monarch. He is obliged to protect his own, and those who wander here must be punished, so Sovol has a choice to make. If the guy doesn't accept the condition, they won't be able to let him go easily. He needs to ask the leader for something. Nothing terrible will happen. Move to their village for permanent residence. This is because of the fear of the clan's existence being revealed. As they know, the alchemist came from outside, from the poisoned lands. Therefore, he will obediently do as the leader said. Kwakyeon is grateful for your understanding. He will help you settle in. Now let the daughter explain in detail what happened after the escape. We also thank the guest, but how will he come to terms with this, living among an unknown people? She thought that Soval would fly out of there like a bullet. Now a couple of people still doubt him. In their place, the magician would have felt the same, especially after Mai's story. No, Soval is a complete fool if he thinks so. His very appearance arouses suspicion, so you should be open and honest. Even one hidden thing will become a stumbling block you need to gain trust. If I'm not very smart, then you're probably too smart. Mai is angry. She can't understand whether she is being praised or ridiculed. It's time to visit Oguan. No, the monarch of 1,000 demons. Later she will tell us about the golden web, but now we need to hurry. Soval would prefer to go to the spiders, but the girl categorically disagrees. Oguan is incredible. He breeds magical creatures. Everyone in the clan has a couple of rare beasts. Let's run. He's not talkative, but it's fun with him. The monarch of 1,000 demons sounds intriguing. The master was right. The world is full of the unknown. We ask Soval to stop lying. Anyone who believes such tales will face a nightmare, but he is still calm. If only the girl knew what she had to go through. Soval is personally familiar with the horrors. A familiar sound, loud and clear, the gold-toothed locust. I'm surprised he knows how, but the guy felt their wrath. Soon he will see the one who cares for these creatures. And here is my brother, all busy and worried, working hard. What, shouldn't the girl have been punished for her antics? Kwakmi noticed a look full of wariness and anger. How should he feel about someone who killed 20,000 of his insects? Oguan failed to kill Bao Xin's men only because of the hero. It would have been better if he had died along with the group. At least Soval was interested to see a skilled breeder of arthropods. Stop, wait, you are friends now, calm down. He became bloodthirsty towards those who invade their lands after kidnapping his friend. In any case, my sister has a question. She didn't come here for no reason. She needs some fat worms. No, don't even think about it. My pets don't deserve to be mistreated. Here, the hero was surprised that it was possible to keep worms this way without letting them die immediately. A compelling argument is needed as to where the beautiful chrysanthemum is. Its moment of truth has come. Does Oguang understand what they are going to do with the plant? We will give it to Grandpa for acid poison. Only the worms are left. Everything else is ready. The dangerous extract will be effective against Bao Xin's warriors. Stop trying to protect her like a little girl. She won't sit on the sidelines. The girl did not reach the middle of the law of spiritual energy just to observe. Okay, you can take the worms, but I'll use the poison myself. Well, this amount should be enough. We thought, she needs to speed up development by 200 years from the previous 800. Let the old man do everything as it should be, and the girl needs to return the creatures safe and sound. Soval took his friend's gaze as a signal and decided to pay his respects to the one who was knowledgeable about creatures. He was rude when we met, but over time he will find a common language. Now the heroes are heading to the master of 1,000 poisons. As the title suggests, he is good at making poisons, so much so that he can be considered the best. Yes, we have a couple of guests here, and they are attractive. What are these red flags? Who do they belong to? These are warning signs. Dangerous territory is beginning. There are many threats here. The stranger may not get out. The atmosphere is appropriate, but does not inspire anything good. But behind the fabrics, Soval saw a different environment. We didn't immediately see our grandfather, although he was sitting not far from the entrance. She relaxed and ran into a barrier. The elderly man invited the boy to come over. The young man is not affected. He does not understand what is being discussed. The area was closed by a barrier, but Soval seemed not to notice it. The alchemist jokes that he is fond of eating poisonous substances. Let's continue our conversation after I settle things with me. Look at the catch. We have all the necessary species. Even if more chrysanthemums are needed, Grandpa does not give up on the idea of acid poison. 200 years to grow. Wait, she thought of everything. Fat worms. That stubborn fellow actually agreed to give them. It's definitely not that Mi gets along well with O Guang. The farmer clearly wants to get his hands on the poison. What modest ones. Will they crawl out of the bag? Come on, come on. They don't like light, so the gardener will quickly move them into the ground. Wow, a luminescent stone for transport spells. The village is so rich in resources that they easily use them as lamps. It remains to be seen. The old man used soil with a high concentration of qi. Oguan made the worms accept more magic. The hero feels lucky. He got the chance to observe the process. We are bored, but Soval is carried away. The gardener is going to add some energy. This is for the worms that crawl to the source of spiritual power. This way they will be closer to the roots, and their waste will serve as fertilizer. The guy can't be dragged away by his ears. Now he asks the sage about the process. Such creatures promote better plant growth and increase the effectiveness of elixirs. Soval is enchanted, so much so that he is ready to stick his head into the ground and watch the worms. He dreams of obtaining these creatures. Then he will be able to create amazing pills. The flower increased in size and its shades became more saturated. The time has come. The man hits the chrysanthemum with his hand and takes out the worms. Now Ogwan has more worries. He needs to keep a close eye on the kids. Done. The plant has reached 1,000 years of age. You can begin the acid poison. However, it will take a month to make, and the girl is disappointed. It's fast. If Mi had taken on the poison herself, it would have taken her 10 years. Why doesn't she think about taking care of the garden? Her grandfather would be happy to accept her as an apprentice. He is worried that they might hand over Mask to us instead of his brother. He who wears it will pay a huge price. The burden is enormous. The brother will definitely return because he is the heir of the two-faced monarch. Soval is into using poisons, isn't he? Then come with me. I'll let you try one of my creations. The young man had not encountered such a strong poison for a long time. Kwakmi asks to take care of the newcomer, which means there really are powerful poisons in the bins. He just smiled slyly. He will check if the guy will breathe. Each jar contains one poison pill. They are arranged so that the poisons on the left are weaker. The further to the right, the stronger the effect. The gardener is impressed. It's already the 7th pill, and Soval is still on his feet. The pills are of good quality. It seemed like their strength could be greater. However, the guest does not realize the significance of the 8th copy. The first tablet tests resistance to poisons. The 8th will show whether a person can set foot on the land of the dragon. Kwakmi reached the 4th pill when she was still young. Her immunity subsequently withstood the 7th sample. Despite progress, much remains to be done. Whether Soval wants to continue, there are more impressive examples. Okay, here's the 9th poison. The hero thinks that if he is at the level of the sun's breath, he will be able to burn her inside. I'll just burn it in my stomach. Her self-confidence is amazing. But as soon as the ball touched the mucous membrane, he felt with his whole body what it was. The pill is too strong. I'm going to throw it up along with my breakfast. Spiritual energy is trying to spew out poison. It needs to be burned immediately. No, his resilience, developed over the years, will cope. Why shouldn't Soval take the antidote? It doesn't look very good. Sweat is pouring off him. He can barely breathe, and he is about to lose consciousness. Despite this, he says he feels fine. What an unusual alchemist. If you look closely, he is recovering. If so, we can move on to the next level. The hero is grateful when he will have another chance to try such poison. Before this, he had been holding back the damage thanks to his immunity. But now he will get a copy that will become the finishing line for courage. At first glance, the pill is no different from those previously swallowed. What? Are you actually going to swallow the pill? It looks like Soval is right. There are no differences from the 9th. However, after a couple of seconds, the hero fell backwards. So the young man dared to take the 10th pill. Although he failed, after hours he stood up and walked as if nothing had happened. His body was swollen. Mi was worried that he wouldn't wake up, but everything turned out okay. It is incredible for a stranger to take 9 poisons without antidotes. Could it be that the girl brought him here for marriage? Okay, I was joking. I'll give you what you ask for. Here, take this pill. Despite the persistence, the body requires cleansing. Something is wrong. Soval instantly slipped away from his friend. Grandma, look, he really is amazing. Golden barrier, not bad, probably because of the elixir. Although this color could be from training, lightning, or medication. That's not the point. Mi saw the chi of fire and ice in the young man. It couldn't have happened without the golden elixir. The hero remembers that he received it after the massacre of the murderer. Is that pill really connected to the village? So Wan Chun noticed a shadow on the hero's face, as if he felt guilty. Soval doesn't want to remember the past. The woman won't be able to find out the secret. The value of the golden tablet lies in how difficult it is to obtain the ingredients even here. Only 3 monarchs have ever received one. We interrogate the guy, whether he was born here or just picked up the jewel. Let's talk later when we get to know each other better. They introduced themselves, since they hadn't given their names yet. But the lady has a question. She wants to ask it now. What level of alchemy is he at? The hero doesn't want to reveal this. He trained alone, made most of the pills himself. Why doesn't he stay here to practice potion making? The hero is confident in himself. But working under the supervision of a master will improve his skills. There are many herbs here, collected from inside and outside. Soval will be allowed to prepare any remedy. Mi can help. The girl was surprised when her friend agreed. This is a chance to see the creation of acid poison. Wait for it. Finally, in her hands is a vessel with the long-awaited poison. Father will be happy. I need to run to him. How did it go? Apparently the conversation was difficult. It's all written on his face, all the sadness and sorrow. Soval understands that Mi is ready to run away with poison in her bosom. That's how you thought about me all this time. Does the young man know the true nature of the acidic substance? She will demonstrate, but first you need to summon a spiritual barrier. Yes, this is a must. Details later. You should see everything with your own eyes. We decisively splash the extract towards the hero. Oh well, the barrier disappears like sugar in water. Unexpectedly, the acidic poison dissolves the magical protection, In fact, the name is misleading. The liquid does not harm the body. The essence will help against Bao Xin. Mi is glad of Sovol's solidarity. However, the final word was left to the father, who abandoned the idea. It's understandable. It's not easy to take the initiative while your brother is with the enemy. The hero was thinking so hard that Mi became worried. He asks how difficult problems are solved in the village. Sovol heard that the leader's son had been captured. It will be short and to the point so as not to waste time. If the leader goes on a rescue mission, the boy will help. There was silence. It was a very risky decision to make. Kwak Mi, take the young man to the exit. We gathered in vain. Sovol understands that the proposal sounds absurd, but getting to the place of confinement is difficult. It's time for action. Many alchemists have been sent to these territories looking for the village. Most likely, the community sent experts, and their buildings are now less secure. That is, the guy advises to give up the advantages of the poisonous lands and infiltrate the enemies. The chief deliberately abandoned Kwak Sin for the sake of the future of his relatives. A two-faced monarch cannot endanger a settlement for the sake of a relative. A suspicion also arose in his mind. Did you really save your daughter to gain trust? And you try to use it to lure and trap? No, that's not it. Sovol has something he wants to steal from Bao Xin's sect. He hunts for memoirs at the main office. After meeting me, the hero learned an important lesson. In order for everyone to open up, the truth must be told. The books are the reason why he went to the poisoned lands. It's hard to believe that the stranger is from a distant continent. Even if so, he is honest with those gathered. Since he is not hiding anything, Seo Wangchun is still interested in the answer to that question. The color of his barrier is from the golden elixir, isn't it? Sovol said that he had reached the law of spiritual energy. But Mi saw how he handled fire and ice. There was only silence in response. The guy preferred not to tell. The hero had to reveal that he was hiding the stage of the sun's breath. It's time to stop chatting. There's enough new information. Let's get back to business. The alchemist must tell us the plan. Nothing complicated, just capture the enemy's daughter, So Bin. Kajongpu was tired of repeating the same thing. Teleportation is expensive. You can save money by giving away prisoners. The old man angrily says that there will be no discounts. There is no need to face the Sunbreath alchemist. He will definitely prevail. It's hard to determine the strength of slaves. It seems they're no gift either. The capital of the Yan'an region, the city of Huijing. As long as they are safe, we can relax a little. How impressive is the outside world for you? Yes, there is something to be amazed at. It is completely different from what is usual. However, all this does not matter. We need to move forward quickly. Others think the same. It's worth starting right now. The leader understands why Oguang doesn't want to slow down. His determination to save his friend is as clear as the blue sky. How far is the Bao Xin sect branch? As soon as they turn their heads, the building is right in front of them. The High Palace is the company's office. There are no other houses nearby, but the noise will create problems. It's a shame the gold-toothed locust is too loud for the mission. Everyone is ready. Okay, let's get to work. 4 alchemists created a pulse of energy. So Bin felt waves of magic. Someone is trying to invade the palace. We need to check. Suspiciously quiet usually means trouble. Something similar had to happen. Since the warriors left, we had to run. If you run away, you'll have to go to the inspector for help. Someone's muffled groan, a man fell to the ground. How Sovol ended up here, it can't be. He had to wander through the poisoned lands, which is why he came here. There is no time for this now. All that remains is to jump over the wall. That is the path to salvation. The hero turned around. Here was a chance to fly away. So Bin flew away. Damn, the path is blocked by the descendant of the secret valley. You looked for us carefully, so we came ourselves. Seo Bin is scared and desperately tries to push the enemy out of the way. No, it's too strong. We need to fly further. There was little left to the buildings, but the fetters were already wrapping around her body. Long time no see, Sobin. The poison is already taking effect. The girl is losing consciousness. She can't be allowed to scream. Others are not needed. We came only for the lady. Remain in peace. Esiobin, stop pretending like you're not awake yet. Sovol did a superb job with the lady's assignment. Even too much. But she doesn't need the inhabitants themselves, only their treasures. No alchemist would refuse them. The guy has a chance to make amends. The hero is already on the path to correcting mistakes. So Bin is disappointed and agrees to give him the memoirs and the payment if he joins her. Okay, I can handle it myself. Artifacts from the ancient era are waiting. Do they look like a frost pill in a flower? The reward goes to the strongest, such is the law of nature. The treasures should go to her clan, who will make better use of the artifacts. That is the nature of alchemists, to take from the less capable. Doesn't Sovol tremble at the thought of the power of those things? Munge is tired of listening to crazy speeches. Enough, let him shut up. The old man begins to threaten the girl. If she doesn't shut up, he won't vouch for himself. No, we need to find out more. I wonder how much she knows about our tribe. Why not continue this entertaining tirade, lady? The treasure hidden by the people of the valley is truly unique. This is a mask. Its age is difficult to calculate, but it has existed since ancient times. The one who wears it will gain the memories and knowledge of alchemists of distant eras, which is why some of the valley were gifted from childhood. The children acquired the techniques of their ancestors. Their eyes turned blue and their hair purple. This is called the divine powers of the Yangtze. Wisdom through the ages allows us to tame animals. And this guy got the breath of the sun, probably thanks to the mask. Oh, Guang can barely contain herself, so Bin is scared. The inhabitants of the valley are rumored to be skilled in preparing poisons. This is not due to the artifact, it is all about experience and practice. So Bin is trying to lure Sowell away again, because the treasure the sect is looking for is priceless. She promises a high rank and will share the mask. The gentleman had not forgotten in whose hands were the manuscripts he coveted. The lady has not changed yet and is not shy about her character. She'll have to call them cultists to get into the office. You heard correctly, there is no other way. Do as you are told. Therefore they cannot kill her, otherwise their plans will end. Seo Bin is sure that they will give her a potion, then she will die, which is not in the enemy's plans. Sowol pointed out to Baek Ran what was wrong with her. To repay her for saving her, the white-haired maiden uses an evil aromatic spray. Seo Bin is angry. She fed the student, gave her shelter, and she is going to stab her with a knife. But then they will declare a hunt for Peck. Sovol will think of another way. Her fate is unenviable. Such girls are used as tools and married for convenience. The leader will help Peck. If the mission is successful, she will be accepted into the valley. No, I can't let them do what they want. I won't break. The hero is curious to see how the spray will work. Wow, the crew looks like new. We can pass. We are in a hurry. Please let us through. The guard almost forgot to check the cab driver. The young man remembered the mirror in Sobin's reception room. Nothing suspicious. Now let's take a look inside the carriage. Peck warns that the lady is not in a good mood. There is no need to put any unnecessary strain on her. The guard is enchanted. He might forget about his orders. The girl asks for an exception. The poisoned lands have affected the owner. At least open the window a little, in case something is wrong inside. Oh, she looks a lot like the leader. It's clear she's his daughter. You can overdo it. The security guard is agitated. Asks for forgiveness. Needs to check. The man points the mirror at So Bin. The carriage with the traveler flew into the castle. Sitting in the carriage, Unsowol thought about the search for the heir of the sun. Xiaobing, thinking irritably, waited for the guest. Having secretly made their way into the possessions of Guak Yong, Dan Munte and O Guan got out of the carriage. The old man kindly asked the old alchemist about his health. The old man was touched, remembering how the boy Guan was squatting. O Guan decided to embarrass the old man and asked about the lady of his affections. Mr. Un became indignant and blushed. Remembering the purpose of the mission, Senior Dan became seriously angry. The old alchemist thought carefully about his comrades. The concubine girl reported her arrival at her destination. Picking up speed, the carriage rapidly approached the castle. Unsowol, stopping at the entrance, sternly informed the guards about the lady's arrival. Xiaobing looked out warily and introduced herself. Miss Xiao frowned as the guards refused to see the prisoner. Suddenly the chief guard appeared and politely explained the reason for the refusal. Xiao didn't give up and attracted Mr. Chong's attention with a clue to find the village. The chief guard was worried that the young lady would hardly find out anything. Suddenly Mr. Chong changed his tone and made an irritated remark. The man began to prove to Xiaobing that it would be impossible to find out anything from Guak Xin. Meanwhile, O Guan and the old man in the carriage listened intently. Young Guan flew up to the old man to calm his anger. Guak Yong sternly reminded his comrades to stick to the plan. While her comrades were waiting, Xiaobing tried to get a pass. Mr. Chong gave in to the persistent Xiao and led her into the castle. Looking gloomily at Unsowol, the lady ordered them to move. Finally, the travelers entered the palace. As he walked through the corridors of the dungeon, Un was horrified by the state of the cells. Having stopped at the required cell, the guard asked to wait. The travelers descended and eagerly awaited the meeting. Unsowol illuminated the space with the flame on his hand. The boy excitedly sank down in front of the wounded man. Sowol was horrified by Guak Xin's missing toes. The boy shuddered, imagining how much the man had suffered. The young man imagined the torture that Guak Xin had endured. Remembering the pill in his pocket, Un quickly took it out to ease the pain. The boy remembered how Ye Jong-so went crazy from torture. The boy carefully pushed the pill into the prisoner's mouth. Un carefully lifted Guak Xin to take him out of captivity. With full combat readiness, Ung informed Xiaobing about the start of the operation. Hearing the request to open the doors, the guard became suspicious. Before he could do what he had planned, the guard was struck dead. The boy got rid of the first obstacle. Unsowol confidently moved towards the exit of the dungeon. The boy quickly headed towards his target. There was no time to relax. Having waited for the travelers, the chief guard turned to the lady. Mr. Chong, not expecting guests with a prisoner in his arms, was shocked. The chief guard was angry at the insolence of the sect leader's daughter. The gentleman prepared to attack to get the prisoner back. Unsowol smirked at the guard's demand. The boy noticed the soundproofing of the room in time. Suddenly, vicious insects appeared and attacked everyone with lightning speed. The sudden appearance of the insects caught the guards by surprise. Ogwan came to the rescue and spilled his poison. Un relied on his comrades and moved towards the exit with the wounded man. Guak Yong, having taken the prisoner, noticed his condition with horror. The old alchemist strictly ordered Lady Beck to take care of Guak Shin. The girl responsibly stated that she would do everything necessary. Ogwan, hurrying to the exit, reported that everything was done. The carriage with the travelers headed towards the exit at lightning speed. Rushing forward, Mr. Oldman was glad that the mission had been completed easily. Unsowol was also pleased with the successful operation. Suddenly, an unknown enemy appeared on the way. The travelers were annoyed to find Xiaokilian from the Bao Xin sect. Unsowol was shocked by the appearance of this person. The yin-yang alchemist smirked haughtily at the foreigner's reactions. Noticing Xiaobing, the woman called her out to scold her. Enraged, the yin-yang alchemist punched her in the chest. The woman was taken aback when she heard the address Mom. Fearing anger, Xiaobing tried to refuse. Not tolerating any excuses, the woman sent the girl away. Unsowol thought tensely about how to proceed. The two-faced monarch confidently protected his comrades from the alchemist's wrath. Guakyong tried to explain the purpose of the visit. The monarch politely asked to let them through. The woman had no intention of letting the travelers go and sarcastically stated the conditions. The yin-yang alchemist happily suggested marriages between the descendants. Mr. Manguo reluctantly declined. The woman looked sarcastically at the monarch. The alchemist did not give up and declared that she would take the monarch's mask and let everyone go. Hearing the refusal, the alchemist cold-bloodedly attacked the monarch. The monarch immediately fought off the attacks. Confident in her powers, the yin-yang alchemist considered herself the winner. Guaqian decided to use the mask and put it on. The woman arrogantly declared that she would take the mask for herself. A swift attack caught the monarch's mask. The mask took over the monarch's mind and angrily declared that it would deal with the obstacle. Unseowol was amazed by the monarch's change of personality due to the mask. Mr. Oldman and Oguang watched the change warily. The mask summoned hellfire to attack. The haughty alchemist was not at all frightened and repelled the attack. The shockwave could have sent everything around into the eye of the storm. Unsowol became worried and offered to help the monarch. The old man explained that the hellfire mask was very dangerous. Long-term use will kill the monarch. The alchemist calmly continued her attacks. Exhausted by the use of the mask, the monarch missed the enemy. The woman's calm speech angered the mask. Guakyong angrily declared that he would easily deal with the woman. Suddenly, a powerful flame rushed from the master's hands straight towards the alchemist. The woman prepared to parry the blow. Pleased with herself, the yin-yang alchemist prepared to finish the fight. Picking up speed, the woman moved in for the finishing blow. Oh Guan, the old man and the others were worried about the monarch. The mask created an impenetrable protective field. Suddenly, the field was enveloped in the all-consuming cold and ice of the alchemist. Unsowol rushed to help the monarch escape the trap. Ice almost engulfed the monarch's field. The old man was seriously afraid for the young man. Swiftly approaching, Un prepared to use the secret technique. Oguan was puzzled by the flower's ice-absorbing properties. The village leader watched in amazement as the ice crystals crumbled. The yin-yang alchemist got angry at the boy who interfered. The young man's comrades rushed to his aid. With great effort, Oguang held back the attacks and urged the boy to help the monarch. Un, appearing at lightning speed, handed the old man a flower for the fight. The monarch's mask gratefully took the flower. The woman chuckled and declared their inevitable defeat. Tired of the chatter, the woman got angry and started playing her trump cards. The monarch insulted the woman and called on her to fight only with him. The lightning attack destroyed everything around. The woman noticed with displeasure that her cheek was cut. The monarch turned haughtily to the alchemist. The village leader decisively presented the weapon that would break her. The woman was thinking hard about her actions. Nervousness took hold of the alchemist. The flower became a threat. The monarch ridiculed the woman for her lack of response. Having agreed to a truce, the monarch promised retribution. The woman sarcastically remarked that the old man's confidence was only due to the flower. Xiaobing was puzzled as to why her mother let them go. The woman wearily interrupted her daughter. The alchemist noted their worthlessness with irritation. The mother ordered her daughter to go away. Unsowol became concerned about the monarch's condition. Exhausted by the battle, the leader took off his mask and went limp. Guakyong reassured the youth that he was okay. The monarch explained the dangers of using a mask. Guaxin continued to lie there without any strength. The old alchemist warmly thanked Unsowol for his help. The youth was embarrassed by the words of gratitude. The returning travelers were joyfully welcomed home. Guangxin recovered and reunited with his family. Unsowol watched the joy from the sidelines thoughtfully. The youth noted with annoyance that the goal had not been achieved. Mr. Un was upset that he had spoiled his relationship with the Baoshin sect. While wandering through the corridors, Un Sowol called out to someone. The contented young man had something in mind. Guak Yeon reassured the curious girl. Un Sowol's sister watched the cherry blossoms dreamily. Suddenly her brother called her. The sister was delighted at the return of her older brother. The girl was upset to hear that Un Sowol was leaving again. The sister was angry at her brother's secrecy. Unable to control her emotions, the girl screamed. The brother calmed his sister down. The girl said with resentment that her brother would get into trouble for his absence. Un Sowol gently hugged his sister for reconciliation. The young man set out on his journey at dawn, ready for battle. The boy, holding the ring warmly, confidently walked forward. The comrade kindly wished Un Sowol good luck. The boy rushed into the sky towards his target. The young man flew with determination. Un Sowol remembered the masters warmly and promised to